Chapter 1, The Beginning, 15. 928, 929, 930, 997, 998, 999. 1000. Ding. Completed the quest and picked up 1,000 times. Gain 0.01% experience points. Ding. Jolacole My Hawk template, 0.04 has been unlocked. Current level, entry. In a dilapidated cottage. Shiraishi exhaled heavily, sweating profusely. His whole body was as if he had just jumped into the lake and had just come up. His whole body was red, hot, his heart was beating and roaring, and his breathing was as violent as a large bellows being pulled in a blacksmith's shop. Quick and loud. The morning sun was rising, and the faint sunlight fell on Shiraishi's face, intertwined with sweat. The short rest allowed him to relieve the heat on his body a little, but the soreness on his body still existed and showed no sign of subsidence. He glanced at the low and dilapidated thatched hut with a rotten smell behind him. The dark environment contained a hint of damp and cold air, and the straw that covered the top was about to fall off, and this was the home where he lived and belonged to him alone. World. Is this the power I have gained? Shiraishi looked down at the wooden knife in his hand and said indifferently, there is not much joy, strange environment, strange body, strange system. Put down the wooden knife in your hand, close your eyes, indulge in your own world, and feel the memories that keep popping up in your mind. In the spiritual world, a phantom is holding a sword blade, the body of the sword is black, and the tip of the sword bursts with a cold light, like a wisp of cold stars in the night sky. The blade waving again and again, only repeats the upward movement, but it is obviously just a simple slash. But it gives an indescribable feeling. Time flows slowly, the phantom is slowly dissipating, and when the phantom draws the last sword, it is also firmly imprinted in Shiraishi's heart. Opening his eyes, Shiraishi's eyes flashed a ray of light. After observing the phantom's sword, he took another step towards a deeper understanding of Kendo. Jolacole My Hawk, I didn't expect that the first one would be him. The strongest swordsmanship system. Randomly obtain the inheritance of a strong swordsman, and unlock all the swordsmanship of the opponent by forging. And get the full power of the opponent. After completing the tasks released by the system, you can get swordsmanship experience and actual combat experience. The experience value gained is determined by the task. Just now Shiraishi was watching Hawkeye's swordsmanship, and everything from movements, gestures, and breathing was projected into Shiraishi's spiritual world. In just a few days, Shiraishi never knew how to hold a sword, but until he completed 10%, he remained at the swordsman level for the time being. After exiting the spiritual world, he held the wooden knife in his hand again, and waved it upwards. At this moment, he already had a slight similarity with the virtual shadow's movements, but there was still a clear gap. As expected of the number one swordsman in the pirate world, he has so much experience in swordsmanship just by unlocking less than 1,000th of it. It's just getting started now, it's still a long way from reaching 10% to become a swordsman. When Shiraishi relaxed, the soreness surged into his body instantly, and he lifted it 1,000 times. It was still a little difficult for an 11-year-old Shiraishi. Thinking that there was still work waiting for him, Shiraishi couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Don't feel sorry for my disappearance. The memory of the past appeared in Shiraishi's mind. In the orphanage, he had no parents, no friends, and no one would care about his existence. There was only endless pain and loneliness, and no one cared about him until he died of illness. The world leaves no trace. Maybe God took pity on him and let him start over in this new world. That seemingly malnourished face showed a smile. When he was tormented by cancer in his previous life, only anime could bring him a trace of spiritual sustenance, and those in the orphanage could not refuse a boy who was slowly walking towards the abyss of death. So Shiraishi got what he wanted, and at the same time longed to get the power to break mountains and seas with a single wave in the anime. He didn't expect that he would get what he wanted in this life, Even if it was just the beginning, it was enough. No one is born strong. Even if there is, it is obtained from others, and what Shiraishi has to do is to go from the bottom to the top step by step. Just when Shiraishi walked into his thatched hut to change his clothes, there was a rush of heavy footsteps outside, and the sound was a little harsh as the old wooden door was pushed in, and then one looked a little harsh. The strong middle-aged uncle suddenly broke into Shiraishi's field of vision and spoke to him in a dissatisfied tone. "Stinky boy! It's too busy outside, you are still here, be careful that the mean old man will deduct your salary again." But seeing Shiraishi sweating profusely and holding a wooden sword, his rough face frowned. "Why are you still doing this? You must know that the most powerful force in this world is magic. No matter how strong you are, you can only be a blacksmith. Why should I tell you? Come with me quickly." Uncle Lore didn't plan to stay here at Shiraishi, and he planned to leave as soon as he said it, because there was still a lot of work waiting for him outside, and there was not much time to spend on a child. "I see, Uncle Lore." Shiraishi quickly reacted, and then immediately replied that since he wants to be reborn in this world, he must first survive in this world. Growing up as an orphan, he grew up intellectually in a lonely environment, and all the vices in other peers, Shiraishi can't see at all. He understands that the environment he is in will never allow him to resist at all. The most important problem he needs to solve is to find a job that can provide food and clothing, and there is a job waiting for him right now. Hearing Shiraishi's answer, Uncle Lore was stunned. In his eyes, this child should be a submissive, a little timid, and he never dared to react when he saw him. Why does it seem like a different person now? Lore! Hurry up, there is still life waiting for you. Just when Uncle Lore was surprised by Shiraishi's change, the people outside urged him to go back quickly. He turned his head and shouted outside in his loud voice. "Coming!" After shouting, he turned to Shiraishi and said, "You two hurry up and follow." "Okay. Uncle Lore." Shiraishi took care of himself a little and tried to make himself look as clean as possible, then pushed open the dilapidated wooden door and stepped into a new world from the dark environment. When he came outside, the sun had already risen at this time, and the harsh sunlight made Shiraishi's eyes slightly uncomfortable and narrowed slightly. After a few seconds, when his eyes got used to the sun's rays, Shiraishi opened his eyes to look at the unfamiliar environment. This is the new world. Asterisk. Chapter 2, Blacksmith Apprentice, 25. What caught Shiraishi's eyes was a dilapidated wooden house. He followed behind Uncle Lore, went around a few alleys, and walked to the door of a stone-built blacksmith's shop. Outside, Shiraishi could hear the clanging of the iron from inside, and this was where his work was needed. "Lore, why are you here now, and you?" "Shiraishi. You kid has been slacking off lately. Work for me." As soon as he walked in, the fat old man who was sitting in the doorway enjoying the coolness, sweating from the fat on his face, kept wiping it with the towel in his hand. "It looks like it was just taken out of the water." "Well, just like myself just now, I'm just not that fat." The fat old man swept the corners of his eyes to the two people who had just entered, and yelled at Lore and Shiraishi. Judging from the current situation, this person guessed that this was the mean old man Uncle Lore said. Hearing the fat old man's face turn blue and purple, Uncle Lore clenched his fists, and endured the fat old man's abuse. When Shiraishi felt that he was about to explode, he let go of his hand. "Yes boss, I'll go to work now." After Uncle Lore finished speaking, he took Shiraishi into the blacksmith's shop, turned to Shiraishi and said in a deep voice. "Don't take it to heart, Shiraishi, you have to bear it in order to survive." After the understanding, Shiraishi understood why Uncle Lore had to swallow his breath, and how precious it is to have a job in a world where hunger and poverty are mixed. "Well, I understand." Shiraishi looked straight at Uncle Lore with a gleam in his eyes. Shiraishi didn't feel anything about what he said to this mean old man. When he was in the orphanage, he was already used to the abuse and discrimination of others. Well, you'll understand. Lore stopped talking after seeing Shiraishi's eyes. It is enough to say some things once. If you don't even understand these things, you are not qualified to live in this world. Although the work of the blacksmith was only a short time ago, Shiraishi gradually became familiar with it. 3 days later. In summer, even if the temperature outside is high, it is like ice and snow for Shiraishi. There are waves of heat from the hot stove, and sweat is constantly flowing. Goo 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 goo. Ah! Shiraishi put down the water bottle in his hand, wiped the water overflowing from the corner of his mouth with his left hand, and clenched the hammer in his right hand again and smashed it towards the iron block that was about to lose its heat. Clang! 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 Sparkling! Shiraishi, here's a piece of pig iron, and I'll give it to you. I'll use it later. The fat old man pointed to the thick iron block in the corner of the blacksmith shop and said, "Boss, leave it to me, Shiraishi is too weak to forge that quick pig iron." Uncle Lore wiped his sweat and said, "What's the matter with you? Go away." The fat old man said viciously, "The work at the blacksmith shop has been getting worse and worse in recent months, and he has long been dissatisfied with the existence of Shiraishi when he can't make money, but he can't be fired directly. Now just looking for a reason." "But..." "Nothing but..." Lore looked at Shiraishi with a hint of worry. He had lived for decades and he couldn't see the fat old man's thoughts, but for Shiraishi, the pig iron was too big, and even it was difficult for him to temper it. Shiraishi walked out of the corner silently. When he easily picked up the dozens of pounds of pig iron with both hands, he did not blush and his neck was thick. There was a flash of surprise in the fat old man's eyes. Even an adult man can't do it as easily as he is, just how can he do it as a child? But this idea only stayed in the fat old man's mind for a moment. What can he do with great strength? In an era when food is completely insufficient, he can only rely on him. Shiraishi held the pig iron in his hands, then placed it on the stove, tumbled with iron clamps, and held the handle of the bellows to control the temperature and intensity of the fire. The flames flew into the air, and the piece of pig iron gradually turned red in the high-temperature environment. Shiraishi grabbed the iron billet with the iron clip in his hand and placed it on the large iron pier, and then picked up the large hammer specially designed for wrought iron to beat the pig iron. Clang! 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 A string of nails rang, a rain of sweat fell, and the sledgehammer weighing more than 10 kilograms rose and fell. After 3 hours, the thick pig iron that had been forged was less than 10 centimeters thick. When Shiraishi was about to be shown in front of the fat old man stopped talking and turned to leave. Yes. The boy can forge a piece of pig iron into this shape in just a few days. Lore was pleasantly surprised and told Shiraishi that the quenching and tempering techniques are all based on practical experience and are generally difficult to master. He did not expect that Shiraishi would be able to do this in just a few days when he came to the blacksmith shop, which really surprised him. Well, this is also what Uncle Lore taught. Shiraishi said with a faint smile, a blacksmith usually takes 1 or 2 apprentices. The apprentice's main job is to use a big hammer 5 or 6 times bigger than his master to help the master cook the kotetsu used to make tools. The iron blank is punched into the desired shape, and there is no apprenticeship in the final tool forming stage. But Uncle Lore didn't hide his secrets, and he gave Shiraishi the method of forging and breathing without reservation. In addition, after turning on the system, his strength was gradually increasing. Forging pig iron weighing dozens of kilograms was still for him. Very simple thing. When Uncle Lore left, Shiraishi looked at the iron material that had been forged in his hand. Humph, you are lucky, and remember to engrave that pattern. After speaking, the fat old man left, and the pattern he mentioned was the superimposition of 6 rings. Although Shiraishi didn't understand the fat old man's intention, he did it for work. Uncle Lore, what does this mean? Shiraishi asked Uncle Lore. I don't know, it seems to be the coat of arms of the ethnic group he once belonged to. But I have never seen such a pattern. Uncle Lore couldn't tell, but in the end it didn't matter. A few days later. Shiraishi has been in this world for 7 days, and he has no time to inquire about news related to this world until he gets food. In desperation, Shiraishi can only use his spare time to obtain relevant information in his spare time. News about the world. Ishgar. This world where humans and dragons coexist may be more reasonable to call it a world of dragons. Why can't it be 400 years from now? Shiraishi couldn't help but have some headaches. Shiraishi still had a general understanding of fairy tale. This was an era full of crises. Humans, the largest race in this world, to the dragons, humans are just a creature with a large number of races. Even the most powerful human beings are still unable to compete with the dragons, and at most they can only block the progress of the dragons a little. The only fortunate thing is that Shiraishi happened to be in a rare place. Compared with those human kingdoms, the city of Tegusk was relatively unremarkable, and the shadow of dragons had not been seen for decades. Get stronger as soon as possible, otherwise this world will not survive at all. It's not Shiraishi's character at all to put your destiny in the hands of the dragon. Only strength is his only pursuit in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 3, Forging Swords, 35. In the following days, apart from the daily work of blacksmith, he will be closed for the rest of the time, and his withdrawn personality cannot get along with his peers around him. Practice day after day. Half a year later, the rough wooden sword had been replaced by an iron sword. It was forged under the puzzled gaze of Uncle Lore in the blacksmith shop, spending months of his salary to buy pig iron, while enduring the scorn of the fat old man. After all, in this age of magic, it would be foolish to exchange all the money on your body for an iron sword that is useless. Drink. The pitch-black iron sword pierced towards the big tree ahead, leaving one after another sword marks. Drink. Ding. Completed the quest and stabbed 1,000 times. Gain 0.03% experience points. Ding. Jolakor My Hawk template, 3.6% unlocked. Current level, entry. After 1,000 thrusts, Shiraishi's hand was completely unable to lift, and the muscle pain had made him unable to hold the épée in his hand, but he still relied on his inner will to force himself to slowly put it down. Call. With that breath of relief, Shiraishi could barely feel his hands still there now, but he had a big smile on his face when he saw the experience. Shiraishi's eyes flickered. It's exactly what I expected. Everything is worth it. If you replace the iron sword that is heavier than the wooden sword, the system tasks will be improved, but the experience gained will also increase. Close your eyes, Shiraishi, and enter your own spiritual world. In the darkness, the phantom appeared in my mind, the sword tip of the phantom trembled, the silver cold light danced, and the light radiated all over the body. It can explode with amazing power. Hold the sword, stab out. It stabbed forward, and time seemed to pause, but the cold light on the tip of the sword still shone on the whole world, and no one could stop it. Is this a thorn? Shiraishi was completely immersed in the stunning stab of light that melted into the blade. Feel the movement of the opponent's sword swing, take a deep breath, and let go of all your thoughts. Everything around you is gradually disappearing, but the heartbeat in the body becomes clearer and louder. Shiraishi opened his eyes. His eyes were like two sword lights, so sharp that he couldn't look directly. Entering the sword, Shiraishi's momentum continued to rise, and the surrounding aura became sharp, with a sharp edge like piercing gold and cracking stones. Prick! Suddenly, as soon as Shiraishi stepped out, the blade stabbed out quickly, and a high-speed sword light pierced through the big tree that still hadn't fallen down 1,000 times, leaving a deep tree hole with just one blow. I finally got a little insight. The improvement of swordsmanship has made Shiraishi more confident in his heart, and his understanding and eyesight are several times higher than before. Anyone standing in front of him can clearly find the opponent's flaws. For half a year, Shiraishi has been wielding the blade many times, living a boring life, and finally let the inheritance of Hawkeye slowly approach 10%. Moreover, working in the blacksmith shop made Shiraishi's physical fitness increase to the extreme, and his one-handed strength exceeded 100 pounds from the beginning. The snowflakes flying all over the sky, leisurely and automatically, so pure and flawless. As if the whole world was enveloped by this breath. Shiraishi watched as the few leaves fell reluctantly from the tree outside the blacksmith's window, and hung the white one. Time is constantly passing, and after half a year, summer has passed and it is winter. However, the work of the blacksmith shop did not stop because of the arrival of winter. Many people came to the blacksmith shop to build various agricultural tools for the spring sowing next year. After Shiraishi was done with everything, he picked up the unsmelted pig iron in the blacksmith shop and threw it into the furnace. The furnace was ablaze with fire, as if it could burn everything to ashes. Today, he will reforge the iron sword in his hand. The original iron sword can no longer meet his requirements. He needs a heavier sword to complete higher-level tasks and gain more experience points. Yo, the kid is here to do this again, don't you want your salary this month? The fat old man with a face full of flesh appeared in front of Shiraishi again and looked at him with mocking eyes. Sometimes Shiraishi had a little delusion that as long as he used things from the blacksmith shop, the fat old man would always appear as soon as possible. Boss, you can give me this slag. For the sword, Shiraishi does not have much requirements for the time being, so I am afraid that there is no edge. As long as it has enough weight, it is enough. Even if it's scum, it's mine. After some disputes, Shiraishi finally bowed to the fat old man's tongue. There was no way, not only him, but also other blacksmiths would never be able to pull a chicken feather out of him. Call. Shiraishi fixed his eyes on the melted pig iron, took out the iron sword he had been using for nearly 3 months from behind and threw it into the furnace. Casting a good sword is different from forging a good block. Forging an iron block is to heat the pig iron red through a fierce fire in a furnace, soften it and then repeatedly forge it. To cast a sword, the iron block must be melted in a fierce fire into an iron slurry and injected into the prepared iron. In a good model, it solidifies into a shape, and then gradually becomes a sword blade after repeated beating, and finally quenches and opens the edge, and a sword becomes a sword. After Shiraishi dropped the iron material, he crouched down and pulled the big bellows, the flame in the furnace rose instantly, and the broken iron blocks and iron sword melted into molten iron under the hot flame. It was red and shiny, like lava, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature, making Shiraishi soaked with sweat. Shiraishi stared at the iron slurry in the mold, watching the iron slurry solidify little by little. When the time came, Shiraishi immediately took it out and placed it on the anvil. Hammer down hard. The next step is forging. The heavy hammer is beating the sword embryo, sparks are flying, and the black impurities are slowly falling. The fat old man watched and nodded secretly. Although he didn't want to admit it, the boy in front of him did have enough talent for sword casting. This is the second time Shiraishi has cast a sword. Although he is still a bit rusty, his overall performance is better than the first time. In particular, his basic skills are very solid, and his mastery and application of power is unique. Lore couldn't compare to him, and the fat old man was a little surprised by such a situation. Under repeated beatings, the sword embryo was formed, completely solidified, and quenched. The quenching uses snow water from melting ice and snow. It is necessary to grasp the exact timing and the angle of entering the water, and all of this requires sharp eyesight and a keen sense, as well as a wealth of experience. As far as eyesight is concerned, Shiraishi's observation has been able to go down to the smallest detail. In terms of feeling, under Lore's teaching, Shiraishi is not bad. What he lacks is experience, the experience of forging again and again, which is what he needs. ***Chapter 4, Battle Dragon, 45. Therefore, the quenching this time is still very ordinary in the opinion of the fat old man. Shiraishi picked up the blade from the icy snow and put it in his hand. Shiraishi silently closed his eyes and sighed softly. Just can't bear to look at it. Not only is the sword uneven and not straight enough, but the pits look like a fire stick used to burn fire, it is pitch black and crooked. This is really far from the first forging, and it doesn't match the sword in his mind at all. You brat deliberately reduced the weight a few times and tempered it without becoming this way. The fat old man saw what was wrong with Shiraishi. Shiraishi touched his head reluctantly. Indeed, he stopped after the sword embryo was formed. He did not repeat the tempering to remove the impurities in the iron, not to mention that the broken pig iron contained more impurities, and the impurities in the sword embryo expanded during quenching. Distortion. Various reasons led to the failure of quenching. Here, don't save deliberately. When the fat old man was talking, he threw a piece of pig iron weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand. Shiraishi was frightened for a while and immediately dropped the burning stick in his hand and caught the pig iron that flew over. In addition to being shocked, Shiraishi said a little bit roguely, "Boss, you can't be normal, and this thing is not counted in your salary. Stinky boy, Lao Zi kindly gave you a piece of pig iron and dared to call me abnormal." In an instant, the fat old man's face was about to turn with anger, and he rolled up his sleeves and gestured to grab Shiraishi. At this time, Shiraishi's body was strengthened, but he couldn't run with a piece of pig iron on his body, so the fat old man couldn't catch it in front of him. Why didn't Shiraishi throw the pig iron? It's not that he was afraid that the fat old man would go back on it. After all, a piece of pig iron topped his salary for nearly 2 months. Don't think that Shiraishi's labor is cheap. In this era, it is very good to have a meal, not to mention the salary, which is even more difficult to expect. When the fat old man couldn't run, Shiraishi, who was in front of him, also stopped and turned to bow to the fat old man with sincerity. "Sorry, boss. I shouldn't misinterpret what you mean. In return I will work hard tomorrow." "What did you say? I didn't hear." "Here, you, come closer," the fat old man said, panting, his chest heaving motionlessly. If it wasn't for fear that he was really pissed off, Shiraishi would probably run away with pig iron in his arms now. "You promise not to hit me?" "I promise." "It is good. Remember to engrave that pattern." After a while, the fat old man walked out of the blacksmith shop contentedly, leaving behind a pile of pig iron Shiraishi in front of him. Shiraishi stared at the pig iron under his feet with a wry smile. "Just consider it as an exercise, it's still an iron rooster." As a reward for pig iron, the fat old man asked Shiraishi to forge other iron blocks as well, but for Shiraishi it was only a day's work. But it seems that the fat old man is not bad. Putting aside the pig iron for a while, Shiraishi took the pig iron thrown by the fat old man, put it in the fire with the iron clip, and put the burning stick in again. The molten iron is injected into the sword mold, taken out, hammered, the sword embryo is formed, quenched, and forged for the 3rd time. Shiraishi spends far more time than the first 2 times. In order to remove impurities from the sword embryo, most of the time is spent on hammering. The sound of ZZ sounded, and the snow water turned into white smoke and rose. When the quenching was over, Shiraishi took out the sword, put it in his hand and looked at it carefully. From the surface of the sword body alone, it is straight and straight. This sword is much better than the first iron sword he used. When Shiraishi held the sword with a heavy hand, the sword almost fell out of his hand. Before, this sword weighed far more than an iron sword. "Let's go ahead." Shiraishi looked at the sword in his hand, and after thinking about it, he decided to start the sword. After all, the sword forging was quite successful this time. Even the sword made in the blacksmith shop couldn't compare with his own in terms of quality. Kaifeng is to sharpen the body and tip of the sword. Only when it is sharpened can it be a real sword, a blade that can defeat the enemy and win. The previous iron sword was only for cultivation, and there was no use for it other than cultivation. Now that he has decided to start, Shiraishi brought a grindstone to polish it. Kaifeng also requires extremely high skills. Kaifeng is also called Kaifeng. Sharpening the blade indiscriminately will only destroy a good sword. When the sword is calcined, the iron or steel on the surface will be oxidized or contain high carbon content, which will become brittle and not hard enough. And what Shiraishi does is to grind these off at the edge of the knife, so that the steel part is exposed, so that it will be sharper. After spending half a day, Shiraishi's fingers flicked the blade gently, and the crisp echo, like the sound of nature, entered his ears. Feeling the sharpness of the hand, Shiraishi smiled, and suddenly, holding the hilt in his hand, he swung the sword strike, the power surged, and the sword body turned into a cold light. The success of casting the sword gave him a more intuitive understanding of the sword, and through this, his understanding of kendo was also improved invisibly. Prick! With a flash of sword light, the pig iron lying on the corner broke in an instant. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, but there was no nick on the blade. This effect was far beyond Shiraishi's expectations. What name should be called? Shiraishi's 2 fingers swiped lightly across the blade. The sword was 2 feet 1 inch long. The blade was cast iron with a dazzling cold light, and the hilt was a black dragon-shaped pattern, which looked extremely majestic. An idea flashed through Shiraishi's mind, staring deeply at the sword in his hand, and reciting it softly. It's called dragon slaying. At that moment, Shiraishi had a vague illusion that the sword in his hand seemed to have a soul, and cold rays of light shone on Shiraishi's face under the refraction of the sun. As soon as he got the dragon slaying, Shiraishi suddenly wanted to try the dragon in his hand on a whim, but the blacksmith shop was not a place to practice swords. With that feeling, Shiraishi flashed out like a sword light, extremely fast. Ran to the place where it often broke, drew the sword, grasped that feeling, and immediately began to practice after taking the task. Over and over, the movements in the phantom became clearer and clearer in Shiraishi's mind. After 800 swings, all his strength was running out. Shiraishi didn't stop and continued to practice. Repeatedly, as if I didn't know I was tired, until the sun went down and night fell. And the bright moon rose quietly into the sky. Prick! Once again, the sword stabbed out, and a clear sword light stabbed forward. The air was torn apart, and a boulder several times higher than Shiraishi was pierced by Shiraishi's blow. Ding! Completed the quest and stabbed 1,000 times. Gain 0.12% experience points. Ding! Jolaker My Hawk template, 3.72% unlocked. Current level, entry. Who? Shiraishi put his hand down, and now he has only 10 points of experience from the next stage, but just from the current attack, Shiraishi has the strength to fight even against some powerful mages. Chapter 5, The Contradiction Between Man and Dragon, 55. 568. Shiraishi, as usual, practiced the swordsmanship in his hands day after day. During these few days, Shiraishi became more familiar with the dragon slaying in his hands, and his experience continued to increase. 997, 998, 999 1000. Ding! Completed the quest and stabbed 1,000 times. Gain 0.13% experience points. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 4.37% unlocked. Current level, entry. After finishing the practice, Shiraishi was about to sit down with his legs crossed when suddenly, a call came from afar, interrupting Shiraishi's thoughts. Shiraishi! I saw Uncle Lore running towards him, sweating profusely. Uncle Lore, why are you here? Shiraishi asked. According to the reason, today is the only rest time for the blacksmith shop in 3 months. Uncle Lore should not disturb his spare time if there is no important situation. Come with me. The panting Uncle Lore grabbed Shiraishi's unsword-free hand and wasn't going anywhere to take him. "Uncle Lore, what the hell is going on?" Uncle Lore said without looking back. "There is a big client, the mean old man has gone crazy to get the money, let everyone go back, and if anyone doesn't go back within a day, they will be fired." In the later understanding, Shiraishi knew what Uncle Lore said about the big customer. A country would come to our city of Tegusk to buy weapons? Is there going to be another war? In this chaotic era, in addition to the threat from giant dragons, there are also civil strife among the human races. Sometimes they fight just to compete for the few magic crystal resources. After all, in this era, the magic factor contained in the atmosphere is too rare, far less than the world in the next 400 years. It is not only magic crystal resources, but also land, population, weapons, and so on. In this era, strength symbolizes everything, and people like Shiraishi who have neither strength nor power can only temporarily stay in the city of Gosk. It's people from the kingdom of Dragonov, as if they are going to war with the dragons. I also heard this from the mean old man. When Uncle Lore thinks of the dragon clan, his face becomes gloomy. Shiraishi knows the reason. As early as a few years ago, Uncle Lore was not from the city of Gasik. His original hometown was destroyed by the dragon clan. He left with his relatives. After a long road, I came to the city of Gusk. On the way, Uncle Lore's relatives either fell ill or were tired. As their relatives fell down one by one, when standing at the gate of Jesk City, Uncle Lore was left alone. In the past, Uncle Lore also wanted to take revenge, but the power of the dragon family is not something that Uncle Lore can solve. Although I don't know if this is true or not, it has nothing to do with us. We just need to take the blueprint given by the other party and build the weapon within the specified time. Shiraishi responded in a low voice, without saying anything else. Is it the Dragonov Kingdom? Shiraishi thought to himself that although the name of this country was unfamiliar, he had also heard of it in the past 6 months. It was a country where humans and dragons coexist. This is the country under the protection of the Belsarian, the most densely populated country in the world. Have things gotten to this point? When Shiraishi was wandering, he also saw refugees from all over the mainland, most of whom came from the dragon territory. In the past 6 months, the number of refugees in the city of Goski has become more and more numerous, and it has almost reached the point of crowding. If the city of Goski is like this, what will happen to the kingdom of Lagunov? Others may see that the more population of the Dragonov kingdom, the stronger its strength, but Shiraishi is different, he can see the existence of the essence. Contradiction. The human beings as playthings and food within the jurisdiction of the dragon race ran to other territories, which made the aloof dragons look at it. This strongest race will become more and more dissatisfied. And dissatisfaction is the start of war. Shiraishi sighed softly. Is the war coming soon? Regarding the future, the most important battle is about to begin, but the swordsmen who have not reached the current strength cannot participate in the battle between the two races at all. It didn't take long for Shiraishi and Lore to return to the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith shop was the same as usual, but the only difference was that there were a few more soldiers in armor at the door, and the fat old man changed his usual arrogance to them and lowered himself in front of the soldiers. The compliment went down. This batch of things must be completed within the specified time, otherwise, if the queen is to blame, I will be the first to find you. After sending the group of soldiers away, the fat old man wiped the sweat off his head. Before he knew it, the fat old man's vest was completely soaked in sweat. Shiraishi, who had just returned to the blacksmith shop, asked the fat old man, "Boss, is this going to be a war?" The fat old man slowly exhaled and said to Shiraishi with a serious face, "I said, boy, since you have made me a lot of money in the past 6 months, you can give me advice, if you can avoid this kind of thing." Avoid? These things are not accessible to small civilians like us. I'm afraid I'm not careful in this war, and I don't know if the city of Tegusk will be affected this time. I've lived here for most of my life, and I'm still a little reluctant to leave." After speaking, the fat old man shook his head and left, his face full of worry. In the face of war, the first people to encounter are ordinary civilians, and this time, the kingdom of Dragonov actually came to a remote place to collect weapons and armor. And from the perspective of the number, it is estimated that the scope of this war is really not small, as the fat old man said. "Hey, I really have no choice but to leave here." Seeing this, Lore could only sigh. It would be nice if I could just take a while longer. Shiraishi, who had just acquired dragon slaying, had improved rapidly. If he was given a little more time, he might be able to survive in this war-torn era, but now that the war broke out, the future began to become a little erratic. There is still a little bit of experience to reach the swordsman. It seems that the training time will be extended for a few days. Time is getting more and more pressing. Shiraishi needs to break through to the next stage as soon as possible. After confirmation, in the following days, Shiraishi basically lives a 2.1-line life of a blacksmith shop and a thatched cottage. Practice. There are only these 2 words in his eyes, and these 2 words also represent his life and everything. Shiraishi became more and more withdrawn, and almost no one spoke to him except Uncle Lore and the fat old man. Such Shiraishi can't help but worry Uncle Lore and the fat old man. Asterisk. Chapter 6, The Passage of Time, The Breakthrough Swordsman, 110. Time flies, and after a year, Shiraishi will basically be practicing swords, not wasting any time, except for daily casting swords and wrought iron. In a year, Hawkeye's inheritance template has been unlocked to 9.87, which is only a little distance from the swordsman. With the growth of experience, the phantom in Shiraishi's mind became more and more solid, and Shiraishi could vaguely see the shadow of Hawkeye my hawk from the phantom. After finishing his work as a blacksmith, Shiraishi returned to the thatched hut to continue his practice, waving his dragon to follow the phantom's movements in his memory, and stabbed forward. 997.998.999.1000. At the moment of the last stab, Shiraishi felt that the surrounding environment had changed. So quiet. When the sword was pierced, Shiraishi could not feel any sound, as if time had stopped at this moment, and Shiraishi's world seemed to fall into silence. And all he could hear was the beating sound from his heart and the sound of his own breathing, and it didn't stop there. Phantom space. A ray of light shines, and when the light falls on his eyes, it seems to shine into his mind through his pupils, dispelling a trace of haze and shattering a bottleneck. His breathing also stopped at this moment, and it seemed to freeze. In an instant, Shiraishi seemed to understand something, and the swordsman had appeared in front of him. Shiraishi stood up and held the dragon tightly. Will. The clear sound of the sword being drawn out of its sheath was particularly harsh in the silent world. The heartbeat, the sword moved, and a white light flashed in the dark world before disappearing without a trace. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 10% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Ding! You have successfully embarked on the road of Swordsman, and you have obtained a sword pill to improve the quality of the famous sword. Unlock a new ability, Armed Colored Domineering. At the same time, open the Armed Colored side quest. Ding! Armed Color Domineering unlock, 0.1%. Current level, Phase 1. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? Staring at the phantom in his eyes, the sound of the system's prompts kept echoing in his mind. Shiraishi seemed to feel that the phantom came to life at this moment, and looked at his eyes with a hint of energy. The deep shock kept him from coming back to his senses, and he didn't answer until the second reminder sounded. Yes. Ding! Start inlaying sword pills. With the falling of the prompt sound, a Shiraishi ball appeared in front of Shiraishi, and then submerged into the sword of the dragon. Suddenly, a ball appeared in the center of the blade, and a surprising light appeared on the blade. Shiraishi could feel that the dragon in his hand became more than 10 times heavier in an instant. Sword pills that improve the quality. Shiraishi picked up Zhanlong and gently stroked the white beads on the sword. Just by touching Shiraishi, he could feel the power contained in it. With a hint of pitch-black transformation, the body of the sword separated from black and white. After exiting the spiritual world, a piece of iron was found in his hand. This piece of iron was obtained from the fat old man. He originally wanted to integrate into Zhanlong after he was promoted to swordsman, but Jianwan directly improved the quality of his Zhanlong, which also saves Shiraishi the effort of remelting the sword and casting the sword. Shiraishi's thoughts moved slightly, and the Zhanlong in his hand fell towards the iron. Will. There was no accident. The iron that was originally incomparably hard was like a thin piece of paper under the blade of the dragon, and it turned into 2 sections without a single pause. So sharp. Shiraishi loves to play dragon slaying, and it is undoubtedly the most exciting thing for a swordsman to have such a good sword. Putting down Zhanlong, Shiraishi's mind moved, and his entire fist instantly turned pitch black, with a faint metallic sheen. Under normal circumstances, being able to reluctantly surround your fists or weapons with the domineering aura of armament is considered an entry level. If you can attach any part of your body to your armament, and make your whole body hardened, you will be proficient. Right now, at most, the white color can attach the fist to the armed color, so it cannot expand the range. Shiraishi flipped his wrist to hold the dragon slaying, and suddenly the dark armed color quickly wrapped around, and the entire long sword was turned into a dark color, and different from the ordinary armed color, his long sword was now covered with a hint of scarlet. Armed color. Shiraishi's expression changed when he cut down the armored Zhanlong again, his mouth opened subconsciously, his eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at Zhanlong. The air seemed to have lost its sound, and everything was silent. Time seems to be suspended, making people want to sink unconsciously. The pure black blade, covered by the armed color, has a wonderful luster, and it cuts through the air and flows down a trace of traces. He didn't feel the contact with Jiantai at all. Jiantai was already divided into 2 sections, and the effect of the armed color was a bit unexpected. In addition to practicing swords, you also need to constantly temper your armament. Too strong. The power of the dragon slasher with the armed color has increased again. Perhaps this slash is not as gorgeous as magic, but it is the most direct attack. As expected of the eagle eye, only 10% of the experience can have such power. If it is really a swordsman, I am afraid that the power of swordsmanship is beyond what I can imagine. In swordsmanship, only by becoming a swordsman can you truly step into the swordsmanship, and Shiraishi is still far away. Only by listening to the sound of the breath of all things, that is, the sound of all things breathing, can you be qualified to step into the realm of swordsmanship. And there are very few people who can reach this point, and this realm is called Zhangang, cutting everything. When Jianhao steps into this realm, he can wield invisible slashes, and his combat power is greatly improved. The swordsmen and great swordsmen of the pirate world can cut mountains and seas with their swords. It is precisely because they listen to the breath of all things in nature, find the most core breath, cut down along this breath, cut maximum power. But even at that level, not everything can be cut off. At the top of the war, he was as strong as Hawkeye, and his cut was also blocked by the Diamond Man Jaws, who was swung down by the white beard. But both swordsmen can also hear the voice of all things. Why is Hawkeye the only one who cut the thorns of the road to become the world's largest swordsman? Swordsmanship and Kendo. He has reached the top level in the world, and no one has surpassed it. The path of the strong is to walk out step by step. From swordsman to the world's largest swordsman. So now Shiraishi still has a long way to go to become a strong man like Hawkeye. There is still a long time to pass, and unknown difficulties are waiting for him. Shiraishi looked at the dragon in his hand. This sword still needs to be polished. Maybe it can't match some famous swords now, but one day it will show its unique edge. **** Chapter 7, Pain and Forging, 210. Time flows slowly in Yunfei's hands. When living in the city of Tagask, Shiraishi could hear some news about dragons every day. There was another dragon in that city or area, and there was also the magician who blocked the dragon and died. All in all, the battle between the dragons and the humans has not yet started, but there are various signs that the friction between the dragons and the humans is getting more and more intense. Once Shiraishi heard that a city not far from the city of Litigsk was haunted by giant dragons. Made him worry and fear for a long time. After all, he has not yet become strong and traveled in this world. If he ends his life like this, then Shiraishi will die. Fortunately, the city of Tagask is too small. A city with a population of less than 50,000 cannot compare with those cities that are counted in millions at every turn. For a small city like the city of Tagask, the dragon does not even look at it. Of course, Shiraishi will occasionally collect some intelligence information after completing his training. For example, Shiraishi has been trying to find the two strongest beings in the fairy world 400 years ago, Ziref Dragneel, the ancestor of the Black Mage, and Aknologia, the ultimate powerhouse. But no matter how Shiraishi collects information, apart from Ziref, the Black Mage, the Black Dragon Aknologia has not made any progress, and even the Dragon Slayer that should have appeared in this era has not appeared. Maybe now Aknologia is just an ordinary existence, maybe only after the war between the dragons and the humans can we hear about him. Now looking for an ordinary person in the world is like looking for a needle in a haystack, so soon Shiraishi gave up looking for the Black Dragon Aknologia idea. On the other hand, news of Ziref kept coming into Shiraishi's ears, and it was rumored that the most powerful genius in the history of mankind had appeared in the Maldian Academy of Magic. If I remember correctly, Natsu should be dead now, and Ziref went to Maldian Academy of Magic to study magic in order to resurrect his younger brother Natsu. In fact, Ziref's essence is a person who cherishes life and is extremely kind, but in order to resurrect his younger brother, he elevates black magic to the extreme, and creates countless dark magic and demons to plunge the world into chaos, with destruction the world's almost invincible power. It is said that from a human level, Ziref is a selfish person to the extreme, who ignores the life and death of the world for his relatives, but from the perspective of relatives, it seems to be understandable, but Ziref is full of contradictions. Thinking of this, Shiraishi dragged his chin with one hand and said, "The taboo of life. This curse of immortality may sound good, but it's actually excluding itself from the whole world, which is also a point that drives Ziref into a lunatic. The curse Ziref suffered is Anxel Ramel's black magic, one of the ancient curses, also known as the curse of contradiction. Does not release the energy of death. Maybe it won't be long before we hear the news that the Maldian school of magic has been killed by Ziref." Thinking of this, Shiraishi is a bit of a headache, and he just chose this stage of time travel. Even if he stops Ziref from carrying out the dark magic experiment, the city where the Maldian Academy of Magic is located is too far away from him, and he may meet on the way. When it comes to the Dragon Clan, maybe I've already slapped my ass before I see Ziref. In contrast to these news, Shiraishi has another thing that gives Shiraishi a headache, and that is that his cultivation starts to become a little slow. While practicing swordsmanship, he also needs to cultivate domineering. The way to cultivate domineering is very simple. Daily exercise tasks, but if you practice both at the same time, it will increase the difficulty of practice. Originally, it only required 1,000 sword strikes each time to practice kendo. After increasing the domineering, the difficulty was increased to 3,000 times, and the efficiency dropped by 3 times in an instant, which made Shiraishi somewhat unacceptable. Since breaking through to swordsmanship, Shiraishi's experience gained in kendo for half a year has only been 11%, even though this progress is much faster than before. After Zhanlong was upgraded by Jianwan, the experience after completing the task also increased to 0.3, which was more than doubled. However, after completing the task, Shiraishi's arm directly suffered muscle strain. Knowing that a muscle strain is an injury caused by a muscle contracting or overstretching during exercise is itself a test of Shiraishi's will. Shiraishi doesn't care about injuries at all. Facing death, he will never give up pursuing the pinnacle of kendo because of a little pain, but if this happens repeatedly, it will only cause permanent damage, which will leave Shiraishi instead. The original intention. In this case, Shiraishi had no choice but to rest for a while after training, which is why Shiraishi has extra time to collect information, mainly because of boredom. It seems that De has stopped his swordsmanship practice first, and exercised his physique first. When Shiraishi appeared for the 5th time, an alarm bell sounded in his mind, reminding him that he could not continue to practice in such a mindless way. Although swordsmanship requires more strength on both arms, other parts of the body also follow suit. He was moving with his arms stretched out. But merely suggesting the strength of his hands was not enough for practicing swordsmanship. However, bodybuilding alone also happens to cultivate armament and domineering. After making up my mind, I began to practice. In the following days, Shiraishi began to practice in the dark, extending the interval between swordsmanship practice, spending most of the time in exercising his physique, and carrying various weight-bearing items on his body to increase the difficulty in order to obtain better effect. Day. Drink. With Shiraishi's loud shout, the hammer in his hand slammed into the iron block in front of him with the momentum of rushing thunder. The jet-black impurities kept falling under the all-round knocks, and when the iron block was knocked to about 1/3 of its size, the iron block also changed the value of refined iron several times in an instant. Unlike Shiraishi, who was sweating profusely, the other apprentices like Shiraishi in the blacksmith shop sat lazily huddled together in a corner and chatted. He is a monster. He is obviously the same age as us, but he can actually handle that guy. I guess even Uncle Lore can't do it. You said he was using magic. Magic? Are you kidding me? How can someone who knows magic be willing to hide in a blacksmith's shop? Asterisk. Chapter 8, Stage 2, Domineering, 310. All the apprentices are sitting in the corner chatting. After all, the winter is coming soon. Instead of wasting food at home, it is better to work in the blacksmith shop. Anyway, there is not much business during this time, and all the blacksmith apprentices are basically idle and bored. Time is this virtue. Just when everyone was talking about it, suddenly, the fat old man appeared on the side and slapped them on the head while they were still laughing. I know I'm being lazy here, you can't study hard with Shiraishi? If you have nothing to do, just clean the floor for me. By the way, there is also the wall. It's all cleaned up, as long as there is a little black spot, or you won't have to do it tomorrow. Coming. The fat old man was still as mean as usual. The walls and floors were blackened by the thick smoke. No one could clean them up. After all, the fat old man didn't want to come out in the winter. He just took a look behind the blacksmith shop. Asked Uncle Lore to watch, and then swaggered away from the blacksmith shop and went home, leaving behind a group of teenagers who were completely confused. My God! How can this be clean? Could it be that the boss wants us to tear it down and rebuild it? Kill me to death. Uncle Lore, can you spare us? After wailing for a while, all the apprentices set their sights on Uncle Lore, hoping to find a way to save in his hands. No, you have to do what you need to do. If you work as hard as Shiraishi, it won't happen. Uncle Lore said them directly and seriously. It's dead now. After some inner struggle, the apprentices silently took the tools and started to work. After all, their parents finally helped him find this apprenticeship job. If he was dismissed like this, he would definitely be beaten to death when he returned. Lore ignored the commotion in the blacksmith's shop, and still focused on the iron block that was almost finished in front of him. Clang! 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 Call! After quenching, put down the iron blocks that have been forged, and Shiraishi silently took out a piece of iron blocks that needed to be hammered and threw it into the furnace, ready for the next round of beating. Perhaps, this job is simple and boring in the eyes of others, but in Shiraishi's eyes, it is practice again and again, and he never stops in the footsteps of going to the future. On the journey. It was late at night, and looking at the red-hot iron material in front of him, Shiraishi took a deep breath and swung the hammer down with all his strength. 96. 97. 98. Sweat dripped from Shiraishi's body, drop by drop, and then it dropped to the ground, causing a small mist to disappear. Shiraishi could clearly feel his body trembling, his grip on the hammer was a little loose, and he felt his legs and feet. In the softening, every corner of the body is moaning in pain. Shiraishi trains his physique through forging. Every time the hammer falls, it is Shiraishi's full force blow. Under the condition of ensuring that his body is not seriously damaged, he will hit the hammer again. Shiraishi didn't rest for a moment. When he used all the rest of his body to swipe the last blow, he dropped the hammer in his hand and collapsed to the ground. Now Shiraishi has no strength at all. The extreme fatigue made his eyes darken, and he fainted. Ding! Completed side quest 100 times with all your strength. Gain 0.2% experience points. Ding! Armament color domineering unlock, 10%. Current level, 2nd stage. Get special attribute, break the devil. Just after Shiraishi was about to lose consciousness completely, a system prompt sounded in Shiraishi's mind. With the appearance of this sound, an incomparably huge warm current flowed from the heart and quickly spread to every part of Shiraishi's body. Corners, repairing damage from broken muscle fibers in the body. I didn't expect the 2nd stage so soon. Shiraishi lay on the ground motionless and closed his eyes to feel a warm current flowing through his body. The gentle feeling almost made Shiraishi lost in it. In recent times, Shiraishi has almost stopped practicing swordsmanship and devoted himself to the training of armed color, and on the basis of previous training, Shiraishi of the 1st stage of armed color took less than 2 months to get it easily. Although it is also a pain, but from the current point of view, the overall is still very satisfactory to Shiraishi. The only thing he cared about was the stratification of the armed colors in the system. The domineering colors of the armed colors were divided into 4 colors, black, red, blue, and colorless, corresponding to the 4 stages. In the 1st stage, the armament color is black, which is the first time Shiraishi used a domineering look, which is a common domineering in the pirate world after all. The armed color of the 2nd stage is dark red. In Shiraishi's impression, it is not reflected in other people's bodies. Only Luffy's 4th gear can do this. Luffy's 4th gear is transformed into the 4th gear and the rubber is completely more than Shishibukai. The combat power has been greatly strengthened. At the same time, it can also cover the whole body with domineering. The armed color of the 3rd stage is dark blue, which is the proof of the powerful domineering user in the pirate world. In the 4th stage, the armed color is colorless. Those who reach the level are all men who stand at the top of the pirate world. At this level, they can already be domineering. Looks like there's still a long way to go, it's just so painful to just go from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. Shiraishi smiled bitterly. Although the promotion time was short, compared to the previous kendo training, the weapon-colored domineering training seemed to be more painful. Only Shiraishi, who had experienced both personally, understood the difference between the two. What's going on with this broken demon? Perhaps Shiraishi was too concerned about the level of domineering, and focused all his attention on the domineering rank, while ignoring the special attributes later. The system seemed to guess the question in his heart, and the prompt sounded again. Ding! Objects covered with armed colors have the property of severing magic, no matter how powerful the magic is. At this time, Shiraishi was stunned. He didn't expect the first life-saving skill to appear. If it is true that all magic belonging to the system can be cut off, even if the dragon roars at him. It can only be cut off? What a powerful ability! After a sigh, Shiraishi devoted all his time to swordsmanship, left the blacksmith shop, and went to the back mountain where he usually practiced alone, and then accepted the tasks issued by the system. Ding! Start the quest and /1,000 times. The mission begins. Call. Shiraishi took a deep breath and clenched the blade in both hands. 1, 2.3, 4. Start practicing again. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Trouble at Your Door, 410. Shiraishi's body has been strengthened with the increase in the domineering of the armed color, and the next swordsmanship practice has become more and more satisfactory, and the experience is constantly accumulating. But sometimes things always come suddenly. When Shiraishi was practicing, a news spread throughout the human race. Mildian Academy of Magic has been destroyed. Putting down the hammer in his hand, Shiraishi muttered to himself with a piece of yellowed paper in his hand in the hot blacksmith shop. The yellowed paper was obtained from a businessman with a lot of money. It recorded what happened to the entire human race this year, and the most prominent piece of news was that the Mildian School of Magic was destroyed by a black magician. Shiraishi had no idea that Ziref had already started to do it in front of him. Although the 400-year-old thing was a little vague in Shiraishi's mind, he could still remember the information about Ziref. Our system and Eclipse, both estimates have been created by Ziref. Shiraishi rubbed his temples, and his head was big for a while. The world of fairy tale did not change the original historical trajectory because of his appearance, and the world was still moving forward in a difficult and tragic place. Putting down the yellowed cardboard, Shiraishi looked up at the blacksmith shop built with boulders in front of him and said softly, "Maybe it's time to move up another level." It has been almost 2 years since he came to the world. In addition to work and training, due to lack of strength, Shiraishi has hardly stepped out of this city. There are many wonderful things in this world that he has not watched. When the strength reaches the level of Jianhao, he has some self-protection ability. Shiraishi. Why are you standing there? There is a sorceress here who needs to forge a weapon, so I'll leave it to you. At the door of the blacksmith shop, when the fat old man looked at a man in a robe with a pointed mouth and a proud face, his face was full of respect. There is no way, the wizards born in the human race are extremely rare, and the ratio is only 1 to 10,000, the real 1 in 10,000 existence, which is too different from the environment 400 years later. In this thin magic power in the era, the appearance of a wizard in that family means that the family can instantly enter the upstream society. Only by experiencing the difficulties firsthand, Shiraishi understands how hard it is for human beings in this era, and facing the threat of giant dragons, they have to fight against all kinds of difficulties in life. This is also the first time Shiraishi has seen a mage, but Shiraishi didn't feel how powerful the other party was. Seeing Shiraishi walk by step, the fat old man pointed at him and said respectfully to the pointed man with a smile. Shiraishi, the best blacksmith in the whole of Tagsk, he can help you with your requirements for unenchanted weapons. Unenchanted weapons refer to weapons that have not been attached with magic or inlaid with magic crystals, whether they are scepters or long knives. As long as they are not attached with magic, they are still ordinary existences. But to create such a weapon that can add magic power, you need some ability in a top-level blacksmith. When Shiraishi built several high-quality weapons with his precise observation and powerful forging ability, the fat old man would be promoted to a blacksmith and then a blacksmith. The fat old man was excited to train Shiraishi to be a blacksmith. In the second year, Shiraishi's forging ability and reputation gradually rose in Tagsk and surrounding cities. In order to obtain weapons forged by Shiraishi, many people were willing to wait for the threat of the dragon to come to Tagsk to buy weapons. Give me the drawings. Shiraishi didn't humbly because the other party was a mage, and said directly to the sharp-mouthed man. What kind of attitude do you have? You must know that I am a noble mage, not a low-level civilian like you. How dare you speak to me like this? The sharp-mouthed man didn't get the respect he deserved from Shiraishi, and instantly shouted at Shiraishi in the tone of a superior. Shiraishi's face darkened with a swipe, ignoring the hinting eyes of the fat old man, looking at the sharp-mouthed man in a calm tone and saying, "I'll give you a chance to apologize, after I count for 3 seconds, if you're not sure what to do. If so, the consequences are beyond your imagination." The sharp-mouthed man sneered, put his head close to Shiraishi's ear and said coldly, "Oh? A little commoner dares to speak to a magician like this. Does he know what it's like to offend a high-ranking person? Master Sorcerer, forget that he doesn't know much about the noble status of Master Sorcerer, so you can let him go." The fat old man saw that the two sides were about to exchange fire, and immediately acted as a peacemaker. In his opinion, regardless of strength and background, Shiraishi could not be the opponent of the sharp-mouthed man. Although the fat old man has also seen Shiraishi's swordsmanship training, but there is no use for it other than strengthening the physique. In this era of magic supremacy, you may be killed by the opponent's magic before you swing your sword. But no matter how the fat old man tried to persuade him, the sharp-mouthed man remained motionless and stared at Shiraishi. Suddenly, his eyes slanted downwards and he saw the Zhanlong on Shiraishi's waist. The sharp-mouthed man licked his tongue and stared at Zhanlong with greedy eyes, as if seeing a rare treasure. What a delicate sword! As long as it is attached with magic, it is likely to be a powerful magic tool. As long as I have this sword, my strength and status will rise again. The sharp-mouthed man said to himself, and was extremely excited. He had no idea that such a good knife would exist in such a remote city. In fact, it's not how good his eyesight is, it's just because Zhanlong's exquisite sword body shines with a faint cold light, plus the dragon-shaped carving on the hilt. A normal person can see the sword here. How high is the value? Give me that sword and I'll let him go." While saying this, the sharp-mouthed man also stretched his hand towards Zhanlong, while the fat old man gave Shiraishi a look. The meaning was clear: don't resist sending the knife out to solve this trouble. Yes, so obediently hand over the sword to me, the matter you offended me just now will be written off. The sharp-mouthed man also saw the look of the fat old man beside Shiraishi. Facing the temptation of Zhanlong, he removed all the veils that disguised himself as noble, revealing his greedy face, but he did not know that he was on the verge of death. How close! Very good. Seeing Shiraishi motionless, the sharp-mouthed man gave Shiraishi a sensible look. His right hand was less than 10 centimeters away from Zhanlong. Seeing that he took the dragon slaying from Shiraishi's waist, Shiraishi shook his head and sighed silently. "Since you have already chosen, I have no choice." Asterisk. Chapter 10, Killing, 510. "Little devil, this knife belongs to me." Seeing what was about to arrive, how could the sharp-billed man let go of the duck that was about to reach its mouth, ignoring what Shiraishi said, and grabbed his right hand towards Zhanlong. At this time, he seemed to be able to imagine the bright future for himself. Suddenly, a cold light flashed across the sharp-mouthed man's eyes, and the whole person froze in place for a moment. Suddenly, he felt a little pain in his right hand. Just when he was about to grab it, he felt empty. The fingers were already severed, and a sharp pain came from the wound. Ah! The sharp-mouthed man hugged his fingerless palm and lay on the ground and struggled constantly, wailing in pain. The surrounding people watched a man in gorgeous clothes fall down at the door of the blacksmith shop, and in the blink of an eye, they all ducked far away. Are afraid of getting burned. In the instant just now, Shiraishi covered his fingertips with a domineering look of armament, and used his finger as a blade to swiftly cut off the sharp-mouthed man's finger. It's a big trouble now. Watching the sharp-mouthed man fall, the fat old man also covered his forehead and said with a little pain, "Maybe Shiraishi didn't know the background of the other party, but he did. Do you know that you're already in a lot of trouble?" Shiraishi calmly withdrew the arrogance on his fingertips and said lightly to the fat old man, "I don't know, I only know that someone wants to take the most important thing from me, and I can only stop it. Perhaps in the heart of the fat old man, dragon slaying is just a slightly delicate blade. As long as there are enough materials, one can be crafted. However, he does not understand how important a sword is to a swordsman. Maybe he will hand over the sword. A disaster can be avoided, but Shiraishi's kendo career will also be completely over, because swordsmen who have lost their swords are no longer eligible to practice kendo. Perhaps under the influence of the phantom, Shiraishi saw that Zhanlong was more important than his own life, and in Shiraishi's heart, even if he died, he would not be able to hand over the sword. Seeing Shiraishi's serious look, the fat old man didn't know what to say. In the past 2 years of contact, he also knows that Shiraishi is a person who speaks the truth. As long as he recognizes things, there is no room for refutation, and no matter whether he is practicing or working, he can always keep his hands strong, and slowly he also treats him. With the improvement, after all, there are too few people who can do this. The fat old man sighed and said, "But even if you don't want to hand over the sword, don't cut off his fingers." Ah! The sorcerer lying on the ground was still screaming constantly. Maybe he was used to being pampered on weekdays. After suffering such an injury for a while, his entire brain was directly empty, and he had absolutely no dignity that a sorcerer should have. And the quarrel here has also attracted the attention of some people. What the hell is going on? Who is making trouble here? There was a roar from the street into the distance, and then a group of soldiers in armor came running and surrounded Shiraishi and the fat old man. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Seeing the soldiers coming, the fat old man's face was already very dark, but now it has become even darker. Although the city of Tegusk is remote, it is still attached to a powerful country, and these soldiers are stationed in Tegusk. Troops of the city. Lord Kodomo, what's the matter with you? A leading soldier came out of the soldiers, and at a glance, he saw the gorgeously dressed man with pointed mouth lying on the ground, and immediately stepped forward to help him up. You came just in time to arrest this humble commoner. I want him to have a taste of life as well as death. Kodomo covered the bleeding wound and said to the leader. As for the question in the leader's mouth, it was impossible for Kodomo to tell him, as a wizard, that his fingers were cut off by a kid, which would only damage himself. Reputation. Yes. Lord Kodomo. The leading soldiers responded immediately, and then let the accompanying soldiers bandage Kodomo's wounds. The leader didn't care that Kodomo avoided his own problems. In this era, due to the scarcity of mages, the status gap was huge. Kodomo's status is above him, and he has the right to refuse to answer his own questions. As for whether the two people in front of him are innocent or not, he doesn't care. In this world, there are people who care about the life and death of a commoner. If this is done, maybe Kodomo will say a few good words in front of his superiors and get rid of this bird. The place. I don't know how many years I have been here, and I haven't caught a trace of oil at all. With the expectation of being transferred away from here, the leading soldier said fiercely to Shiraishi. Since you have provoked Lord Kodomo, don't think about what's going to happen, just come with me. Shiraishi frowned, the trouble was coming, and then he said to the leading soldier, don't you ask what happened. After? Just make up a bad one. Since you dare to provoke Lord Kodomo, as long as you have absolute power in this world, you can stand at the top, and in your current situation, you can only blame your own fate. It is good. The lead soldier waved his hand down towards Shiraishi, and the soldiers behind him were signaled to come forward and grab him. I advise you not to resist, just follow me honestly, maybe Lord Kodomo is in a good mood and can let you go. Of course, when he said this, the leading soldier didn't even believe it himself. After all, judging from Kodomo's anger just now, he felt a little strange that the two of them were not pulled off. The two resisted, causing more trouble. Shiraishi looked at the soldier who was slowly approaching him, and said unhurriedly, I understand, what is the strength, only I am stronger than him, Can I kill him now? Although the wound has stopped, Kodomo, whose face is still sweating from the pain of the wound, showed an ugly smile and said to Shiraishi, "Better than me? Kill me? Kid, you are dreaming, and what are you doing? What? Why don't you do it? But you don't want to do it, right?" Although Kodomo was indeed planted in Shiraishi's hands, he attributed all the problems to Shiraishi's sneak attack. If it was a head-on attack, he would have thrown a magic spell over and killed Shiraishi directly, and there would be no broken fingers. Catch him! Hearing Kodomo's second order, the leading soldiers did not dare to delay too much for their own future, and directly asked the soldiers beside him to grab Shiraishi directly. Shiraishi's face was already frosty at this time, and he slowly put his right hand on Zhanlong, looking coldly at the soldiers who were closely surrounding him. "In that case, I can only send you on your way." Chapter 11, Farewell, New Journey, 610. Shiraishi. The fat old man's face was full of worry, but he didn't dare to step forward. If he stepped forward at this time, it was recognized as resisting those people, it would only cause more trouble. At this time, when the fat old man was in a tangle, that was when the soldiers had already started. Shiraishi, who was about to fall into the siege, locked everyone at once, drew his sword and pulled out his scabbard. An astonishing cold light bloomed, directly covering up all the light, and a dangerous atmosphere spread out, slightly affecting those who were about to touch Shiraishi. "Grab him!" the lead soldier yelled. But it was too late, the assassination shot out in the blink of an eye, the sword light was straight, like a meteor falling across the eyes of everyone, the air was filled with cold, and everyone only saw a flash of cold light. Blood splattered, and a piece of corpse was left on the ground. This. Seeing the stunned leader and Kodomo covering his wounds, he couldn't say anything at all, and he was so shocked by Shiraishi's methods that he lost the ability to think. "Is this really that kid?" The fat old man was also intimidated by Shiraishi's hand. He didn't expect that he would be able to select such a character in his blacksmith shop. Shiraishi held the blade and looked at the sluggish leader and Kodomo. "Perhaps, you were right when you said just now, this world is indeed supreme, so I am also qualified to kill you." Seeing Shiraishi pull out the dragon slaying again, the fat old man suddenly exclaimed, "Shiraishi, don't! Killing them will only cause dissatisfaction in the kingdom of ours." "Yes. Yes. Yes. I don't care to provoke you if you let us go. Not to mention those ordinary soldiers, even Kodomo couldn't block this sword with magic," and he conceded defeat directly and readily, changing his previous arrogant appearance. "I don't believe you, Shiraishi." The fat man tried to dissuade him again just now, but Shiraishi's sword was extremely fast, and it changed continuously at the moment of the shot, unable to resist or evade. The sword pierced his throat, and as the sword was quickly pulled out, a string of blood beads fell with the wind. The two fell into a pool of blood at the same time, and the vitality was slowly moving away. Shiraishi, who was in front of Kodomo's hand before he died, seemed to want to keep him in mind, and then pointed to him and said, "Will, take revenge for me." Boom! The arm fell, and the person who surrounded Shiraishi just now was completely dead at this moment, and there was no survivor. The blood slowly flowed from the corpses, and the blood permeated the air, making Shiraishi slightly uncomfortable. Although it was the first time to kill, Shiraishi didn't feel too much resistance, only a little uneasiness, but he was quickly calmed down by him. "It's all changed." Shiraishi and the fat old man stood in the empty street, and there were corpses and bloodstains all over the floor. When Shiraishi turned his eyes to the blacksmith shop, those who had mocked him, their eyes had all changed, from the very beginning. Casual to slow fear. "Looks like it's time to leave." Shiraishi would tore a piece of grey cloth from the corner of the blacksmith's shop and wrapped the dragon to hide its dazzling light. Originally planned to leave after kendo practice to Jianhao, Or maybe things are changing, Shiraishi is not afraid, but if he really stays, it will only bring more trouble to the blacksmith shop, so Shiraishi still chooses to open both. At the corner of the street, Uncle Lore ran over with a cart pushing a pile of pig iron. He saw corpses all over the floor, and the corpses were wearing armor. There are so many corpses outside, and Shiraishi, what's wrong with you, why do you feel weird? Shiraishi smiled at Uncle Lore. Uncle Lore, I think I might have to leave here temporarily. Leave here? After hearing Shiraishi's words, Nyo was also stunned, not knowing what Shiraishi was talking about. Uncle Lore is anxious. What happened here? Why did you leave? Okay, Lore, don't get too excited, Shiraishi is just being forced. The fat old man interrupted Uncle Lore's inquiry, briefly summed up the world that had just happened and told Uncle Lore that Uncle Lore was a little surprised when he heard Shiraishi beheading soldiers, but more because of Kodomo's shamelessness get pissed. Shiraishi, you should leave as soon as possible. After all, the army of Azer Kingdom is stationed in Tagsk, and if you don't leave quickly, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. The Kingdom of Azel is second only to the Kingdom of Dragonov in the status and national strength of the human race. Although it is not guarded by the dragon race, a large number of mages are tempted to stay in the country through its powerful national strength and treatment, while Tagus Ketchen is attached to the Kingdom of Azer. And just now Kodomo was a member of the top of the kingdom, and if something like the death of a magus happened, Tagusk would definitely be investigated, absolutely unavoidable. After all, there is only one sorcerer in 10,000 people, and the number of sorcerers determines the strength of the kingdom. Is there no other way? Uncle Lore, who has lost his relatives in the past 2 years, has long regarded Shiraishi as his child. Now Shiraishi says he will leave when he leaves, which makes him unacceptable. It's okay, Uncle Lore, I'm not that kid anymore. In the end, Shiraishi was indeed a little reluctant. After all, this was the ground where he lived for 2 years after he came to this world. The familiar thatched hut, the scorching stove, and the iron hammer were all things he had long been accustomed to. At this time, Uncle Lore noticed that Shiraishi had indeed changed a lot in the past 2 years. The child who used to be so obvious that he could not even reach his shoulders can now look at himself, and all this is due to Shiraishi's continuous practice. Take care of yourself. Since the facts could not be changed, Uncle Lore didn't say anything, patted Shiraishi on the shoulder and handed him a money bag. Use it on the road. Shiraishi didn't refuse, and stretched out his hand to take it from Uncle Lore, because if he didn't take it away, Uncle Lore would probably be more worried about him. In addition, Shiraishi's own salary was either to buy iron-making materials or to spend on intelligence. No money was saved. Remember, if the brat wants to survive in this world while avoiding Azel's army, I suggest you hide in the Kingdom of Dragonov. Shiraishi understood the meaning of the fat man in an instant. In the face of a country stronger than Azer, the people of Azer Kingdom did not dare to intervene, otherwise it would be difficult for them to explain to the Kingdom of Dragonov, for such a small character, it's not worth it at all. I wrote it down. After Shiraishi nodded in response, the fat old man stopped talking. Sometimes talking to smart people is enough. After finishing everything, Shiraishi left Tagsk with some changed clothes and Zhanlong on his back. The moment he stepped out of Tagsk, Shiraishi took one last look and set off on his way to the country of Dragonov. *. Chapter 12, The Forest of Kamusila, 710. Kamisra Forest. The ancient trees are towering, covering the sky and the sun. Because the forest looked eerie and mysterious, and as far as Shiraishi knew, few people dared to go into this forest, and even if they entered, they never came out again. The reason why this land is isolated from the outside world is that there are double barriers of forests and swamps. The dark forest is eerie and terrifying, and outsiders hardly dare to set foot in it. Occasionally, someone daring to break in will be blocked again by the swamp at the end. Out of the instinct of survival, people will never swamp, and they have completely lost the opportunity to set foot in this pure land. At this time, Shiraishi was in this dangerous forest, his eyes became condensed and sharp, and he was ready to go. Cut. With each slash, the sweat dripped from Shiraishi's body. The morning sun rises, and the golden light shines all over the earth, awakening all vitality. When he slashed 2,000 slashes, Shiraishi's limbs twitched uncontrollably, feeling like the muscles in his body were being torn, and the pain was wave after wave like a tidal wave. The severe pain caused Shiraishi's bulge with blue veins on his forehead, his face twisted and twitching, but his incomparably strong will was forcibly supported, and he once again took up the sword pose. When the last slash fell, Shiraishi couldn't hold it any longer and lay on the ground, twitching all over his body, as if his body was not his own. After a short rest, Shiraishi struggled to get up, his belly was rumbling like thunder, and now even a cow was placed on him. In front of him, he could also eat. Ding! Completed quest and slashed 3,000 times. Gain 0.3% experience points. Ding! Jolacole My Hawk template, 29.4% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. After hearing the rising sound in his head, Shiraishi struggled to sit up and cross his knees to enter the spiritual world. In the void. With Shiraishi's unlocking and breakthrough, the phantom becomes more and more real. If Shiraishi unlocks 10%, the phantom can only vaguely see the shadow of the eagle eye, then the phantom and the eagle eye at this time are already somewhat different. Resemblance. Shiraishi estimated that when he unlocked the template of Jolacole My Hawk to 100%, it was when the phantom showed the real image of the eagle eye. As the phantom began to wave the blade in his hand, Shiraishi stopped thinking about it, stared at the phantom, and felt the swordsmanship and kendo understanding contained in it. With the phantom's sword, a terrifying momentum emanated from him. Those who are not strong enough, under the phantom's momentum, can only passively follow the will of the other party, dare not resist. This is the majesty of the strong, unmatched. Although the imposing manner of the virtual shadow is very strong, Shiraishi's will to kendo is also not weak. Although compared with the virtual shadow, there is still some gap. However, Shiraishi believes that when he enters the state of the sword master, he will be different from the virtual shadow at this time. The distance was narrowed again, so that the imposing manner of the phantom could not affect his mind in the slightest. Will. When the sword fell, the phantom gradually disappeared. Shiraishi also withdrew from the spiritual world, and once again held the dragon-slaying sword and slashed out. A row of ancient trees fell instantly, startling a group of birds. Then Shiraishi wrapped the dragon-slaying blade in a grey cloth and walked through the rough dirt road to the stream. The water of the creek was crystal clear. Shiraishi squatted down and held up the creek water and drank it. There is a sweetness and coolness in the mouth, which makes Shiraishi feel an indescribable joy, and the fatigue disappears a lot. Walking along the source of the creek, stepping on the stones in the river and walking upstream, just after walking a few steps, I saw a small waterfall, where the originally gentle water flow became turbulent, making a rushing sound. Climbing on the rocks to climb this small waterfall, sitting on the boulder and looking around, the eyes are bright. I haven't seen such a beautiful scenery for a long time. I wonder how the fat old man and Uncle Lore are doing now. If an outsider could see this scene like this, he would definitely be surprised. He was clearly just a teenager in his teens, why would he let out such an old-fashioned sigh? When the swordsman breaks through, the armed arrogance should not be far from the third stage. When he was still in Tegusk, Shiraishi practiced swordsmanship and armed domineering at the same time, but practicing both at the same time was extremely time-consuming. When Shiraishi felt that his physique could support himself to break through to the swordsman, Shiraishi stopped arming. The domineering practice is devoted to the practice of swordsmanship. Before breaking through to the swordsman, I will not practice the domineering of the armed color for the time being. After all, the armed color is only an additional effect. and the improvement of the swordsmanship can provide Shiraishi with self-protection ability. Shiraishi smiled lightly, "It's only a little bit short, and it won't be long before I can break through to the swordsman. It took 2 years to stand in front of this threshold, and as long as you cross the threshold, you can become a real swordsman, not a swordsman." Swordsman. It represents a swordsman who really steps on the swordsmanship, and the symbol of a swordsman is to listen to the sound of the breath of all things, which is different from listening to the sound of all things, and it is not domineering. Domineering is the sharpening of the 5 senses. It can detect the aura of surrounding creatures, the domineering of emotional changes, and can also be used to foresee and avoid danger. And listening to the voice of all things is the ability of the legendary tyrant's territory. The Overlord's domain is a powerful ability that can only be activated after the Overlord's domineering is truly awakened and fully exploded. Under the influence of this power, the ruler of this ability can integrate into the surrounding nature, communicate with all things in nature, and get the allegiance of all things, and even change the natural laws of the surrounding world. This is the real king. Of course, such an existence is still too far away from Shiraishi. I don't know when it will be achieved, and now he has to quickly step into the realm of swordsman. However, as the unlocking level gradually approaches 30%, Shiraishi can feel that he is slowly sensing the so-called breath, and perhaps when he fully reaches Jianhao, he will be able to sense the sound of the breath of all things. In the days to come, Shiraishi plans to stay in Kamasla Forest for a while, first unlock Jorakol Mihawk to 30%, and then set off for the kingdom of Dragunov. After resting on the boulder for a while, Shiraishi felt that his body muscles had recovered, so he got up to look for food. After all, the money that Uncle Lore gave him in the forest was useless, and he only depended on himself for the time being. There are countless monsters and beasts in the forest of Kamasra. In addition to the threat of dragons, humans are also threatened by monsters, but the damage caused is too different from that of dragons, and not all monsters can cause damage to humans. Different levels of monsters do not harm humans. 1. And now Shiraishi is looking for his dinner tonight from the forest. Asterisk. Chapter 13, Assault, 810. All around are densely packed with towering trees. In the low-lying area in the middle, there is a mud pond with a span of no more than 50 meters and formed by accumulated water. On the edge of this mud pond, there is a one-horned silver cow the size of a water buffalo playing happily. Not far away, there was a sneaky figure hiding in the dense forest, and this figure was Shiraishi, who had been hungry for several days. After searching for a long time, he found the prey in his eyes. According to Shiraishi's observation, the one-horned silver bull in front of him should be just a cub. From the 2 very different footprints beside it, there should be an even bigger one-horned silver bull, but the one-horned silver bull in front of him should be alone. Shiraishi grabbed the dragon and, like a black lightning bolt, threw himself at the one-horned silver bull by the water. Looking at the one-horned silver bull, Shiraishi rushed towards it and didn't take it seriously. After all, even a cub of one-horned silver bull was far stronger than a human being. The one-horned silver bull shook its head, and the single horn on the bull's head instantly shot a water blade at Shiraishi. Shiraishi, who was lightning fast, twisted strangely. Dodging this fierce magic, the speed is not reduced, and the one-horned silver bull continues to approach. At this time, the one-horned silver cow also saw that Shiraishi was extraordinary, and immediately paid attention to it, and the single horn on his head flashed again. Call out! On the silver horn, a moist brilliance flashed, and hundreds of water blades shot out at the same time. Shiraishi's eyes narrowed, and the zhanlong in his hand was armed with a domineering look and quickly struck out, severing the water blades one after another, and at the same time, it was less than a few meters away from the one-horned silver cow. Seeing that the enemy was about to get close to him, the one-horned silver ox lowered its head, aimed at Shiraishi with its single horn, kicked its hooves on the ground, and pushed towards Shiraishi. After Shiraishi swung a blow, he avoided the water blade by relying on his body, and the Zhanlong in his hand directly attacked the one-horned silver bull. Seeing that they were about to collide with each other, Shiraishi landed his sword on the head of the one-horned silver bull. Pick! An incredible scene appeared. Shiraishi, who was obviously not as big as the one-horned silver bull, flew the huge one-horned silver bull with one sword. The one-horned silver bull rolled sideways and hit the ground, rushing into the dense forest and breaking many towering trees. And Shiraishi's was standing beside the one-horned silver bull that fell to the ground. Shiraishi smiled slightly. "Dinner is ready." The one-horned silver bull lay on the ground and let out a temporary whimper, just when Shiraishi was about to make a move on the one-horned silver bull, so as not to attract other troubles. Roar! Suddenly a deafening roar came. A one-horned silver bull, bigger than a male elephant, floated up from the bottom of the pond. The one-horned silver bull stared at Shiraishi with hateful eyes. Roar! Shiraishi couldn't help but take a few steps back. The roar of the one-horned silver bull in his eyes was like thunder, which was unbearable. Just when Shiraishi thought that the one-horned silver bull just let out a roar, several huge adult one-horned silver bulls emerged one after another in the water. "Now I'm poking a hornet's nest." 6 gigantic one-horned silver bulls emerged from the deep water. Each one-horned silver bull is bigger than an adult giant elephant. These 6 big guys are all adult single-horned silver bulls whose strength has reached the level of top wizards. These 6 adult one-horned silver bulls are completely incomparable to the one that Shiraishi killed just now. If there was only one Shiraishi, he might have the heart to fight, but in front of him he had 6 of them. Roar! Shiraishi doesn't need to think about it, he must have killed the younger one, and the old one has come out. Although Shiraishi has a certain amount of confidence in his own strength, his confidence will inevitably be shaken when he sees such a huge monster, not to mention that such a monster has 6 heads. Or, "I'll give it back to you." Just when Shiraishi said these words, the one-horned silver bull cub, which was dying, gave out its last heavy gasp, and then went silent. Shiraishi! Roar! Kill the little monsters in their clan. This made the members of the one-horned silver bull group suddenly ignited their anger. 6 gigantic one-horned silver bulls were furious, and immediately surrounded Shiraishi. Shiraishi took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his excitement. Now that he can't escape, he will fight head-on. The veins in Zhanlong's right hand clenched violently. If he has reached the level of a swordsman, there is no need to be afraid, but at the moment he is still a little swordsman, but he may be defeated if he fights hard. Roar! The 6 one-horned silver bulls let out a loud roar at the same time and attacked at the same time. The single horn on the one-horned silver bull's head exuded a dazzling silver light, and the fire and water blades intertwined and fell towards Shiraishi. Boom! Shiraishi looked to the side and looked at the place where he had just landed. It was completely buried by the smoke of the explosion. When the smoke dissipated, a deep pit of more than 10 meters was revealed, which made Shiraishi's heart tighten. If such an attack fell, I would be afraid even his tiny body couldn't resist. Just when Shiraishi was shocked by the power of the one-horned silver bull's attack, the 3 one-horned silver bulls behind Shiraishi attacked, and the one-horned silver bull in front also launched a magical attack at the same time. Boom! No, you can't just dodge like this. While evading, Shiraishi also discovered a weakness of the silver horn. The silver horn is really powerful in attack, and its defense is equally astonishing. Before the cub of the silver horn could resist Shiraishi's sword, it would be best to die slowly. The proof, not to mention that the one-horned silver bull in front of him is still an adult. But even the one-horned silver bull, which is both offensive and defensive, has its fatal weakness, that is, its body is too large to be flexible enough. As long as Shiraishi can get close, then the one-horned silver bull's attack will be difficult to fall, and it will be completely against Shiraishi. If it loses its effect, and at the same time uses the sharpness of slaying the dragon, it is already armed with the effect of breaking the magic, so it is not so hard to knock down the one-horned silver bull. Right here. After a while of brainstorming, Shiraishi figured out the countermeasures, and looked for an opportunity in the process of dodging. Finally, when a one-horned silver bull released its magic power, Shiraishi took advantage of this gap and jumped over the one-horned silver bull. Above the neck of one of them, the blade pressed down, completely cutting off the breath. Roar! Watching Shiraishi kill one of his comrades again, the one-horned silver bull's eyes became more and more red, and his entire waist arched. The hind legs quickly stretched forward, kicked on the ground, and hit Shiraishi. Shiraishi jumped from the dead one-horned silver ox, evaded the attack of its companion with a flip, and then landed on the head of the one-horned silver bull that was attacking him. The dragon Zhanya swung in his hand, and then fell again, a cold light thorn wearing the head of a one-horned silver bull, and then putting it out. If the blood continued to pour out of a fountain, some even splashed onto Shiraishi's black clothes. Seeing that another one-horned silver bull fell, the remaining 4 had already attacked Shiraishi desperately. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Bloody Battle, 910. Will. A silver light was beating continuously in the one-horned silver bull. 3rd head. 4th head. 5th head. At this time, Shiraishi was bathed in the blood of the one-horned silver bull, and he was constantly rough. Just now, he was hit by the silver one-horn of the one-horned silver bull due to an accidental mistake. Fortunately, Shiraishi covered the armed color in time to block the impact, and at the same time when flying upside down, a sword cut off the head of the one-horned silver bull. The one-horned silver ox couldn't understand until it was about to come. It was clear that his attack had already hit, but why did the other party still fall down? Moo. The last one-horned silver bull watched his companions fall one by one, and his gaze towards Shiraishi from the corners of his eyes the size of a copper bell had completely changed. The hooves of the one-horned silver bull were constantly retreating, trying to leave the battlefield, but how could Shiraishi tolerate his food running away? Even if Shiraishi suffered some injuries, how could the clumsy body of the one-horned silver bull run over Shiraishi? In the blink of an eye, Shiraishi caught up with the one-horned silver rhino who was trying to escape. Puff! In the state of armed arrogance and domineering, Zhan Long plunged into the throat of the one-horned silver bull with a sword. After killing the last one of the one-horned silver bull, the battle was completely over. Seeing the body of the one-horned silver cow in one place, Shiraishi also smiled. It seems not bad, it seems that there is no need to worry about food for a while. Having said that, Shiraishi still has to deal with the body of the one-horned silver bull as soon as possible. After all, there are countless monsters in the Kamisra forest. Now the body of the one-horned silver bull is constantly bleeding, and the breath of the blood is also constantly being distributed, and if it is not dealt with in time, I am afraid it will attract more monsters. Just as Shiraishi took a step, he stumbled and almost lost his footing. There was a dull feeling in his chest. He couldn't help but stop, took off his clothes and looked at his chest. He was knocked to the ground by the one-horned silver bull. Defense: the one-horned silver bull's attack still left a red and even a little black mark. It still seems a little reluctant. Shiraishi laughed miserably. The armed color domineering can indeed block a lot of physical attacks, and the attack of the one-horned silver bull still caused the damage to Hei himself. The defense of armed domineering is not absolute. After all, there is also a level gap between armed domineering. High-level armed domineering can suppress low-level armed domineering. At the moment, Shiraishi has barely reached the 2nd stage. In addition, the power of the one-horned silver bull is ranked among the monsters. Unless he breaks through to a higher level, Shiraishi will face such the attack is still somewhat reluctant. Now, whether it is a breakthrough in swordsmanship or an increase in armament and domineering, it is the goal that I want to achieve as soon as possible. After a brief thought, Shiraishi endured waves of pain and walked towards the one-horned silver bull, which must be dealt with as soon as possible. Just as Shiraishi was about to deal with the one-horned silver cow, there was a rustling sound from the woods next to it. Hey! I seemed to hear the voice of the one-horned silver bull just now. I can hear it too, it seems that I'm fighting some monster. Let's go and have a look. Maybe both sides will be hurt. We can pick up the leaks. After hearing some words, Shiraishi's face sank. Although there are dangers in Kamisra Forest, there are also opportunities and wealth. The people who will come to Kamisra Forest, except for ordinary people, generally only the sorcerers will come. Of course, even mages wouldn't take risks easily, after all, there were terrifying dangers everywhere, and it was only a human like Shiraishi who had confidence in his own strength would do such a thing. Hey? So rich in blood, shouldn't the battle be over? If it's really dead, we'll send it. The value of a one-horned silver bull can cover our expenses for several years. With the sound of speaking and footsteps, Shiraishi's hand in Zhanlong became tighter, and his eyes became more and more sharp. Right now, he has just finished the battle with the one-horned silver bull, and his body is in a weak stage. If you really come to an opponent that is difficult to solve, you can only say that you are out of luck. The footsteps got closer and closer. When the grass in front of Shiraishi was pushed aside, a group of people in magic robes walked out of the grass and saw Shiraishi. Hey? Lord Moore! A lot of one-horned silver bulls. One of the people in the group said to a blond man at the forefront, but Moore frowned at Shiraishi who was not far from the one-horned silver bull. He had no idea that there were actually teenagers here. The eyes of the one-horned silver bull behind Shiraishi shrank instantly. Are these one-horned silver bulls killed by this young man? Shiraishi's gaze became a little cautious when Mal looked at him. For those who often traveled in Kamasla Forest, he was not ignorant of how powerful the one-horned silver bull was. Aside from the powerful attack power of the one-horned silver bulls, their magic can't be harmed at all under the defense of the one-horned silver bulls. There is only one boy at the moment, so it is very likely that he killed the group of one-horned silver bulls. Thinking of this, Moer couldn't help taking a breath of air. How old is the young man in front of him, and he has such strength? If they faced a one-horned silver bull, they would have already fled. Oh my god! We've made it! So many one-horned silver cows, we don't have to worry about selling them for the rest of our lives. A magician rushed to the silver one-horned bull and stroked the silver one-horn of the one-horned silver bull. His eyes almost turned into money, and his voice trembled a little. He was obviously frightened by what he saw in front of him. The companions beside him also charged at the other silver-horned bulls with surprise, and the cub of silver bulls with one horn just matched the number of people in this group. Don't tell me, have you forgotten the masters of these prey? Shiraishi on the side looked at them and said coldly, while constantly adjusting his breath. Master? Little devil, whoever sees it has a share, aren't you here to pick up the leaks? It's better for those who are sensible to get away, otherwise, get away, sir, I'm happy, maybe I will give you a few pounds of meat to taste. Obviously, this greedy person, without Moyer's eyesight, regarded Shiraishi as someone who came to pick up leaks just like them, and didn't put his eyesight on him. Moer was also silent. After all, it is easy to get lost in the face of wealth, not to mention that there are 7 shares of this wealth now, just to let his subordinates test the water first. If it is really a hard stubble, then Moer will the choice is to give up directly. If it is false, Moore can only laugh at it. After all, the value of the unicorn silver bull is also very exciting because of his identity and status. Asterisk. Chapter 15, Ants are always one after the other, 1010. Go away, little devil. These are already ours. If you don't go, I will personally take you on the road. A burly man walked towards Shiraishi with this great blue sword in his hand. The light shining from the great sword clearly meant that Shiraishi should be sent to his death when he said that he was on the way. Shiraishi was not irritated by the words of the two of them, he was waiting for the most suitable time to solve the opponent as quickly as possible. Seeing that Shiraishi did not move at all in the face of his subordinates, this scene reassured Mor a little, and at the same time laughed at himself for being too cautious. After all, there was only a minor child standing in front of him, even a strong man, from the front of him. Judging from the injury, it is not the opponent of their group of mages at all. Lear is quick to start, time is running out, we have to evacuate Kamosla Forest before dark. Since the young man in front of them had no threat to them, Moer didn't have too many scruples, and then turned to the one-horned silver bull with fiery eyes, unable to extricate himself. Yes. Lord Mor. Even without Mor's permission, Lil standing in front of Shiraishi would not hesitate at all. Before Shiraishi could think about it, Lil's hands were holding a blue sword and carrying a huge wind, and fell towards Shiraishi. Go to hell, kid. Shiraishi looked coldly at the people who had lost their eyes in front of him, and before the cyan giant sword fell, he said coldly. Cut. A knife fell in front of Lyre's head, the blade was sharp and direct, fierce and domineering, and the stretched rays of light formed a line. Lyre only saw the light flashing in front of his eyes, and then his eyes darkened, and Lyre's breath was cut off. Lear. Mole looked at Lil's body and shouted in shock. He didn't expect that the person who was talking to him 1 second ago would die at the hands of a teenager the next moment. Cough cough. Shiraishi covered his chest and his breath was a little confused. The sword just now still involved the wound on his chest, causing him to feel uncomfortable. Mole was shocked and immediately ordered, "Go on, don't leave your mouth alive." The other 5 people immediately attacked Shiraishi, one after another of magic attacks shot at Shiraishi. From the death of Lil, it was known that this kid in front of him was not a good stubble. As soon as possible, Shiraishi looked seriously injured. But he didn't take it lightly, after all, Lear is the best proof. Armed color. Attached. Even in the face of the siege, Shiraishi still did not retreat. Zhan Long broke out and rushed out, like a meteor piercing the sky. With that cold chill, he instantly covered the blade with a domineering weapon, and shot towards the magic attack with a sword. Stab out. Prick. Will. A little light blooms like a cold star, that is Shiraishi's slashing dragon, the last one comes first, and the edge is not cast, which makes people's eyes light up. Boom. The magic exploded in the air, instantly drowning Shiraishi's figure. After seeing it, Mor couldn't help but sneer and said, "This kid will definitely dare to face the magic head-on, I really don't know how many lives he has." Just after Mal identified Shiraishi's death, a flash of light flashed through the smoke of the explosion on one of the 5 besieging men. Shiraishi is engrossed in one sword thrust. The man fell directly to the ground with a look of astonishment on his face. Everyone be careful. The remaining 4 people were a little panicked, and they calmed down slowly under Mor's roar. There was a hint of fear in Shiraishi's eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Mor asked coldly. He was a melee combat method like this once. Although he had seen it before on ordinary human warriors, he had never seen a magic guide. Warriors killed by soldiers. Kill your people. Shiraishi took advantage of this time to adjust his breathing again for the next moment of battle. Very good, very good. Mal was completely irritated by Shiraishi, those blue eyes that wanted to kill, but Shiraishi was not. "Let's go together, be sure to kill him today, even if you abandon the one-horned silver bull." While speaking, a white light flashed in Mor's hand, and then a wooden wand appeared, and Shiraishi found that, when the people around saw the magic wand, there was a sense of fear on their faces. "Just stay here today." More fireballs appeared on Mor's wand and shot towards Shiraishi, sending out a terrifying impact of power. Shiraishi could feel that the attack in front of him was far stronger than those of his previous subordinates, but Shiraishi, who possessed the Dragon Slayer, had no power. Fear any magic. Cut. Kill the dragon strike. In an instant, there are several sword strikes, and the sword shadows fly down. With each sword, Shiraishi will discover the inadequacy of his swordsmanship, so that the sword body bends along his body and naturally straightens, and combines with his own strength, which is a little jerky at the beginning. Quickly become proficient. Every time Shiraishi cut off a fireball, the sparks flew away, very bright, but such beauty fell into Moore's eyes like a nightmare. Death to me! After seeing his magic being cut off by Shiraishi's sword, Moore was too late to be surprised. The magic in his body continued to flow towards the wand, and the wand radiated the ultimate light. A flaming tiger appeared, igniting everything around, and for a while, the position of several people instantly turned into a sea of fire. The four behind Mal gave Mal cover and charged towards Shiraishi, killing how many people in this siege. When they decided that Shiraishi's death had come, they saw Shiraishi turn left, hold the sword with the palm of his right hand up, and shouted coldly. Shiraishi's right arm swivels to the left towards them. Sweep! In an instant, the four coverers fell at the same time. Shiraishi cut off the flaming tiger, and stabbed Moore with a sword. Don't want! Just as Shiraishi's sword was about to fall, Hwokai rushed into a middle-aged man and released several flying stones in his hand. Shiraishi ignored it, sent a sword, pierced Moore's throat, and at the same time the flying stone knocked Shiraishi. Shiraishi turned around and stepped on the boulder, but with inertia, Shiraishi jumped out of the sea of fire and disappeared. As for the one-horned silver bull, he has no time to pick it up. After all, life is very important. As early as just now, he discovered that the clothes on Moore's body were not as gorgeous as the most wealthy and powerful people in the city of Tagsk. Shiraishi estimated that the mole in front of him was probably the same as Kodomo. His status was not low, and he might even be higher. It would be better to run away from this situation, but he didn't know that the middle-aged man had already written down his face just now. Mal. The middle-aged man saw that Shiraishi escaped and did not chase after him, but ran straight towards Moore and picked him up. But judging from the blood hole on Moore's throat, basically the presence of the great wizard of the healing department didn't help. Not to mention the middle-aged man himself. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Accused, 15. Master Eso. When the middle-aged man was furious, a group of guards rushed out from the sea of fire behind him. Judging from the neat military uniform and the low voice, the middle-aged man's identity was definitely not low. What should I do now that Mr. Moore is dead? How should I explain to the general? Eso was distressed for a while. Moore, the favorite young son of General Azel, was killed by a civilian now. As the captain of the guard, he was absolutely to blame. The guards used magic to disperse the flames, and the smell of burnt corpse replaced the rich blood energy. The guards stood up and asked Eso, Lord Eso, what should I do now? For Moore's death, they also have collateral responsibilities. Right now, they can only pin their hopes on Eso. After all, as a great wizard, he will always be better than their subordinates. What to do? What to do? What to do? What can I do? As early as when he went to the Kamasla forest, Eso persuaded Moore not to go, but Moore relied on Moore's favor and insisted. What can be counted? Mal may not die, but the end will never be easier, and at this time, there are also his mortal enemies among the great wizards in the same kingdom. At that time, the opponent will never miss this opportunity to fall into trouble. When I think about the future on the day, Eso was in pain. Time passed slowly, and Eso also temporarily struggled out of the pain, but if he didn't deal with the things at hand, the suffering would approach him again. Issued Azel's final arrest warrant, and the murderer who just killed Master Moore cannot escape. When he shot just now, Eso wrote down Shiraishi's appearance even for a brief moment. People with strong magic have strong mental strength. Eso took the paper handed over by the guard, and the black magic power was attached to his fingertips. And in no time at all, Shiraishi's appearance came to life on the painting. This is... The guards beside Eso made a startled sound when they saw Shiraishi's portrait, which attracted Eso's eyes. Eso asked the guard, "Do you know this person?" "Well, a civilian killed a sorceress named Kodomo in Tagsk some time ago, and that person is the face in the portrait." After being surprised, the guards asked about the Shiraishi's message to Eso. "Civilian? Blacksmith? Impossible. Judging from the means just now, it is definitely not a simple commoner." Suddenly, a thought flashed in Eso's mind, a way to make him ask for trouble. When the guard saw it, he thought Eso had a solution, and hurriedly asked, "Sir, did you think of something? Then do as I say." Just now, he heard that Shiraishi helped the Dragonov kingdom build armor in the blacksmith shop. He just took the opportunity to put the responsibility on the Dragonov kingdom, plus General Azel was suspicious and unwilling to fall for the Dragonov kingdom. In the mood below, then your responsibility will be gone, and it may even be possible to turn the crisis into an opportunity, and your status will be one step closer. In fact, it is very common among human races for a remote city like Tagasik to build weapons for other countries, but now that Eso finds this pain point, he will naturally enlarge it infinitely, until he covers up his own mistakes. "Just do it, do you understand?" Eso said in a low voice. "Understood." Shiraishi covered his chest and ran towards the outskirts of Kamisra forest. When he escaped, he was completely unaware that he had been charged with various charges. When Shiraishi escaped from the Kamisra forest, he encountered a wizard who was wearing the same clothes as those before. While avoiding, he would kill each other whenever he had the chance, without showing any mercy. "Have to find a place to hide from the rain." Shiraishi's eyes quickly looked around, but it was difficult to find a place to shelter from the rain. Even though his current body is far more tyrannical than ordinary people, he can withstand the usual cold and wind and rain, but the current situation is different, not to mention that his injury has not healed, and he will get sick if he is careless. Half an hour after escaping from Kamasla forest, he found a hidden corner to hide his injuries. Although Shiraishi did not suffer many injuries in the face of the enemy, he still had a lot of bruising and chest tightness due to the involvement of his chest. The feeling became heavier and heavier, to the point of being unbearable. Shiraishi found a hidden corner and covered it with weeds. He lifted his clothes and sat cross-legged. A beam of light crossed his chest, creating a small wound. At the same time, he squeezed the blood out of the body with his armed color domineering. This is when Shiraishi reached the second stage of the armed color domineering and discovered a little trick in the armed color domineering. The bruise turned into a black arrow of blood, and Shiraishi immediately covered it with the herbs he picked while fleeing, and felt that the dull feeling was gone. "Hurry up and can't hold on, if it wasn't for the will in his heart, I'm afraid he would have fallen by now." Whew! When everything was settled, Shiraishi couldn't help letting out a heavy sigh. He had no idea that hunting the one-horned silver bull would cause so much trouble. Even without removing the weeds, Shiraishi could hear the noise outside, and immediately stuck his head out to look at the outside world. He saw that the Kamasla forest had been completely illuminated by fire, and soldiers could be seen everywhere. It wasn't that the corner that Shiraishi was looking for was concealed enough, and I'm afraid it would have been illuminated by the fire. I'm afraid that mole just now has a lot of background. Shiraishi frowned. He had only escaped from Tegusk not long ago, and now he is being targeted by a group of unknown forces, which is undoubtedly worse. Hey? It was them. When the firelight shone on the clothes of those soldiers, Shiraishi couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. The soldiers in front of them were wearing armor representing the kingdom of Azer. At this time, Shiraishi also realized that he killed the Moor who was definitely from the kingdom of Azer. Noble. Without thinking too much, Shiraishi put down the weeds and waited for the moment to escape from the predicament. As time slowly passed, the sky gradually darkened and the clouds were thick, but the manhunt did not end there. Click! A white lightning fell from the dark cloud to an ancient tree dozens of meters away from Shiraishi. The 100-year-old tree in the sky was instantly shattered by the lightning, leaving only the half of the stump charred black. Boom! The frightened soldier, but under the pressure of Esso's magic power, he can only continue to search while cursing in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Get Stronger, Get Stronger. 25. What's the matter? I haven't found a single figure yet. Do you really want me to die? Esso, who had not heard the news for a long time, suddenly burst out the magic power on his body, shocking all the soldiers around him to his knees, and said with a gloomy face, although all the charges were pushed to the person named Shiraishi, but the premise is that the person needs to be caught and put. He succumbed to the attack and admitted these charges, but at the moment, let alone caught, not even a single figure was found. The dark clouds fell down suddenly. The dull sound of thunder moved from the northwest to us, and then, a bunch of pea-sized raindrops fell, and in an instant, a bunch of raindrops poured down overwhelmingly. However, these heavy rains could not quench Esso's restless heart. I'm sorry. Lord Esso, we will send additional staff immediately. The guards kept shedding cold sweat. Not only Esso, but they were also very anxious. After all, it was about their own lives, and no one dared to slack off. Go find it. A seriously injured person can't find what I want you to do. In the city of Tegusk, which is the closest to Kamisra Forest, almost all the guards have been called out to search Kamisra Forest, but no matter how they searched, they still did not find Shiraishi. After a few hours, the sky gradually became brighter, and the hunting soldiers were exhausted. After all, they were still ordinary human beings and could not be compared with mages. What a bunch of useless waste! Esso kicked out a soldier who was sitting on the ground tired like a dead dog, because the additional magic power was not blocked by the soldiers, so he flew out and landed on the ground. Breath. Seeing the death of his companion, all the surrounding moments scattered towards Esso's side, and no one dared to approach the furious him. Sir, why don't you? Looking at the slightly treacherous-looking guard, he walked over to Esso and whispered a few words. Then, Esso's expression was no longer so grim and slowly eased. When the guard finished speaking, Esso's face had recovered by most, and he immediately patted the soldier on the shoulder. At the same time, a large number of soldiers withdrew to Tegusk, and the entire Kamasla forest fell silent. The sky is also getting darker. Looking at this picture, it is estimated that it will rain soon. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? At this time, Shiraishi, who was hiding in the weeds, heard that there was no sound outside, and at the same time felt that he had recovered most of the time. Although the congestion had melted, he still felt discomfort and pain when he moved his body. Shiraishi jumped, raised his eyes and looked around, observing the movement around him. In front of him were the mountains and trees and the torches left from last night. In the dark night last night, Shiraishi didn't pay much attention to the direction, so that it is difficult to distinguish the direction now, but with the unique instructions of nature, he still vaguely sees his position. Shiraishi smiled wryly. At this time, he was in the position where Tagasik and Kamotera Forest pinned Zhanlong to their waists and were about to leave. They picked up the footsteps left by the soldiers marching, and followed the footsteps to leave. Shiraishi could roughly guess that the opposite should be returning to Tagsk. However, they just let it go so easily. Something's wrong. Shiraishi's face was a little serious. The other party tried to catch him with great fanfare last night, but stopped the search at the next morning. It was a little abnormal, and Shiraishi didn't think too much. After looking for some food, when I was just about to embark on the journey. On the way, they encountered a group of caravans that came out of Chongtagasik and passed by the main road not far from Shiraishi. Shiraishi stepped forward and asked. Excuse me, what happened to Tagsk recently? Shiraishi questioned, and when the fat businessman sitting in the middle turned his head to answer his question, he saw Shiraishi's face as if he saw some kind of demon. I don't know anything. The fat businessman said this with panic on his face and immediately urged his men to leave. Shiraishi did not stop. When he was about to continue his questioning, the caravan guards around him had already surrounded Shiraishi, but even though Shiraishi was injured, how could an ordinary human be his opponent, and he collapsed to the ground after a few guards. I don't know anything. Watching the carriage slowly stop, the fat businessman slumped on the ground, crying and begging Shiraishi not to kill him, and finally after Shiraishi put Zhanlong on his neck, he to speak the truth. What, Uncle Lore, they got up. Shiraishi frowned and learned from the fat businessman that the Moor that he killed was the most beloved son of the general of the kingdom of Azur, and the one who blocked him with the boulder was the great wizard who protected Moor. However, these things are not clear to him alone. But what Shiraishi cares about most is that his business also involves Uncle Lore and the others at the blacksmith shop, and it seems that there are still many mages rushing to Tagsk, which makes Shiraishi feel uneasy. Alas, I didn't expect to return to Tagsk in the end. Originally, Shiraishi planned to go to the kingdom of Dragonov after being promoted to the sword master in Kamosla forest, but what happened now was disrupted, and now he must return to Tagsk to find Uncle Lore and the others. It still takes 2 days. It takes 2 days to break through to Jianhao. When Shiraishi fought against the so-called great sorcerer So before, he sensed the strength of the opponent. Although the opponent was powerful, it was not invincible. With Shiraishi's current strength, he was able to defeat him, and the opponent obviously did ready to dig a hole and wait for him to go back. To be on the safe side, Shiraishi chose to cross that threshold first. After grabbing the food from the caravan and finding a forest, Shiraishi began to practice again. He used to practice with the goal of survival, but now his goal has changed. Mission. Start. Ding. Start mission. Penetrate 3000 times. The mission begins. Shiraishi's face remained unchanged, the sword in his hand had begun to dance, leading with the tip of the sword, piercing out in different directions along the legs, arms or side of the body. The arm was bent and stretched, and the force was on the tip of the sword. Boom! With the improvement of swordsmanship and kendo, Shiraishi has become more and more comfortable in controlling the new swordsmanship. Coupled with the improvement of physique, Shiraishi gradually began to enjoy the improvement of the body, reaching the limit and then breaking the limit. This kind of pleasure was something he had never felt before. At this time, he already understood a little that Zoro was pursuing swordsmanship. This kind of feeling was really great. Ding! Completed mission and pierced 3000 times. Gain 0.3% experience points. Ding! Jolakol Mihawk template, 29.7% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Shiraishi withdrew from the state just now. At this time, he added his previous injuries and his body was already a little out of strength, but Shiraishi's eyes were still shining, and he was only a little away from the realm of swordsman, as if he had already touched that portal. Resolutely gave up the idea of cultivating the next day, and took over the task again. Continue. Ding! Start mission. Intercept 3000 times. The mission begins. Asterisk. Chapter 18, The Kingdom of Dragonov, 35. There are still rumors about the Kamosla forest, and it has long been known in the royal capital of the Dragonov kingdom, which is hundreds of miles away. Inside the palace, it was like walking into an ancient temple. I saw this magnificent palace made of polished marble, and the carvings inside and outside are like the work of magic. The towering stone pillars lined up inside the palace are majestic, and the high dome seems to be connected to heaven, making people's senses both illusory and real. In the center of the main hall, a huge magic crystal floats, and on the magic crystal floats the news and images of the entire Dragonov kingdom. Sitting on both sides of the throne were 2 giant dragons, with huge wings and tails as long as their bodies. The whole body was white and feathers covered the whole body. Sitting on the throne was a man dressed in white robes and black armor, with crimson hair reaching to his hips, scattered on his long white body, exuding an inviolable awe-inspiring temperament, and this person is the one who rules the entire Dora. Queen of the Gunov kingdom, Irene. Below the throne, a guard in black armor knelt on one knee, conveying information to the Queen. Report to Her Majesty the Queen. There are signs of Azer Kingdom soldiers in Tagsk, which is far from the border of the kingdom. Dragunov, who was preparing to fight the dragons, had already dispatched scouts to various fringes of the kingdom. Although the city of Targsk was a remote area, it was also under surveillance, and even knew it earlier than Azel. Isn't the kingdom of Azel still giving up? After hearing the guard's words, Irene's holy and beautiful face could not help frowning. Irene has always been wary of the kingdom of Azel. In order to resist the dragons, Irene requested the help of General Mocha, the ruler of the kingdom of Azel. Although Mocha saw the crisis of Dragunov and did not refuse it, he made a request that Irene marry General Mocha, otherwise the entire Azer kingdom would not send troops to help Dragunov. The kingdom resists the dragon race. Irene is very helpless about this. If it wasn't to resist the dragon clan, he could have launched a war to destroy the kingdom of Azel, but in the face of the pressure of the dragon clan, Irene has no spare energy to face the kingdom of Azer, and there is no direct request for Mocha. Reject, just hold off for now. From the point of view of Irene about the things in the city of Tagsk, it should be Mocha who forced her to make a decision. After all, this kind of thing has happened several times before. Irene is also used to it, and also understands Mocha's ambition. After retiring from the Dragon clan, he replaced his throne and made himself the king of Dragunov, the only king of the entire human race. As a victim of a political marriage, I didn't get a marriage with a deal, and there was no emotion at all. This kind of situation happened in all the kingdoms of the human race, but Irene didn't expect such a situation to appear on her body. Hey! There was a hint of pain in Irene's eyes, and she sighed heavily. Her face was full of worry. Facing Mocha's persecution, Irene had nothing to do about it. At the same time, she also faced the dragon race. Oppression. But she is the queen of a country and must be responsible for her own people. Even if she is going to die, she must let the people of the kingdom live. Even if these pressures make her feel like she is about to suffocate, she must persevere. Just when Irene was feeling restless, a huge shadow walked outside the palace, and the dragon hovering on both sides of the throne immediately lowered his head to show respect for the shadow. Irene, what happened? The shadow said softly. When the shadow came forward, the magic crystal light shone on it, and only then did the shadow appear clearly. There is still a behemoth, a giant dragon with golden scales, exuding warmth and wisdom. Holy Dragon Belzerian. A dragon king who rarely stood on the side of humans among the dragons. In the past, he had great prestige among the dragons. After all, the dragons represented the lofty status of the dragons and their top fighting power. However, when the Holy Dragon Belzerian stood on the side of humans and chose to protect the human race, the giant dragons of the main battle faction immediately regarded it as a disgrace among the dragon race, and were forced out of the dragon race and brought several giant dragons to Dragu. November. Even for this reason, dragons are often sent to attack Dragunov, but without the Dragon King coming forward, Belzerian is in charge, so Dragunov is still fine. At this moment, the Holy Dragon Belzerian was looking at the crimson figure in front of him with confusion. It's nothing, Belzerian, just a piece of news on the edge of the kingdom recently. Irene said with a light smile. The voice is very pleasant, but Belzerian has already signed a contract with Irene, and can communicate with Irene in the soul. Through the contract, it can feel the pain in Irene's soul. Belzerian said in a low voice, "Isn't it that the kingdom of Azel is coercing you again?" Belzerian guessed what Irene was thinking at once, and it was also helpless about the fact that Mocha, the villain, was coercing Irene. Although its own strength is strong, it has long been unable to move, and now as long as it attacks Azel, the dragons on the other side will immediately launch an attack and lose it to sit in Dragunov, and Dragunov cannot do without it. Maybe not, after all the news has not been verified. Although Irene felt that it was Mocha's persecution of herself, she did not directly believe that it was what he did. This is the king of a country, should be cautious. With this and Belsirian's power, Dragunov was reluctant. Resist the strength of the Dragon clan. Before Irene could figure out what to do with the Azer kingdom, Belsarian said another thing that gave Irene a headache. Although Belsarian didn't want to bring it up at this time, the situation was still too urgent. Then he slowly got up and said in a deep voice, "I've already got the news here, and the dragon race has already started." Belsarian showed its huge body, making the heads of the dragons on both sides lower, but a ferocious scar that was still bleeding was faintly visible under the ribs. Obviously this is a new wound. Belsarian. Irene's originally strong eyes couldn't hold back after seeing Belsarian's wound. She ran down the throne and gently stroked its wound. Tears slowly dripped from the corners of her eyes. Although she was under great pressure, Belsarian is not. Betrayal of its own race is equally painful for it. Asterisk. Chapter 19, Swordsman. Breath of all things, 45. Belsarian's huge dragon claws gently caressed Irene, and it watched and witnessed Irene's growth step by step, from a child to a maiden, and then to sit on the throne that looks like a beautiful scenery, but hides countless spikes and sharp blades. And this is not the pressure she should bear. Irene, since your father saved me, I promised him to protect Dragunov, and he entrusted it to me, but... Belsarian paused and said immediately, the huge dragon eye looked at Irene closely, and said in a very firm tone, "The dragon kings can't hold back anymore, now we have to make a choice. Let's start." Belsarian turned to look at the world outside the window and slowly counted. Dragon Slayer Project. In heavy rain. The pitch-black dark cloud suddenly pressed down, and the roaring thunder came from the sky, and then, the wind roared frantically. The terrifying thunder sounded like 1,000 tigers rushing into the distance. Drink. The raindrops fell on the eyelashes, the thunder light shone on his head, and Shiraishi did not respond. 2854, 2997, 2998, 2999, 3000. When Shiraishi swung the blow, the world in front of him instantly changed, slowly becoming distorted, and the spiritual world instantly appeared in front of Shiraishi. In the void, the black sword appeared in the eagle-eyed phantom's hand, emitting a terrible momentum. Heavy. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Shiraishi's shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Sharp. There is also a hint of sharpness in the heaviness, like a mountain made up of countless sharp swords, and all this pressure comes from the black knife in the virtual shadow's hand. The pitch-black sharp blade is a chaotic blade and heavy flower thong, which is the black knife of Eagle Eye, Night. Shiraishi's eyes sank. Before that, only the blade had never appeared, and the blade displayed in the phantom was also a phantom. Until now, Shiraishi finally saw the face of the supreme sword. Black blade constantly exudes a heavy and terrifying sword pressure, turning into invisible pressure, pressing towards Shiraishi step by step, towards Shiraishi's fierce slash. For a moment Shiraishi has the illusion that he is about to be smashed and submerged. Shiraishi's pupils shrank, almost being forced to look away if his will was strong enough. Shiraishi felt that his spiritual will was crumbling under the pressure of the black knife, almost shattering into countless pieces. Not only did Shiraishi not panic, but he fought with high spirits. This is the destruction of the spiritual will, but also the sharpening of the spiritual will. It is as heavy as a mountain, pressed on the spiritual will, and the whole person seems to be pressed into the ground and into the endless abyss, sinking forever. Is this your strength? Shiraishi said with great pressure. Perhaps at this moment, Shiraishi had some understanding of Hawkeye's strength. This progress, the eagle eye of the spiritual world, has become very terrifying, and he has officially entered the realm of swordsman. Ah! Shiraishi's spiritual world is constantly flashing. This is Hawkeye's experience of becoming a swordsman. He empathizes with him time and time again, making Shiraishi constantly make up for his shortcomings in kendo, but this process is undoubtedly painful. Thanks to the power of the system, in just 2 years, Shiraishi has reached a height that others may not reach in a lifetime. But at this moment, Shiraishi's kendo will is going through the biggest test at this moment. Not all swordsmen can become swordsmen at will, and they must experience countless pains and tortures on the way to becoming a swordsman. No, it has to stop. No, I can still keep going. No, I haven't reached my limit yet, I can still bear it. Time and time again, Shiraishi is constantly battling and persevering in his will, and his spiritual will is constantly exhausted, and he is also unknowingly tempered. I don't know how long it took, and my spirit gradually became numb. When the picture in my mind stayed at the moment when Hawkeye became a swordsman, everything in front of him disappeared in an instant, and Shiraishi's spirit also loosened and slowly fell down. Ding! Jolacole my Hawk template, 30% unlocked. Current level, Swordsman. Ding! You have successfully embarked on the road of swordsmanship, and you have obtained a sword pill to improve the quality of the famous sword. Unlock a new ability, the Domineering of Knowledge. At the same time, start the side quest of Knowledge and Color. Ding! Unlocking the Arrogance of Seeing and Hearing, 0.1%. Current level, the first stage. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? The rain is dripping, and Shiraishi's face is struck by pure and clear rain, and it seems that at this moment he feels the sound of the breath of all things. The wind blows, the sleeves are rolled up, and the thunder is roaring, but at this moment it is so quiet, the vastness is so quiet. Immediately feeling haunted. The sound of the breath of all things, what a wonderful feeling! Shiraishi heard lifeless stones calling to him in his ears, and he could hear the wind blowing away in nature, which seemed to lift him up. Shiraishi stood up slowly, and his aura became more and more steady. After 2 years of practicing swordsmanship, Shiraishi had long since faded from the cowardly and vulgar shadow of his previous life. As he went deeper into kendo, Shiraishi's spirit also improved. Although his temperament did not change greatly, more often, he was inclined to the desire of the swordsman. Seeing the color. Activate. Seeing and hearing domineering plus the realm of the sound of breathing of all things. The world that was clear to Shiraishi originally became clearer at this moment, a world Shiraishi had never seen before. The ability to see and smell domineering is similar to listening to the breath of all things. It can sharpen its 5 senses and detect the breath of surrounding creatures. Ding! Is it inlaid with sword pills? The system prompt sounded again, and Shiraishi also withdrew from that intoxicating world. Yes. There was no accident. After the second sword ball was inlaid, the sword ball automatically floated above the first sword ball, and 2/4 of the sword body had become pitch black. At the same time, the weight of Zhanlong has been increased by nearly 10 times again, and the weight has now reached hundreds of pounds. If it wasn't for Shiraishi's improvement, I'm afraid it would be impossible to wield this heavy sword. Shiraishi swung the dragon lightly, and the sharp blade cut through the air. Even though it was an ordinary sword swing, Shiraishi's black clothes and long hair were not flying in the wind. In his vision, everything seemed to be alive. The breathing of all things ranges from weak to heavy. And you can kill them all by just swinging the knife in your hand. It's time to go back. As the culprit of everything, Shiraishi believes that he is not a good person, but he is not a ruthless person, and he can't do things like leaving the fat old man and Uncle Lore who are kind to him. Wrapping the blade in a grey cloth, Shiraishi returned to the way of Tegusk, and now even the great wizard named Eso couldn't stop him when he called for help. Asterisk. Chapter 20, The Power of Swordsman, 55. In a gorgeous tavern in the city of Tagsk. Eso didn't expect such an accident to happen to someone as cautious as you. The bright red wine flowed slowly into the transparent glass, and a slightly rude hand gently picked up the glass. The owner of the hand was a little feminine, leaned on the bar counter and said to Eso with a smile, Lord Ka was furious when he heard this incident. Now you have thought about how to explain it to Lord Mocha. Eso's face was stiff, and he didn't expect things to develop to this point. Originally, he wanted to take hostages, forcing Shiraishi to show up, capture him, and then put the charges on Shiraishi's head one by one, so as to relieve himself responsibility, but it was discovered by General Mocha before it could be implemented. Eso just wanted to retort, but at this moment, a grey-haired old man leaning on crutches also walked in front of Eso beside this man, and said sternly, Marlis is right, even a guard works. If you can't do it well, you are afraid that you are really courting death, Eso. Hearing the old man's words, Eso closed his mouth instantly. There was no way. If it was Marlis, he could fight back a few words, but the old man in front of him was not something he could say. Augustus, the great magician who once blocked the dragon for a moment and mastered powerful magic, compared to himself, perhaps only Augustus was worthy of the title of great magician. Eso did not expect that General Mocha would actually be sent over, but from the current situation, it seems that General Mocha is really angry. Looking at the quiet Eso, Augustus did not push him, but his eyes were still cold. When the kid is caught, you will temporarily stay in Tegusk and can't leave half a step. You know my means, otherwise I can only send you on the road. A surging magic power from Augustus Kane radiated from his body and dissipated toward the surroundings, and the entire Tegusk was shaking violently. Eso, who was closest to Augustus, felt the most intense, and his body kept shaking. In this situation, after Augustus left, Eso collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, and looked at Augustus back full of fear. Lord Augustus, he has become stronger again. After taking a sip of red wine, Marlis said slowly, Master Augustus has always been so strong, but you haven't really seen it before. You think that a person who can withstand the blow of a giant dragon will be so weak. I advise you to stay honest. Also, whether your method can be successful or not, don't make fun of us in the end. Even if Lord Augustus kills you, General Mocha won't say much. Will, yes, definitely, yes. Obviously, don't be too excited by the words just now. There is already a little trembling in Eso's voice, but this means nothing to Marlis. Before coming, his mission has been determined. Put down the wine glass, Marlis is not here. Said also got up and left the tavern, leaving behind Eso, who had lost hope. After 2 days of traveling, Shiraishi returned to Tegusk again, but Shiraishi, who had just stepped into Tegusk, felt a vibration under his feet. Hey? This is... Shiraishi paused for a moment, then stepped into Tegusk, walking on the streets he was familiar with. That's the man in the portrait. Since Shiraishi didn't deliberately cover up his appearance, it didn't take a moment for someone to spot him, and then the whole street instantly caused panic. All the civilians fled in an instant, and a large group of soldiers were coming. Shiraishi walked towards the blacksmith in diameter, and the surrounding soldiers did not step forward to stop it, because Shiraishi's terrifying strength and means had spread throughout Tegusk in the past few days, and the soldiers knew that they were not Shiraishi's opponents. They were just tight keep an eye on Shiraishi and have someone deliver the message to those foreign mages. When Shiraishi walked to the blacksmith shop, hammers and other tools were scattered all over the floor, and the stove that was supposed to be burning was extinguished at this moment. No one exists. Have they been caught? As Shiraishi grabbed the hammer that he once held tightly, there was a commotion behind him. Lord Augustus, Lord Marlis, and Lord Eso. Shiraishi turned to look at the few people standing at the forefront of the soldiers, except for the middle-aged man who had stopped him from killing more. There were 2 more people beside him at this time. The kid finally appeared. Eso said fiercely, in his heart he had already passed all the responsibilities to Shiraishi. If it wasn't for Shiraishi's appearance, so many things would not have happened, and he would not be in such a dangerous situation. Everything. All because of Shiraishi alone. It's this kid who killed Master Moore. So didn't expect you to be able to solve even a child." Marlis chuckled. Augustus looked at So with more and more disdain, as if he was looking at garbage. Hearing Maris' words, So's face twisted for a while, but there was no other reason to say it. Right now, he could only catch Shiraishi to prove himself. Fights are not for which they are entitled. "Give me death!" So roared. The magic in the body burst out, and all of a sudden appeared under So's feet. The fisher runs towards Shiraishi. Click! Shiraishi escaped the crack with one jump, landed on the safe ground, looked at So and said, "Where are Uncle Lore, the fat old man, and the others from the blacksmith shop? Let them go, what can come to me?" Without waiting for an answer, So attacked again. "Call out!" A black light beam instantly pierced the air and shot towards Shiraishi in the distance, and then slowly swept away, and the position where Shiraishi was located made a series of explosions. Boom boom boom. This is the flame of the explosion, and there is a flash of extreme cold light, a dazzling piece of training, like lightning rolling in a thundercloud, shining to the top, cutting off the flame and shooting towards So. So released the black beam again to block Shiraishi's attack, but saw his magic split in two under the slash. A strong crisis shrouded So in an instant. Desperately dodging to the side, the figure just escaped from the range covered by the sword energy, and a terrifying air wave blew him away. With a terrifying sword strike, the sword chi tore a mark several meters wide and deep on the ground. The slash that was evaded by So fell behind the building and did not stop. After spreading for hundreds of meters, it hit the ground. The city wall that is tens of meters high. A dense fog of dust filled the air. So was completely taken aback by Shiraishi's methods. This. Asterisk. Chapter 21, Unspeakable Pain, 15. The uncontrollable voice resounded everywhere. So was horrified and shocked, and said in a voiceless voice, "What? Are you kidding? Can that kind of slash be done by swordsmanship?" So's face panicked and looked at Shiraishi, which also began to change. He was obviously just a kid, but he had a dangerous aura just now. "Who is that kid?" A glint of light flashed in Augustus' eyes, as if he was a little surprised, and his gaze changed to Shiraishi. The blow just now obviously had the strength of a great wizard and the ability to cut off magic. Shiraishi glanced at So and whispered again, one last time, "Where are they?" The inexorable sword force broke out. So looked up, shadows shrouded, those cold and ruthless eyes made his heart beat wildly, and he felt a little fear in his heart. After being absent for a while, So also reacted and said, "Let's talk about these things after I catch you." So's face was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect to fall under a kid when he fought, and was frightened by him. He couldn't accept such a situation at all, and if he didn't catch this kid, then what awaited him would be endless torture. Boom! Smashing rocks. The ground continued to collapse around So, and the cracked rubble then turned into sharp blades and fell towards Shiraishi. Suddenly, Shiraishi took a leap, tapped the ground, and jumped several meters high, dodging So's attack. Holding the hilt of dragon slaying in his right hand, he shot straight towards So, and a dazzling cold light flashed lightly from So's side. Puchy boom! As the blood splattered, So's right arm fell down. At this time, So covered his broken arm. He didn't understand why his magic had no effect on him. At this time, he looked at Shiraishi's eyes. With fearful eyes. Augustus took everything in his eyes, and it was obvious that So had lost some confidence in himself. He is not an ordinary person at all, this is something that ordinary people can do. Marlis looked at the sword marks several meters wide and deep on the ground and said, while Augustus nodded in agreement with Marlis's words, "You can do it too. So should leave it to General Mocha to deal with it, or don't let him die for the time being." After Augustus finished speaking, he turned around and left. In his eyes, Shiraishi was just an immature kid, even if he was powerful just now. The level and strength of strength are not felt. It is good to have a strong momentum, but in the real battle, it is another matter to decide the outcome of life and death. If the strength can be determined only by the momentum, then it is enough for everyone to specially improve the momentum. The addition of Marlis is enough, the battle should be over soon, and Augustus has no intention to watch it any longer. You still won't tell me. Every time Shiraishi took a step towards Eso took a step back. When he was about to retreat, a figure stood in front of Shiraishi, and the whole man was the one who stood beside Eso just now, but Shiraishi just watched. He glanced at him, then looked at Eso again. Where are people? I saw Eso cringe, pointing at Augustus with a trembling finger and saying, dead, 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 killed by him. After the news that Shiraishi appeared in the city of Tagsk, Uncle Lore and the others lost their value, and Augustus directly stabbed them to death. How can that be? After Shiraishi heard the news, his whole mind was instantly stunned, and he kept recalling the time he spent with them in the past 2 years, the love of Uncle Lore, and the fat old man. If Uncle Lore hadn't brought him to the blacksmith shop, he might still be wandering in this world. The bits and pieces that emerge in the blacksmith shop, every picture is so clear. Thinking of all this, no matter how calm he was, it became chaotic. In Shiraishi's eyes, dense blood-shots appeared, as if he was about to be enchanted. Unable to guarantee the calm before, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Then you can bury them with them." Shiraishi swung the slashing dragon towards Eso, and the murderous aura continued to spread from him. Boom! Marlis, who was on the side, naturally couldn't let Eso die easily, and took the opportunity to release his magic power to strangle Shiraishi. Poison Stinger. Marlis took a sharp metal dagger from his right hand, piercing the air and exuding a disgusting poisonous gas, blocking Shiraishi's blade. At the same time, the magic beam from the other hand shot towards Shiraishi. Suddenly, Shiraishi's left hand was covered with a domineering arrogance, and the blade slashed. Shut-chug. The next moment, the poisonous stinger in Marlis's hand didn't stop Shiraishi at all. Zhanlong collided with the poisonous stinger without stopping, and the blade fell again. The swords collided, and countless sparks emanated like cold stars that fell at night. The clear chant brought by the swords, a white-silver light, transformed into a 3 or 4 meter long dark red sword energy, rising into the sky. Ah! Hearing the screams behind him, Marlis immediately turned around. Shiraishi's slaying dragon on the rock had been inserted into Eso's heart, while Shiraishi stepped on Eso's body, swung his blade, and cut off Eso's head. What the hell is going on? Why is my poisonous stinger cut off? Marlis held the broken short knife in his hand with a pale face. This short knife was made by the last best blacksmith in the entire Azer kingdom, and dozens of magic circles were engraved on it, making it tougher, but it was such a knife. The short sword was under Shiraishi's sword, but it was like a thin piece of paper, fighting directly. At this time, Marlis looked at Shiraishi with the same expression as Eso just now. After a short fight, he really felt the pressure on Shiraishi, and even Augustus didn't feel this pressure anywhere. Augustus, who had turned his back and hadn't gone far, stopped and turned to look at Shiraishi. Gudong! The head rolled to the side, but Shiraishi didn't end there. Not enough, it wasn't enough just for Eso's death, not enough to pay for the lives of everyone at the smithy. Shiraishi slowly pointed the dragon in his hand at Maris and Augustus. It's up to you next. For a moment, Marlis felt that he was being stared at by the god of death, but he had no way out at all. From Shiraishi's blood-red eyes, it could be seen that the other party would never let him go. Enough. Boom. Seeing that Shiraishi was about to attack Marlis, Augustus did not dare to underestimate Shiraishi. If he watched indifferently, Marlis would have no choice but to die. The black magic power floated on Augustus, and then spread around. ***Chapter 22, Painful Souls, 25. Death is the eternal destination of all living beings. An incomparably ancient and obscure voice sounded, containing indescribable terrifying magic, to guide all living beings to death without hesitation. Shiraishi's spiritual will was affected, his soul seemed to be shaking, and it was extremely uncomfortable, and his steps towards Marlis stopped temporarily. Saved. Seeing Augustus shot, Marlis was temporarily relieved. After all, this lord had the task of fighting against the giant dragon. Although he didn't defeat it, it was enough. You must know that in this era when the dragons ruled the world 400 years ago, only dragons can kill dragons. Marlis couldn't think of a human stronger than Augustus. At this time, under the mental interference, Shiraishi's blade was still unable to cut off. Augustus smiled coldly, but the next second he couldn't laugh anymore. A strange wave emanated from Shiraishi's mind, blocking his mental disturbances. Give me death. The silver-white sword blade that flickered with cold light was gradually covered by a layer of black material. When the body of the sword became pitch black, Shiraishi's figure disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Marlis. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Marlis, who was lucky to escape the catastrophe just now, found that his face was full of fear, and then a crack spread from the left shoulder to the right leg, and a column of blood spurted out. Then the cold light flashed again, and his vision was shaking. Marlis vaguely saw his body without his head and the young man standing behind him. Boom! 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 The head fell, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The obviously thin body seemed to have no strength at all, but with just a slight wave, the dark long sword and the strange swordsmanship cut off the human body in one fell swoop. After a while, do you know what you have done? Augustus was instantly furious, and in just a short while he had no time to react, and Marlis was already dead. For a small commoner, he actually lost two great wizards. So forgot that it was irrelevant, but the death of Marlis made him unacceptable. A commoner dares to kill two wizards from the kingdom of Azer, and the entire human race has no place for you. In the ruins, Shiraishi stood on the top, holding a dark sword in his right hand, his left hand combing the black hair on his forehead with 5 fingers, and the blood sticking to his hair stained his palm. Shiraishi slowly closed his eyes, the remorse in his heart had reached a limit. Then why did you kill the people at the smithy? What did they do wrong? Your companion is a human, so is my companion a human. Are those people really worthless in the eyes of you sorcerers? Shiraishi said in a low voice. His body was shaking, not hurt or exhausted, just because of the pain and remorse in the soul. All cause and effect start from him. His heart has been overwhelmed with remorse. Why didn't he fight to the death to solve them? Why he couldn't bear his hands in front of more? Why, they were going to die. How can a group of small civilians be compared to the life of a magician? Even a civilian who has died tens of thousands of people is not worth the life of a big magician. Besides, these people have an affair with sinners, and there is only one way to go. Yes. Even you are the same. The magic of Augustus burst out, completely shrouding the entire city. The magic of darkness cut off the sunlight, and the entire Tegusk fell into darkness. I'll let you know what happens when you do these things. Augustus looked at Shiraishi with a gloomy face, and the black magic climbed up to the scepter in his hand. Shiraishi's eyes opened, and remorse had faded from his eyes, replaced by endless hatred. I don't know what will happen, but I only know that you are going to die now. Not only you, but the entire Azel will be buried with them. It was like a voice in the depths of hell. In a trance, Augustus seemed to feel that the Shiraishi in front of him at this time was not a human but a vicious demon. What am I thinking? As a great wizard, I am still afraid of a little devil. Augustus immediately shook his head fiercely, putting aside this terrifying thought. The magic in his body instantly rioted. 3 pillars of darkness. Devour. The magic power released from Augustus' scepter condensed into 3 dark purple columns with strange patterns in the air, and fell towards Shiraishi. The three magic columns released magic power at the same time, and the dark magic power instantly enveloped them. Seeing this scene, Augustus smiled proudly and said that he used this magic to meet the dragons and block the dragons. He didn't think there was a stronger power than this among humans. Boom! Just when Augustus thought he had solved Shiraishi, suddenly, in the dark, shine a dazzling light. Cut off the darkness and attacked him. Cut. 3 pillars of darkness. Imprisonment. The triple magic circle appeared in front of Augustus, but no matter how powerful the magic power was, it couldn't be stopped under the slash with the additional magic breaking effect. Boom! Looking at the oncoming slash, August's face changed greatly, and he released magic power in his hand. With this impact, he avoided Shiraishi's slashing dragon, and a crack like an abyss instantly appeared in the entire street. What's going on? Why can't even the darkness swallow the slash? Just when Augustus was shocked, a voice like a whisper of a demon appeared in Augustus' ear. Do you think you can escape like this? Augustus immediately broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that something was wrong, and swiped his right hand quickly behind him. 3 pillars of darkness. Explosion. Augustus released the magic power of his whole body and broke out the most terrifying killing move. But it is still useless, there is no magic that can't cut the dragon. With a flash of cold light, Augustus's hands fell at the same time, his neck was tightly grasped by Shiraishi, and then he lifted it up. The terrifying pressure swept over, and the power of chi and blood seemed to be sluggish and solidified, making it difficult to run, and the whole person almost fainted under the killing intent of these two terrible forests. Augustus, who lost his arm, couldn't resist at all, and as the strength of Shiraishi's hand continued to increase, Augustus felt more and more difficult to breathe. Die! With a pinch of his fingers, Augustus left the world and followed in the footsteps of Esso and Marlis. The empty street was the same as the scene when he beheaded Kodomo, but the two who had been the best to Shiraishi were no longer there. Why, it's still so uncomfortable. When Shiraishi killed the culprits who persecuted Uncle Lore, the hatred in his heart did not subside, but intensified, as if torn apart his body. After a while, Shiraishi's eyes gradually became clear, but the seeds of hatred had already been planted. Azer Kingdom, *. Chapter 23, The Kingdom of Azer, 35. Will. Shiraishi cut off Augustus's head, wrapped it with Esso and Marlis's, and then grabbed a Targsk soldier and asked Uncle Lore where their remains were, and buried it in their graves. The 3 of them were used as sacrifices before. Time to go. Your hatred, I will help you do it. Shiraishi stood up slowly and left Targsk. His original purpose changed from Dragunov to Azer. King of Azer. Boom. In the splendid palace, a middle-aged man in his 30s, wearing blue mail, his eyes shining with cold stars, his eyebrows like paint, and his chest wide, stood in front of him more than a dozen great wizards. Scholar. The middle-aged man dropped the jade he liked in his hand and let it burst on the head of the messenger guard. Hot blood slowly flowed from his forehead, but the guard did not dare to react at all, for fear of attracting more anger. Mocha. After the absolute means of overriding the rights of the Azel royal family, he settled in the palace. Although he has not yet become a king, he is only a general, but in the eyes of all people who understand Azel, Mocha is the actual control of the Azel kingdom. No one in the kingdom of Azel can go against his decision. If it were changed to the usual Mocha, he would not have done such an irrational thing, but what happened now is beyond his imagination, and his anger is about to go to his head. August, Marlis, and Esso, the 3 great mages, were able to arrest the person who killed my son, but the 3 of them were counter-killed. When did the great mages become so useless? In the face of Mocha's anger, none of the wizards dared to answer, and like the guards, they were also afraid of drawing anger on themselves. Pass on my orders. Assemble 10,000 mages and 10 great mages, be sure to catch that kid for me. I will kill him with my own hands. Yes, Lord General. After hearing Mocha's order, the guard who was half kneeling in front of Mocha also stood up and left the palace regardless of his forehead, and conveyed Mocha's order. But at this time, an old man in a gorgeous costume on the side couldn't help after hearing Mocha's words, and quickly stood up to persuade him. Master General, I think this kind of thing still needs to be discussed. The old man's confidence was a bit lacking, and he spoke intermittently. If they didn't know the identity of this person, many people might think that this is an old man who is about to die. First of all, although the city of Targaski belongs to our kingdom of Azer, it is bordered by the kingdom of Dragonov, and our kingdom has a total of 10,000 mages, and now we will send all our troops to the border, which will be the kingdom of Dragonov. Mistakenly thought that this was also going to start a war. The old man stepped back and lowered his head and continued, So, General, do you have to think about it again? After all the troops are only to catch a villain. Is it a big deal? If the army of the kingdom of Azer is pressing down at this time, it is easy for the kingdom of Dragonov, which is already very sensitive, to go to war directly. These are all things that a noble who is a high-level person in the kingdom understands, but Azel has been completely overwhelmed by anger at this time, and he has no idea what the consequences of doing so will be. I'm afraid you still ignore some things, elders. The previous kingdom of Dragonov asked us for help. I still haven't agreed, and now the kingdom of Dragonov can't care about these things. The things of the dragon family are enough for them. It's a headache, considering my current army of mages. Do you think they dare to do it? Mocha naturally understood the consciousness in the old man's words, but he did not do it simply to catch the villain, but also to force Queen Irene of the Dragonov kingdom to sit down and make a marriage decision. As long as Irene marries herself, he can rightfully become the king of the two most powerful kingdoms of the human race, and then the entire human race will come under his rule. And what happened to Maul was just a small episode for him. For a man who was king, there was only a little sadness when his favorite son died, and then he forgot it in a flash. But nothing but. The elder was just about to say something when he was stopped by Mocha. I have decided that in order to exterminate this villain, I will personally lead the army of wizards in our kingdom of Azel. The great wizards standing in front of Mocha, no matter how stupid, could hear the meaning of Mocha's decisions, but they didn't expect that Mocha would use it even if his son died in order to achieve his own goals. Extreme. But it was Mocha's ruthlessness that allowed him to ascend to the throne of power in the kingdom of Azer. The elder was completely at a loss for words, and he didn't know what to say. He understood that Mocha could no longer listen to his advice at this time, and he also saw Mocha's purpose. The elder was powerless to raise his head and sigh, and retreated. He seems to have been able to meet the battle between the two kingdoms of Dragonov and Azyr. Or many Queen Irenes of the Dragonov kingdom will swallow their voices for the future of the human race, but will the dragons living in the Dragonov kingdom agree to Mocha's request? But the consumption of the two kingdoms is almost the same, that is, when the dragons invaded, this is destined to be an inconclusive war. At this time, desire flooded Mocha's brain, and he seemed to be able to foresee the day when he became king. By the way, the portrait of the villain is announced. The person who dares to kill my son will never end well. The council is over and dispersed. After a short while, Mocha's thoughts also returned to normal, and he gave the order again, looking at the people who exited the palace one by one, and he was the only one left in the entire empty hall. At this time, on an extremely secluded path, a young man in black was running fast on the path, looking behind him from time to time as he ran, with a hint of alertness and suspicion on his face. At this time, hundreds of meters were covered by his domineering look, and there was no other sound except for the sound of wind blowing grass and trees around. But there was still a trace of deep fear in his eyes. He didn't dare to stop at all, and ran with all his strength. This person is Shiraishi. Ever since he just left Tagasik, Shiraishi has always felt that an extremely dangerous force is chasing him behind him. Even though he has released information and domineering investigations along the way, he has found nothing but a trace. As a result, Shiraishi didn't dare to relax, and his natural instinct for danger told him, unless his feeling was wrong. Asterisk. Chapter 24, Demon, Goddess of the Chill Moon Sila, 45. P.S. The picture shows Goddess of the Chill Moon Sila. Shiraishi's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. He stopped his steps, stood on the spot, glanced around, and said solemnly, "Who?" Wow wow wow. There was silence all around, and the only answer to him was the rustling of the wind through the blades. Shiraishi stood there, although there was no movement around, but his inner sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger, as if he was being stared at by a giant beast. "Give me out." At that moment, Shiraishi caught the appearance of a cloud of black mist. The grey cloth on the dragon fell directly, and turned around to strike at the bamboo forest behind him. In an instant, the entire bamboo forest cracked, disintegrated, and shattered under the attack of the slashing attack. When the bamboo forest fell down, the group of black shadows could not hide, and walked step by step in front of the white. I didn't expect that it would be discovered. It is indeed the character the master is watching. After seeing this person, Shiraishi frowned. He didn't expect that the person who followed Tegusk to the present would be her. Walking out of the bamboo forest is a girl with long black hair, wearing an off-the-shoulder skirt with a purple base and black stripes, and a pair of long legs with attractive black silk. The most amazing thing is that on this girl's head, it has 2 pairs of bison-like horns. A yellow cowhide book is held in his hands. In her dark eyes, there seems to be some mysterious and unknown powerful energy flowing. Goddess of the Chill Moon Sila, in the world 400 years later, one of the members of the Dark Guild Tartaro's 9 demon gates, the demon created by the Book of Ziref. At the same time as Sila appeared, I also learned some news about Ziref. It is estimated that Ziref should feel that he has been rejected by the world at this time, and may start to create demons through the R system to understand his own life in order to seek death. However, it has only been a year since Shiraishi got news of the Meridian Academy of Magic. Has Ziref really reached this point? Thinking of this, Shiraishi immediately shook his head, denying the speculation in his heart. At this time, even if Ziref wanted to seek death, he would resurrect Natsu before seeking death. Ziref would never have such an idea before that. However, in any case, this Ziref is too late for Shiraishi. If Natsu found Ziref before he died, he might have done something to change history, but Shiraishi didn't have the ability to protect himself at that time, so he stepped out of the tower. Gusk is at risk of death at any time. Your master should be Ziref. Shiraishi casually said the answer he had already come up with. How did you know? After Sila heard Shiraishi say Ziref's name, her pupils shrank for a moment, and an alarm bell sounded in her heart, and her gaze towards Shiraishi changed from dull at first to serious. And from the tone, the person in front of him seems to have known Ziref for a long time, and the image of Shiraishi suddenly became a little mysterious in Sila's heart. It was as if there were countless layers of mist covering this person, making it impossible for her to see through. At the same time, the incantation in the body was suppressed. Before some news was confirmed, Sila would not do it for the time being. Seeing the expression on Sila's face, Shiraishi also saw the position and weight of the 3 words Ziref in the hearts of these demons. How did I know about this? You don't need to know this, and Ziref asked you to come to me, what's the matter? Shiraishi ignored Sila's question, sneered twice, and said, Strength. Sila stared at Shiraishi's eyes and these 2 words came out, making Shiraishi confused directly what Sila meant. Strength. Well, there is an unknown power in your body, and my master is very interested in your power. When Sila made it clear, Shiraishi realized that Sila's purpose of tracking him on this trip turned out to be the genius of the black magician who was eyeing the power of his internal system. As for how the demons knew about this, Shiraishi did not ask. After all, what happened in Tegusk can be said to have been known to the entire Ishgar continent. After all, in a remote corner, there was actually a commoner who had made 3 great wizards, and one of them, Augustus, had the strength to resist the blow of a giant dragon. Even such a character fell down. Even the dragon family knew a human strongman appeared in the human race. But the powerful dragon family wouldn't care about such a small character at all. The news had sunk within a few days of the dragon's broadcast and was then forgotten by the dragon. However, this is undoubtedly a good thing for Shiraishi, because before Shiraishi has fully grown, he entered the sight of the dragon family, so being targeted by a powerful race, facing him is an endless pursuit. You are very strong, stronger than most humans, but you should hand over this power. Only my master is qualified to have it, otherwise I can only let you feel the region. While speaking, Sela slowly opened the book in her hand, and a mysterious and dark force jumped as the pages turned, revealing an evil. Shiraishi's face slowly became gloomy. Why is the creature of the era a virtue? Whether it is a human or a demon, it is self-centered and ordered to others, and it will be deprived from him at any time. The original Kodomo, more, August, until now Ziref wants to deprive him of his power, and his anger slowly spreads from Shiraishi's body. At this time, Sela also felt a dangerous aura emanating from Shiraishi, making her vigilant to climb several levels again, and an invisible wave-like ripples appeared in the air, centered on the woman, rippling around. And at this moment, Shiraishi spoke slowly. Has your master told you to bring something to your attention? Sela was stunned for a moment, then Shiraishi's figure disappeared in front of her, and the next moment appeared in front of her, and Shiraishi's dragon slaying was against her chest. Did you say I was dangerous? Under Shiraishi's precise control, Zhanlong slowly pierced into Sela's chest, not showing any mercy because of Sela's beauty. The severe pain in his chest made Sela react instantly. Seeing that Shiraishi was in the control range of his spell, he immediately tried to control Shiraishi with a spell, but found that he couldn't control Shiraishi's actions no matter what. Surprising, isn't it? Why haven't I been under your control yet? Sela was shocked and didn't understand where he went wrong. Shiraishi had already entered the control spell, so why was he still under his control? Shiraishi smiled contemptuously. After developing the domineering arrogance of seeing and the sound of breathing of all things, Shiraishi's soul has reached an unimaginable power, and it is simply beyond the control of a small spell. Asterisk. Chapter 25, The Demon Who Fears Death, 55. Impossible. Sela was completely bewildered, unable to accept that her spell was ineffective against a human being. This was the strongest power that the Lord Ziref bestowed on her. I advise you not to move, otherwise I can only let you rest for a while. Shiraishi felt the riot of power on Sela's body, and the sword in his hand advanced again, less than a centimeter away from Sela's heart. Shiraishi could pierce it with a sword at any time. Sela glanced lightly at the long sword that pierced his body, then looked at Shiraishi and said, at the same time, he also understood that whether it is the slashing in the bamboo forest or the clearness in the spell, all these methods prove that this is in front of him. Men are not something she can resist, even if it is demonized. Sela is sure that she is still not his opponent. After thinking about everything, Sela suppressed the incantation riot in his body. Since he is not an opponent, there is no need to resist. He will die horizontally and vertically. It is better to see if Shiraishi can get more information from Shiraishi's mouth. Human, why don't you continue to kill me? Are you soft-hearted? Besides, death is not a threat to Sela at all, so Sela is free, and death is just a joke to Sela. Kill you? No kidding, kill now to get you out of here immediately and go back to Ziref and resurrect right. After Shiraishi heard Sela's words, he snorted coldly. At the same time, he really had nothing to do with demons. Demons within our system were not afraid of death at all. Killing her now will let her go. If you want to kill the demon, you must first find the location of the R system, but these Silas are impossible to say, and even threats and torture are useless. And even if she said it, maybe Shiraishi will send himself to Ziref. Facing the ancestor of the Black Magician, Shiraishi still chooses to avoid it temporarily until he has no absolute strength. How do you know the story of the devil? Who the hell are you, human? The spell within Sela fluctuated again. If it wasn't for a sword in his chest, if it wasn't for his opponent, if it weren't for these reasons, Sela would definitely ask Shiraishi for the source of this information. It's so terrifying that a human being knows everything about demons. Not only can he say the name of Ziref's master, but he also knows the biggest secret of the devil. Things have developed and somewhat beyond Sela's imagination. No, I must hurry up and inform the master of the situation. Before Shiraishi could react, Sela brought his body up to the blade, and Shiraishi's slashing dragon pierced through Sela's body at once, turning into a black cloud and dissipating in the air. Seeing the situation in front of him, Shiraishi's heart was like being trampled by a group of galloping wild horses, but there was no way. The demons with the R system are so human, and in addition to the fact that the demons are not afraid of death, they face death of indifference. Shiraishi was a little helpless and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to learn more about Ziref's news or where he was, but he didn't expect Sela to be so decisive that I wanted to die, and it can be said that returning to the base is more reliable. Ziref, Azel. Shiraishi thought softly. He thought that his biggest enemy in this world was the dragon, but it was the human who really caused him trouble. At this time, Shiraishi began to understand why the human race accumulated so much in the era of dragon rule. Weak, why is there no resistance at all in the face of giant dragons? In the face of foreign enemies, the human race first had internal conflicts. Taking Ziref as an example, in order to revive his younger brother Natsu, he kept using it to generate demons. Before the dragons attacked the human race, the demons also brought a lot of damage to the human race. If the dragons take the initiative to kill people just to use humans as food, then the demons simply kill for the sake of killing. Although they are not as powerful as the dragons, they are farther away than the human wizards, and they are more cruel than the dragons. It even once became a more feared existence than the dragon family. Coupled with the outbreak of various conflicts, the human race has already consumed most of its strength in internal friction, which is one of the reasons why the human race has no power to fight back in front of the dragon race. But now that Ziref has created the demon, that means that the world of resurrecting Natsu is no longer a reality. Shiraishi felt the urgency of time. If it wasn't for the revenge of Uncle Lore and the others, he would have already embarked on the road to the kingdom of Dragonov. Now that the R system has been created, it means that the time to divide the era is still not far away. According to Shiraishi's calculations, shortly after the birth of Natsu, it is the time when the Dragon King festival will explode. In this war, in the face of the power of the dragons, the human race was not at a disadvantage by accident. In order to break this predicament, the holy dragon Belzarian and Irene of the kingdom of Dragonov opened the passage between humans and dragons, teaching humans defeat or even kill dragons, which is the dragon-slaying magic mastered by Natsu and others 400 years later. But unlike later generations, the situation of survival of the fittest in this era is too obvious. In order to deal with such a dilemma, the human race can only do this in order to avoid extermination, otherwise, the only way is to wait for death. But this will undoubtedly drive the dragon to a dead end. Once the war between dragons and people breaks out, it will definitely spread to the entire Ishgar continent, but before all this comes, Shiraishi has to solve one thing first. Mocha of Azer Kingdom, the culprit who sent August and the others to Tegusk to take Uncle Lore and their lives, Shiraishi has sworn an oath since he left Tegusk, and now is the time to fulfill your promises to them. At the same time, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Azer have also assembled the army of mages. The army formed by thousands of mages can almost sweep most of the human race. Of course, it is still useless in the face of dragons. Master General, aren't you thinking about it? When Mocha was about to set off, the elder stood up again to persuade him, but Mocha brutally slaughtered him. "No one can question my decision." Heads fell, and the once high-ranking elders also died in the hands of Mocha, and no one resisted. It didn't take long for the entire kingdom of mages to set off towards the border of the kingdom. "Irene, here I am, no one can escape from me." On the king's car, the exclusive royal family, Mocha leaned on the comfortable satin behind him, holding a noble wine in his hand, looking at the scenery outside the window, and couldn't wait to see that day come. Asterisk. Chapter 26, The Cultivation of Seeing, and Feeling, 15. Shiraishi never dreamed that he would bring Mocha to his door before he went to ask for Mocha's life. If he heard about the Azer kingdom on the way to the capital of Azer, I'm afraid he would still be in the dark. In the drum. Exactly, now take advantage of this time to continue cultivating. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth were slightly raised. Since he took the initiative to bring it to the door, there was no need to go there in person. Right now, his kendo cultivation base has just reached Jianhao, and there is still a long way to go before the next stage of the big swordsman, but the armed color domineering is not far from the third stage. And with the inlay of the second sword pill, the weight of dragon slaying has reached several hundred kilograms of strength, and the cultivation of swordsmanship is about to reach a difficult situation. It is time to improve his physique again. As for the cultivation of arrogance and domineering, you need to improve in actual combat. After a period of experience in confronting the three great mages of Augustus, there was no improvement for a period of time. Experience. After finding a hidden hill, Shiraishi said in his heart, "Mission. Start." Ding. Side quest: do your best 1,000 times. Get 1% experience points. Mission begins. The number has increased tenfold. With the opening of the second stage, the training difficulty of the armed color domineering is also gradually increasing, but the experience is also increasing. Bring it on. Raising the dragon slayer in his hand, Shiraishi slowly opened his eyes. His dark eyes, like an indestructible blade, ripped apart everything in front of him. Shaboom! The raised dragon slashing suddenly turned into a silver light, slashing down from top to bottom. 1, 2, 3. The next day, Shiraishi practiced even more frantically. At the same time, he was hunting monsters. After last night's armed and domineering practice, the hungry Shiraishi was looking for prey. After Shiraishi killed an iron-armored giant rhino, his own, there was a slight increase in the arrogance of seeing and hearing. At this time, Shiraishi discovered that whether it is a human or a monster, you can gain experience as long as you fight, and the experience gained is different depending on the strength of the opponent, but no matter how strong the opponent is, as long as you pass the battle, you will definitely can gain experience. But even this is enough to surprise Shiraishi. After all, no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. As long as there are enough opponents, Shiraishi can always quickly improve his arrogance. Fortunately, in this era, monsters are very dense, and many of them are active in groups. The number is huge and the strength is strong enough. If other wizards saw it, they would have run away, but for Shiraishi, this is not enough. Undoubtedly a great treasure, and it's even more effortless for Shiraishi. Now Shiraishi has discovered this loophole that looks like a bug but is not a bug, which makes his arrogance faster than the armed arrogance. Of course, this is why the arrogance is in the first stage. The power of seeing, hearing, domineering and domineering is the innate ability of human beings. It is the same as the momentum and deterrence. However, the vast majority of people are unaware of this power, or will not be able to exert it for the rest of their lives. In the first stage, the domineering can only achieve simple detection ability, but it is enough to search for monsters. Before the arrival of General Mocha, Shiraishi had been practicing these two colors of domineering. Night. Boom. A huge black bear with a black body fell under Shiraishi's feet, and blood was constantly spilling from its long neck, soaking the mound under his feet, dyeing it blood red, the smell of blood in the air, and the limbs collapsed. Land, complaining about the torture it suffered when it was alive. To defeat it, it took Shiraishi a lot of time to climb the hill, and then he finally caught it. It's all gone. Shiraishi walked towards the jungle. In the recent period of time, monsters have become more and more difficult to find. At first, monsters can be seen everywhere. Seeing Shiraishi, he will jump up to fight desperately, and then experience it again and again in Shiraishi's hands. When I got frustrated, I realized that this human being was not something they could provoke, so I escaped from this mountain and didn't even want to have a home, so much so that I haven't found a single one. Shiraishi saw that he was about to break through the experience of seeing and domineering at 99%. He sighed silently. After the monsters left, the mountain at night became unusually quiet, and loneliness flooded Shiraishi's heart like a tide. Shiraishi might still be concerned when Uncle Lore and the others were still there, but now he is alone again. After standing for a long time, after confirming that there were no other monsters, Shiraishi rarely gave himself a little time to rest, and turned his eyes to the black bear. Then he grabbed the black bear and used the swordsmanship that he had trained for several days to eat, quickly tore open the outer skin of the black bear, dug out and then took out its internal organs. Black bear, I have never eaten it in my life. Black bears in Shiraishi turned out to be protected animals. Even the richest people couldn't eat them. As long as they got a little bit of it, they would be jailed, let alone eating a whole one. However, in this other world, there are no such rules. In the face of the threat of giant dragons, people have nothing left to protect other creatures in order to survive. In a world where strength is paramount, as long as there is enough strength, any rules placed on the strong will be meaningless. However, if it is really possible, Shiraishi also wants to try the taste of dragon meat. Of course, this may not be the case for Shiraishi. It's a little far away. After breaking through to the great swordsman, maybe at that time, he should have the strength to meet the dragon. Raise the fire, take a clean stick, and roast the cleaned black bear on the charcoal fire. After a while, the black bear's exterior is golden and shiny, and the outside meat is browned and crispy. Although there is no condiment to put, the black bear itself, the bear meat already exudes a charming meat aroma. If you take a bite, it will be worth it. Unfortunately, there is no cumin, otherwise it should be more fragrant. Shiraishi pulled the right forefoot from the black bear. I heard that the left forefoot is the most delicious among the 4 bear paws. Of course, this is just Shiraishi's hearing and I don't know if it is true, but looking at the little juice left behind, this rumor should not be true. Fake. Shiraishi's saliva almost drooled when he saw this, and without thinking about it, he took a bite on the bear's paw. Click. Shiraishi ate it in big gulps, and the inside was filled with the aroma of bear meat. Both the taste and the aroma were things that Shiraishi had never felt before. At this time, Shiraishi realized that it was not unreasonable that this product was endangered. Such a taste, it's not something that people can resist at all. Asterisk. Chapter 27, Dragon. 25. As Shiraishi's arrogance and physique increased, his appetite also increased significantly. In less than half an hour, the black bear at this time only had a bare head. Although he had heard of this thing, he could eat it. But there is still a bit of a gap to let Shiraishi really talk. So I gave up and put it aside. Hiccup. After burping, the black bear at this time only had a bare head and a whole body of bones. After Shiraishi was full, he patted his belly and felt an unprecedented satisfaction. Then he lay down on the ground and covered his body with a little hay. Then fell asleep. The sky is bright. The sky is always foggy, and white smoke is shrouded everywhere, like steam. The sun rises slowly from the mountain ridge, evaporating the white fog into the sky, and the dawn of dawn removes the veil of the night and spit out a brilliant morning. Roar. Before Shiraishi woke up, suddenly, a thunderous roar came from deep in the east of the distant forest. The voice was full of anger, and it woke him up instantly. As long as there is any trouble, Shiraishi can find it at the first time, not to mention such a terrifying roar, but Shiraishi did not expect such a surprise when he wakes up in the morning. The towering ancient trees in the distance fell to the ground one after another, and the ground began to tremble. With the roar, Shiraishi was almost blown over by a violent airflow. Shiraishi turned around and planted Zhanlong on the ground, staring at the impact of the airflow. His face became a little grim. Dragon, I didn't expect to meet the dragon clan so soon. The scene in front of him is too similar to the giant dragon in his memory, and that unparalleled powerful destructive power is simply beyond what humans can do. This was only in the outer zone, and a roaring airflow almost blew him away. If it was in the center, Shiraishi could no longer imagine how powerful it was. Countless boulders continued to fall towards Shiraishi along the airflow. Shiraishi's pupils shrank instantly, and his aura of armament immediately covered his whole body, resisting the impact of the boulders. Cough cough. Shiraishi's mouth was bleeding, and even if it was covered with a domineering weapon, it was hard to resist. Gradually, the airflow began to subside, and Shiraishi could see everything in front of him. Is this the power of the dragon? The broken mountains and rivers are the only thoughts in Shiraishi's heart. The original beautiful mountains and rivers have completely disappeared, and they are replaced by countless exposed rocks and cracked earth. The power of the dragon is stronger than he imagined. The sky was shaking and the mountains were shaking, and countless monsters hated themselves for not running on 4 legs, or growing wings to fly, but most of them died under the roar of the dragon. Where the hell happened? Why is there so much anger in the dragon's voice? Seeing the scene in front of him, Shiraishi's heart also sank, but he was more curious about what happened in the eastern forest in the distance. Without waiting for Shiraishi to think about it, the roar of the giant dragon was heard in the distance again, and the airflow hit again. Shiraishi saw this and hid on the back of the mountain before the airflow hit. Boom! In the air, these countless boulders flew over Shiraishi's head. Shiraishi couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp. No wonder only dragons can defeat dragons. Dragons are born powerful creatures. The guide Augustus could only block it once. I am afraid that after the second fall, Augustus will not die or be disabled. White Shadow Double Dragon! Come out for me! Roar! The deafening deep cry resounded through the sky, and the voice was mixed with countless resentments. Shiraishi covered his ears and looked out, only to see a body full of magma, and the hot flame on his body seemed to burn the whole world to ashes. What kind of dragon is this? And what is the White Shadow Double Dragon? Shiraishi is very unfamiliar with the dragon in front of him. Although it is also covered with flames, it is not the Fire Dragon King Igneel in his memory, but also the Flame Dragon Atlas Fram. Magma Dragon, you better go. We don't want to hurt you, but the Celestial Spirit Mage Heart Philia family must not have an accident. With the appearance of the Magma Dragon, 2 figures, one black and one white, rushed out of the deep forest. Shiraishi widened his eyes, looked at the giant dragon that appeared in front of him and shouted in surprise, Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel! White Dragon Logia! As soon as Shiraishi shouted, his voice was drowned out in the storm. When did you 2 brothers become the lackeys of the human race? Have you forgotten the dignity of being a dragon? The magma dragon's stomach suddenly swelled, and the magma sputtered from its mouth. Shiraishi saw at a glance that this was a common function of the dragon family. The dragon's roar was still the same as the attributes of each dragon, and the roar that erupted was also somewhat different. Roar! One after another magma shot towards the white shadow Shuanglong from the air, and the overwhelming magma seemed to cover them. White dragons! Bai Ying Shuanglong didn't dodge anything. Among them, Bai Long opened the dragon's mouth and sucked hard, drawing the magic power from the surrounding atmosphere into his body. At this time, Shiraishi obviously felt a little hard to breathe, which was a manifestation of the lack of magic power in the atmosphere. Roar! Roar! What returned to the magma dragon was the huge roar of the white dragon, which broke through the magma scattered on the ground. Suddenly, a heavy red rain fell in the sky, but the heavy rain was really terrible. Coincidentally, Shiraishi saw dozens of droplets falling towards him at this time, and the terrifying heat was emitted, so frightened that Shiraishi's hair almost stood up. Cut! Boom! The magma was instantly split in two under the slash with the magic breaking effect, and Shiraishi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. If he didn't find it in time, he might have touched the magma. The claws of the shadow dragon. At this moment, the shadow dragon in the sky attacked and turned into a black shadow and shot towards the magma dragon. After actively approaching, a huge bright light appeared in the shadow. The magma dragon was also startled at the same time, and quickly stepped back, but unfortunately it took a step slower, and the shadow dragon's attack still fell on it. The pain of tearing made the magma dragon extremely painful, and immediately kicked out a kick like lightning, and the tall body of the shadow dragon flew straight out. After turning around in the air, it stopped. The skin that was scratched by the magma dragon's emptiness was split open, and the blood flowed. The magma dragon screamed and fell backwards. You will regret it. The magma dragon knows that now that he is seriously injured, he is not their opponent at all. He just wants to seek help from other dragons, but it is a pity that he is only close to destroying the celestial spirit magician. But if you don't leave at this time, I'm afraid you will be left behind. Then the magma dragon fluttered its huge wings and left. Asterisk. Chapter 28, Domineering, Second Order. 35. Even the celestial spirit mages appeared? And why did the dragons attack the celestial spirit mages? Seeing the lava dragon retreat, Shiraishi dragged his chin into thought. But after the magma dragon left, the flames of the mountains and rivers began to subside, leaving behind a piece of charred land. At this time, the white shadow devil dragon in the distance could smell a human breath hidden in the scorched smell through a strong sense of smell. He looked towards the mountain where Shiraishi was, and said in surprise, "There's actually a human here." When Sanjiang looked at Shiraishi, Shiraishi trembled instantly, as if surrounded by a powerful force, as if he was in hell, making people unable to breathe. The huge dragon eye of the white dragon glanced at Shiraishi's location and said, "Forget it, it's just a surviving human, there is no danger, go back, there have been frequent riots within the dragon clan recently, and the celestial spirit clan must not be broken." Yet, Shadow Dragon also nodded and by long turned and left. I don't know how long after Shiraishi Sanjiang left, Shiraishi slowly let out the long-held breath. At this time, he couldn't help but start to doubt whether Augustus really blocked the dragon's blow, just relying on the destructive power of the magma dragon just now, without the effect of slaying the dragon. Even if it was himself, it is estimated that it is very difficult to block the next blow. How did he do it? After all, resisting a newly born dragon is also considered resisting the dragon's blow. If Augustus, who was in hell, heard that Shiraishi's heart questioned his strength at this time, he would have jumped out and scolded him severely. Even a dead person would not be spared. There is also a level gap between giant dragons. Dragons are generally headed by the Dragon King, followed by giant dragons with attributes and names, and the last ones are ordinary dragons with little attack power. And Augustus happened to encounter those ordinary dragons. Let's hurry up and practice. With the current strength, it is not an opponent of the dragon at all, let alone the Dragon King. After witnessing the battle between the dragons, Shiraishi now has a clear understanding of his own strength, and he also understands the strength of the dragon. However, since the giant dragon appeared here, the celestial spirit mage family should be nearby. The magma dragon attacked the giant dragon just now to prevent the opening of the eclipse gate. Shiraishi couldn't think of any other reason other than this answer that would make the dragon desperate to destroy the celestial spirit mage clan. Heart Philia, the celestial spirit magician who can communicate with the power of the celestial spirit world outside the world. In the space everywhere in the celestial spirit world, the flow of time is abnormally slow, and Zeref discovered this and created a solar eclipse gate, through the gate of eclipse to travel through the time of history. The next day, Shiraishi left here for no other reason. After the battle of the giant dragon, this land has completely turned into a dead place, and there is no life at all, and the place where the monsters are lost cannot be provided for Shiraishi to fight. He needs more battles. Break through the sights and sounds. In the days to come, Shiraishi's physique climbed again through training. Although he has not yet reached the breakthrough of armed arrogance, he has finally reached the second stage, which is only a little away from the breakthrough. Boom! A huge mutant beast with a height of dozens of meters fell at Shiraishi's feet and foamed. Ding! Completed the side quest and fought 100 times. Gain 1% experience points. Ding! Witness and Domineering unlock, 10%. Current level, second stage. Obtain special attribute, Xin Wang. Shiraishi was stunned to hear this news, but after a brief stun, the endless joy that followed. I didn't expect to get this ability. Hardnet. The further manifestation of the domineering of seeing and hearing can make people feel the power of the surrounding aura. Such power can also be called the power of listening, but the word listening does not refer to the ear, but to the heart. As long as the person is still alive, the body can make special sounds, and these sounds can predict the opponent's next move and position. But the most important point is that this allows Shiraishi to control all the senses of all creatures around him. In the world of pirates, Anilu, the owner of the Thunder Fruit, relies on a powerful heart network to control the entire Sky Island. This is a powerful control ability. But at this time, Shiraishi's current heart net can only cover a range of 100 meters, but this is very good. As long as it is exercised, the range can be enlarged. The next step is to improve the domineering of the armed color. After obtaining the heart net, Shiraishi felt that he might be able to give it a try, how far he could struggle against the army of tens of thousands of mages. On the road not far from Shiraishi, the troops of the Kingdom of Azer marched towards the border. With the help of the magic tool, the magician army of the Azer Kingdom crossed most of the map after half a month, and this was not far from where Shiraishi was. With help, the scouts of the Kingdom of Azer soon found Shiraishi on a certain hill. Lord General, we have discovered the whereabouts of the villain. The scout knelt down on one knee to report the situation to Mocha, and Mocha, who was lying in the king's car, also slowly got up and flashed a murderous look in his eyes, looking at the guard beside him and said, "Well, send 1,000 wizards and 5 wizards to catch the villains." Originally, Mocha wanted to name 500 mages and 2 great mages, but thinking of the 3 great mages who died in the hands of Shiraishi, Mocha chose a more secure method for the sake of safety. Yes. After the guard received the order, they withdrew with the scout, and at this time Mocha called another guard. What's the reaction from the Dragonov Kingdom? Compared with the villain's affairs, Mocha cared more about the reaction of the Dragonov Kingdom at this time. Queen Irene of Dragonov has reached the border, and has requested the generals to withdraw from the Sorcerer Corps to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hearing the guards say the word request, Mocha was very happy, knowing that Dragonov was almost called the holy place of the human race, and it was a pleasant thing to be requested by the Queen of the Holy Land of the human race. Reply to the Queen, this general is just searching for the villains of the Azer Kingdom at the border, but only she agreed to my previous request. I not only retreat now, but also help her resist the dragons together. Having said that, Mocha smiled and continued. Of course, if she doesn't agree, the magician army of Azel Kingdom will keep searching here. It's up to her to decide how to choose. After receiving the order, the guards bowed their heads and stepped back to carry out the task that Mocha gave him, while the 1,000 mages on the other side, led by the 3 great mages, also advanced towards Shiraishi's position. ***Chapter 29, Crisis, 45 In the mountains. A century-old tree, the vicissitudes of the growth rings carved the traces of the years. In the rustling, the summer wind blew on the face, the delicate drops came, the dark green leaves swayed, and continued to stare at the red dust from a high place. Under the tree, Shiraishi's movements were frozen for a long time, as if waiting for something. Pfft! Sudden! A heartbeat broke the sound of the wind just now, looming, and the incoming from far to near is in the ear. The sound ranges from weak to strong, from mild to violent. The invisible perception spread out towards the surroundings, turned into threads, and began to weave into nets, covering the sound of the breeze, and receiving the distant heartbeat into the ears. The unfamiliar and familiar state made Shiraishi's emotions and heart become quiet, and no one could disturb him. Shiraishi's consciousness seems to have entered the empty starry sky, overlooking the earth with a radius of 1,000 meters from a supreme perspective. The breath of all things, the creatures of the earth are like silk threads, and he is transformed into an invisible giant hand by his perception, which is tightly grasped in his hand. This is the combination of the domineering heart network and the sound of the breath of all things in Kendo. The combination of the two instantly expands the scope of the heart network tenfold. At this time, Shiraishi no longer looked at things with his eyes. He habitually listened to the things around him, and felt the vibrations around him with his heart. Sometimes perception is clearer than vision. In a trance, Shiraishi felt a strong wave ahead. Shiraishi opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. When Shiraishi opened his eyes, 2 words came out from his mouth. Here. Boom. The tree in front of him collapsed, and a giant elephant appeared in front of Shiraishi. The giant elephant was more than 3 times the size of an ordinary elephant, and Shiraishi was already ready to go. Put on. Under the aggregation of strength, the dragon slashed out of its sheath, turned into silver-white lightning, and ripped apart the sky. Moo! The giant elephant let out a long cry, which spread throughout the forest. But this long cry seemed to be mixed with the wailing before death. With the loss of blood from the 2 wounds, the giant elephant's struggle gradually became weak, dying, and the last cry of powerlessness, blood continued to pour out of its mouth, the ground was soon dyed red, and the bloody breath filled the air. Shiraishi glanced at the giant elephant contentedly. Although the first person in the strongest swordsmanship system inherited Hawkeye and did not teach himself any beheading skills, he could launch a huge swordsmanship attack with just a few basic swordsmanship moves. Regarding the death of the giant elephant, Shiraishi did not have much expression. In the past few days, he has lost count of how many monsters have died in his hands. This world is where the strong prey on the weak, especially in this environment of monsters. It is the only one. Law. And here, if you want to live well, compassion is the most extravagant and worst thing on the street. Without strength, these things will become your fatal weakness. At this time, just after Yang Yang was overjoyed, Shiraishi walked a few hundred meters again. Shiraishi's brows wrinkled and changed, and a sound of rapid breaking wind came from behind him. The power was extremely fierce, as if thunder generally cut through the sky. Another wave came from far away from Shiraishi. This time, the wave behind him was even more intense. Shiraishi turned his gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared from under Shiraishi. This figure did not have the huge physique of a giant elephant, but was smaller than the giant elephant. The black shadow punched Shiraishi sharply, with extremely powerful strength. Cut! But Shiraishi didn't flinch at all, and used his dragon-slaying sword to resist. At the same time, Shiraishi sensed that 2 waves in front of him and behind him attacked at the same time. Feeling the point of the offensive, Shiraishi's body burst out in vain, and a stream of air appeared under his feet, and several dodged, directly appearing several meters away. And just as Shiraishi appeared in the distance, the place where he was standing was shrouded in a terrifying attack. Under the attack, there was no life left. Boom! Only gradually did Shiraishi see clearly the shadow that attacked him first, the black silk fur with golden lines on it, the scarlet tongue sticking out of his mouth from time to time to lick his lips and the tip of his nose. The eyes are green and green a bit scary. A strange black man appeared in front of Shiraishi. "It's all here, do you need to hide your head and show your tail like this?" At this time, when Shiraishi confronted the man in black, there were still two figures dormant in the dark corner. Shiraishi believed that as long as he showed the slightest flaw, it was the time when those two figures appeared to attack. "When you're about to die, you'll see them." A gloomy voice came from the sky in the distance, like the words in the underworld. After a while, two figures appeared in vain in front of Lin Yun. The strength and the original Augustus should have the same or even higher strength. One of the two who fell from the sky looked at Shiraishi with icy eyes and said, "Just follow us, besides us, there are 1,000 mages who have surrounded the entire mountain. You have no chance of escaping. So, this waste, can't even handle this incident. It would be better if he died. He also killed Augustus and Marlis, and finally threw all the troubles on us." The other of the two, the strange-looking man, said yin and yang. Shiraishi should be So's mortal enemy when he heard this tone, otherwise there is no need to scold a dead man like this. "Okay Karenlas, hurry up and arrest him. There are more important things on General Mocha's side, and there is not much time left for us." The Night Man stood up and said. One of the 5 wizards of Azure Kingdom, Karenlas, the third in the sequence, was very dissatisfied with General Mocha's decision to send them out, but he did not resist, so he could only follow him obediently. I know, Kappas, I'm really afraid of you. Everything is so serious. What is there to be afraid of as a kid?" Karpas shook his head helplessly, one of the 5 wizards of Azure Kingdom, the second in the sequence. Shiraishi rolled his eyes and let out a sneer. "Do you really think I don't have the power to resist? But you guys came just right. I didn't expect that. I didn't look for you, but you guys came to the door yourself. This saved me a lot of trouble. Hehe, since you really think that you are invincible by killing the great mage? Come with me obediently." Karenlas sneered, and immediately gave a big hand. The magic power in the body was like a long whip. In the air a fiery red shadow passed by and swept away towards Shiraishi. Flaming Snake. ***. Chapter 30, The Absolute Gap, 55. The appearance of the flame made the slightly moist air in the morning dry in an instant, and the flame whip swept through the air, turning into a huge flame snake and winding towards Shiraishi. Looking at the fiery red long whip that almost spanned a distance of more than 10 meters, Shiraishi slowly exhaled, and when the flaming snake's snake letter was about to touch the top of Shiraishi's head, his body suddenly turned to the left, dodging him. Flaming snake attack. The long whip carried the strong wind, slashed down against Shiraishi's clothes, and finally hit the ground heavily, and a scorching trace appeared in an instant. Bang! 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 After dodging the attack of the flaming snake, when Shiraishi was about to attack, the heart net sent waves of fluctuations again. Judging from the number alone, it was the same as the number of 1,000 mages they said before. Shiraishi held Zhanlong and said coldly, "The kingdom of Azure is really willing to work hard, and actually lined up an army to deal with me. Shiraishi's heart network is only a kilometer away, and a kilometer is only a short distance for mages. After a while, nearly 10 million mages have assembled. Who told you to kill Master Moore, and then kill 3 wizards? Do you think General Mocha will let you go?" Karenlas said, raising his left hand and waving it down at Shiraishi. One after another ups and downs were beating in Shiraishi's heart, and these fluctuations represented the strength of the mages in front of Shiraishi, but although the strength of these 500 mages was not as strong as the first 5, they gathered together. The power is far beyond them. Give it to me. Karenlas rushed out, but the others did not stop him. At this time, he just let him test the water. In the end, what ability does this person in front of him have to kill Augustus? Gal, aren't you going to take action? Pause, who appeared first, frowned and said. According to his habit, he would rather everyone take action to subdue this kid, rather than take turns in this way. Don't worry, he's not the only one. Sombra and the others are staring at them at the same time, and the two of you are watching the battle and the mage corps at the same time, so there won't be any surprises. Hearing Gal's answer, Paz didn't say anything more. After all, the other party was the largest wizard in the kingdom of Azel. No matter whether the mission of this encirclement and suppression was led by the other party instead of himself, whatever happened was the responsibility. All will be up to his degree. Karenlas looked at Shiraishi with a joking smile, and swung out with one hand, and suddenly a scorching magic whip, which was different from before, turned into dozens of fiery snakes and attacked. Feeling the hot breath behind him, Shiraishi didn't dodge this time. Karenlas felt that something was wrong, but the magic he used didn't make sense, and the fire snake still fell towards Shiraishi. Fire Control Viper. Sweep. Suddenly, he could only see the dragon in Shiraishi's hand swinging toward his fire snake. A dazzling sword light made Karenlas lose his mind for a moment. Attacked towards Karenlas. Not good. Realizing that it was not good, Karenlas reacted and flashed to the right in an instant, and the sweep shot towards the sky, submerging into the clouds, drawing a blue sky, but no one saw this scene. Karenlas's hands were together with 10 100-meter-high flame pythons, ups and downs beside him, and everything in the surrounding hundreds was burned. This is the strength of the great wizard. Shiraishi smiled smugly, but only saw the disdain in his eyes. Seeing the astonishment in Karenla's eyes, Shiraishi smiled disdainfully. The attack in front of him would have been frightened to death by others, but after seeing the roar of the magma dragon, in Shiraishi's eyes, these flames were huge. Python simply can't compare to that. Karenlas also understood the disdain in Shiraishi's eyes, and couldn't help burning with anger. Shiraishi slowly raised the dragon, and his aura was gradually rising, exuding a dangerous aura, and his right hand swung a blow at a speed that the naked eye couldn't detect. Cut. Fire Control Python. Following Karenla's gesture control, the flame python fell towards the slash to try to block Shiraishi's attack, but it was still the same as before, facing the slash with the effect of breaking the magic. Any magic had no effect in front of it. What is the problem? Seeing that Shiraishi's attack was about to land on Karenlas, and when Karenlas was still in a daze, Paz roared at him, and released his magic power to rush towards Karenlas. Get down! Boom! Shiraishi's slash swiped their scalps when Paz knocked down Karenlas and threw him down, only to see that slash fell to the mountain behind him like a slash. Boom! The mountain was cut with cracks, and then the entire mountain collapsed instantly. When the boulder rolled down and a cloud of smoke slowly rose, all the mages in the kingdom of Azel were startled by this scene. This. Karenlas and Paz were instantly stunned, and even the two shadows who were hiding in the dark were also shocked by Shiraishi's methods. Is this really human? As if struck by lightning, Gal foolishly stood there, looking at the scene in front of him. There was a quake in the ground, and the giant boulders were rolling down towards the thousands of mages. Boom! 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 The boulder rolled down the mountain and landed in the army of mages, like grinding stones, reaping the lives of mages. Not good. Run! It's too big for magic to penetrate. No. The rolling stones are too big. For a time, the entire Sorcerer Legion suffered heavy damage. When the incident happened suddenly, they couldn't release the joint shield at all, and the shield released by themselves could not stop the impact of the boulders that rolled down from the hundreds of meters of mountain peaks. At the same time as the boulder fell, there were countless howls from the mage army. And at this moment, Gal shot. Magic barrier. Boom! An incomparably tyrannical magic power erupted on his body, and the magic power radiated out, turning into a huge magic barrier. The boulder rolled on the magic barrier released by Gal, making a burst of roars, and the casualties of the magician army below were also just paused. Gar's face was extremely embarrassed, and he looked at Shiraishi with fearful eyes. At this time, he also understood why 3 great mages from the Azer kingdom died at the hands of the opponent, and even he could not stop such an attack. If he hadn't released the magic barrier in time just now, I'm afraid the collapse of the mountain just now would be enough to annihilate the 1,000-meter magician, and the blow that cut off the mountain just now gave him a sense of threat. Only in the dragon family can he feel why this human being in front of him can bring the same feeling to him. Put on. Asterisk. Chapter 31, Brutal Reality, 15. Just as Gal released the shield, after successfully distracting, Shiraishi's mouth curled slightly, holding Zhanlong and using the power of piercing to charge into the mage core. Crisis. Swordsmanship continuous slash. A cold light flashed in Shiraishi's eyes, and slashes slashed across the throats of the dozens of mages at the front. The mages' core didn't even have time to react, and they just fell down without making a sound. Eyes widened and lost life. The people around were so frightened that their backs were chilled and their hairs stood on their backs. Run! Hurry up! For a time, the entire mage corps was in complete chaos. Oops! When Gar saw Shiraishi's actions, he immediately understood his plan. He first used the rolling stone to drag himself, and then Shiraishi could take the opportunity to kill the wizard of Azer Kingdom. In front of him, his companions fell one after another in a short period of time. In just a short period of time, the Mage Legion had already fallen nearly 200 mage. But the rolling stones were still falling, and Gal couldn't remove the magic barrier at this time, otherwise the mage core underneath would face a terrible blow from the rolling stones. Galton was in a dilemma, and his face could no longer preserve the calm that had just appeared before. You deserve to die. The situation in front of him was something Gal had never imagined. Even as the largest wizard of the Azel Kingdom, he couldn't handle such casualties. I think this sentence should be more suitable for you. Shiraishi said coldly, and after this time, the casualties of the Sorcerer Legion had approached 300, and Galton was furious, but there was still nothing he could do. After hearing Shiraishi's words, Gal shouted down with a ferocious face, "Are you idiots? What are you afraid of when he is only one person? Don't hurry up and kill him." Some members of the Sorcerer Corps scrambled back despite the injuries they had just hit by the rolling stone and Shiraishi's beheading, but there were also some people who were unwilling to be slaughtered like this and sobered up when they heard Gal's words, and immediately released the magic block. Shiraishi. Together. Attack. Dozens of sorcerers looked at each other and simultaneously launched an attack towards Shiraishi's front. Karenlas and Paz, who were the first to shoot behind Shiraishi, also launched an attack at the same time. Karenlas moved his hand towards the flame giant ape dozens of high, while Paz, who was beside him, released a blue-green with both hands. The poisonous fog of, attached to the flame giant ape, and the hot red flame instantly transformed into a faint blue flame. Fire control fire ape. Poison mist. Fusion magic. Shiraishi exclaimed in surprise. Magic is independent of each other and exists with each other. It is difficult for the magic power of two different individuals to integrate with each other. Only by finding a bridge connecting the two people can the fusion magic be triggered, but this probability is extremely low, but once it succeeds, it will explode even more. Great power. Therefore, fusion magic is recognized as a difficult magic. It is no wonder that Paz cared so much about Karenlas just now, and he had to save him at the risk of being beheaded. It turned out that the two were mutually trusted companions. Shiraishi broke through the magic attack in front of him and shot the dragon slashing towards the mage. The whole body is covered in armed color. In front of everyone, Shiraishi's skin was covered with a dark substance, and his body was dark and shiny. The poisonous flame on the giant ape was isolated from Shiraishi's body just now. This sudden scene made everyone stunned. Open! Shiraishi tore apart the giant ape with both hands, and at the same time hid behind Shiraishi, and the two shadows in the dark corner also took advantage of the opportunity to attack from both sides. No one can escape the sneak attack of our two brothers. Ferocious Thorn. One after another, the daggers wrapped in the hands of the two of them cut through the air, shot towards the blast, and fell towards Shiraishi's neck. Damn it! Gal, who released the magic barrier to block the falling stones, saw Shiraishi, who was about to be stabbed to death by the shadow, and said viciously, if he could, he would rather shoot himself and peel Shiraishi's skin fiercely, to vent his hatred. However, the only pair of biological brothers among the 5 wizards of the Azer Kingdom, the 4th and 5th in the sequence, Gar is sure that Shiraishi has absolutely no chance. The joint assassination of the two, even the first in the sequence himself, would not dare to have any underestimate. Just when everyone determined that Shiraishi's death had come, Shiraishi, who was only 1 centimeter away from the dagger and the target, suddenly turned around, swept up a series of phantom lines, and punched out 2 black shadows at the same time. Get out of here! Boom! A loud bang. Under the gazes of countless scorching eyes, the pitch-black iron fist shattered the magic spikes in the hands of the 2 shadows, and 1 punch pierced through their chests and flew out. You! The 2 shadows were shocked, blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, their bodies stiffened, and their pupils trembled violently as they contracted. I didn't expect such a result. Obviously, the magic that is facing the front has no chance to observe the behind. Why can it turn around and attack them in the shortest time? Did you think that's the end of it? Therefore, those who believed that Shiraishi was definitely dead were completely dumbfounded, and at this moment, Shiraishi attacked again, his muscles bulging, his bones cracking, and a gust of wind suddenly rolled up under his feet, driving and astonishing the speed rushed to the 2 shadows. The shadow also reacted in an instant, the figure flickered, and suddenly moved halfway in a strange position to release the magic power of the whole body, covering the magic power on the elbow, and slammed into Shiraishi's ribs fiercely. The change in this moment suddenly made the wizards exclaim, this is a contest of speed, if they were to lie down a long time ago, but they were sure that the Sombra adults and the others could escape Shiraishi's pursuit. After all, in terms of speed, there has never been a people are better than them. Such an amazing speed has made it difficult for people to react immediately, and suddenly such a rapid shift. How could the villain react? But the next scene shocked everyone again. Shiraishi's quick response was beyond everyone's expectations. His left arm was raised horizontally almost instantly, resisting to the side, and collided heavily with the elbows of the 2 shadows. When the force collided, there was a slight bones clicked. Puff! The 2 shadows vomited blood at the same time. After the elbow collided with Shiraishi's arm, the feedback force felt so tyrannical that the blood and internal organs of the whole body were churning. Immediately afterwards, something even more terrifying for the shadows came. When they collided, both sides retreated to a certain extent, and there was a gap. This was the body's instinctive reaction, and it was also the effect of force, but Shiraishi's arm hit them at the same time. Stretched again, grabbed their necks, and in an instant, their lives had fallen into Shiraishi's hands. How can that be? The entire battlefield was suddenly quiet, and all the wizards of the Azel Kingdom were completely dumbfounded. No one thought that such a scene would happen. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Everything is Cut, 25. Not far away, Zhanlong was inserted into the body of a magician. The blood and pain of the black shadow in Shiraishi's hands constantly stimulated the nerves of the two, and they kept struggling. Let them go. At the same time, on the other side, when the rolling stones finished falling, Gal also had the spare energy to release magic, calling out a scepter inlaid with magic crystals, and a small magic circle wrapped it around. When 3 huge magic circles floated above Shiraishi, and the huge magic power slowly moved from Gal's body toward the triple magic circle in the air. A huge dark magic power floated on the edge of the magic circle, and waves of coercion descended on Shiraishi mercilessly, but Shiraishi let the terrifying momentum descend and his expression remained unchanged. Gal's eyes were fixed on Shiraishi, for fear that the other party would kill the two Sombra in the first place. Different from Augustus and the others, the value of the two shadows can almost replace 10 great wizards. As long as the two of them die, the kingdom of Azel will definitely usher in an unprecedented earthquake. I think you also know my identity, the most powerful wizard in the kingdom of Azer. Let them both go, and I can let you leave this place. Shiraishi's face was calm. Although he looked like he didn't have any serious problems at the time, in reality, although he was not seriously injured, it was definitely not a minor injury. In addition to the continuous battle just now, he was a little bit out of strength, and he and the shadow with a full blow, the inside of the body was severely injured, and the calmness on his face was only for his own injury. Shiraishi's arrogance gradually faded from his body. He forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood that was about to rush to his throat, looking at Gal and said, "Do you think I'll believe your words?" Seeing that Shiraishi broke the necks of Sombra and the two of them, Gal showed a terrifying grimness, and the explosion in his mouth resounded throughout the audience. "Shiraishi, if you really kill them both, then you will be the enemy of the entire Azer kingdom, and the entire human race has no place for you." Shiraishi sneered, the strength in his hands relaxed, and the dark shadow that had been struggling slowly stopped, looking at Shiraishi with ironic eyes. In fact, no matter how strong they are, in the absence of a strong background, it is not necessary to compromise them. In fact, although Gal's words are a bit exaggerated, it is really like what he said. As long as Shiraishi's two shadows and the killer, plus the previous 3 great mages, there are already 5 great mages. Shiraishi died at his hands, plus the lives of nearly 300 wizards. Shiraishi was equivalent to destroying nearly 1/10 of the battle power of the kingdom of Azer. Gal is absolutely certain that General Mocha will never tolerate Shiraishi's presence. Absolutely will do anything to fix Shiraishi. In order to remove troubles. Faced with the pursuit of the second human kingdom, even if Shiraishi fled to the kingdom of Dragunov, there was no way, because Shiraishi had violated their bottom line, and they would not care about the rules between countries, let alone Dragunov. The kingdom of Novo is still unable to protect itself. I advise you to let us go, otherwise General Mocha will never let you go. Blood spilled from the corners of the mouths of the two Sombra, and they were also full of dread about Shiraishi's power. That strange attack could actually isolate or even cut off magic. Coupled with that unparalleled fighting ability, they had never seen such a character before. Is it? Shiraishi glanced at the shadow in his hand. That's right, as long as you let them go, the kingdom of Azel can retreat immediately, and immediately send 100 million J of gold coins. While Shiraishi bowed his head, Gal looked down at Karenlas and Perth, who were still in shock below. A secret subpoena was given. 100 million J. Countless air-breathing voices appeared on the battlefield, and this amount of gold coins was enough to buy a city. This is an irresistible thing for a great wizard. Send a message to the general immediately. Also, the two of them escaped control in the shadow, and immediately catch him. Never let them escape. Yes. Under such circumstances, Paz immediately carried out what Gal had told him to do. Villain, I'll let you understand, what hell, people who anger the kingdom of Azel, never have any good end. After watching their actions, Gal's heart gradually calmed down. Although he looked at Shiraishi with a compromise, deep down, it contained infinite murderous intent. I think you can think about it. Gal tried his best to make his face kinder, but Shiraishi didn't know how ridiculous his expression was in Shiraishi's eyes. You seem to be right, but... Click. 2 broken bones sounded slowly in a silent battlefield. Shiraishi sneered, and the shadows in his hands slowly fell. I reject. How could he possibly not notice the small movements behind Gal? Even though he couldn't listen to their conversations, Shiraishi could feel the slight changes on Gal's face and the beating of his heart, and these expressions represented fraud. Boom! One after another, fresh blood slowly left from the mouths of the two of them, and their pupils were widened. They did not understand whether the other party was about to agree or kill them, and walked towards eternal death with unwillingness. Countless people's exclamations, roars, and gasps of cold air all came together, and they didn't know what to say anymore. The great wizard of Azure Kingdom, what a powerful existence, this wizard who can break through the dragon clan and escape safely, a figure admired by countless wizards. But now, they are all dead, all gone. This result is dizzying, unbelievable, and even more unimaginable. Damn you! Gal's resentful color, his face is hideous, like a demon. Sacrifice! Gal's eyes were cold, murderous like a god's blade, tearing apart the void, a series of muffled puffs, countless deaths on the ground, and the fallen bodies exploded instantly, blood spurted, and merged into the magic circle. Countless magic powers are accumulating. The appearance of this magic power has plunged the world into darkness. Even the scorching sunlight that hung in the sky seemed to be swallowed up by the darkness and disappeared without a trace. Darkness descends. Boom! A wave of magic power slammed into the surroundings, and several towering ancient trees rushed to the sky, and were twisted into powder by a terrifying invisible force in mid-air, and this magic power instantly fell towards Shiraishi. Shiraishi dodged and grabbed Zanlongjin and shouted, "Sword!" Boom! At this moment, the breath skyrocketed, climbing steadily, and the ascension was too terrifying. In an instant, the power of the whole body poured out like a rushing wave, and the rich power flowed on the surface of his body like a water wave, sending his entire body. All wrapped in it, the air around him was suddenly chaotic, causing ripples. No one can threaten me. No one, not even the kingdom of Azul. I stand in my way. Shiraishi slowly looked up at the sky. Everything is cut. Asterisk. Chapter 33, Sword Breakthrough, 35. Shiraishi had already been in agony about what happened to Tagasek, and in the face of Azul's threat, even if what Gal had said before was true, he would never agree. The figure retreats and advances, the blades cross and fall, the sword falls, the cross cuts off. The combination of the horizontal sword style and the sword cutting style is amazing and mighty, and the aura bursts and impacts, and it seems to cut everyone's eyes. Sharp to the extreme, the domineering cross sword light, cut off the mountains and shattered the sky. Swordsmanship. Cross slash. Boom. 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 At this time, he had no scruples, and the surrounding air was roaring in an instant, and the terrifying kendo power intersected with the darkness. The earth was directly cracked and turned into powder, and the countless birds and beasts were destroyed in an instant. Boom! As thunder exploded, Gal's eyes were horrified. He could feel Shiraishi's sword strike, and his magic power couldn't stop at all. Death enveloped Gal in an instant. The space seemed to be constantly compressing, and Gal's bones were all shattered at this moment. And the most terrifying thing is, the sword strike still did not stop at the movement in his hand. He is going to kill himself. Boom! Everyone obeys. Gal's anxious voice reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone obeys. Unleash the strongest magic attack on the villain in front of you. Now that this situation has developed, the opponent must be subdued in the fastest time. Otherwise, even if some wizards are sacrificed, they must be killed. The nature of a soldier made the Sorcerer Legion not hesitate, and in front of Shiraishi, the wizards who had fled from everywhere immediately took out their magic tools and aimed them at Shiraishi's position, accumulating magic power. Now as long as Gal gives an order, they will attack at any time without the slightest pause. Put. Countless magic power exploded in Shiraishi, and Shiraishi, who was nearly exhausted, could not release his full-body armed domineering again, but even if he was exhausted, he did not choose to dodge, and the cross-slash still fell towards Gal. You are crazy! The shock in his heart flashed, and Gal stared at Shiraishi with cold eyes. If Shiraishi's injured body could burst out with such terrifying power, he would never believe it. This time, Gal is thorough, channeling his own life force into magic without any reservation. Because the shadow of death is constantly spreading throughout the body. The moment Shiraishi approached him, his internal organs trembled in a frenzied expansion, like the face of a demon, making him even fear. He couldn't lose, no matter what. Boom! The three forces roared at the same time. The terrifying force vibrated layer by layer. The scene of the explosion was too amazing, and the aura of annihilation swept across the sky. Even some creatures that were far away were smashed by their internal organs, vomited blood, and died, and flew away again with a horrified face. The borders of the kingdom of Dragonov. Ice Crystal Dragon, what happened there? An ice-blue ice dragon flew from afar and caught in Irene's eyes. When Belzarian was unable to leave and stayed in the royal capital of Dragonov, the ice crystal dragon guarded her. That's humans fighting. Hearing this sentence, even Irene showed surprised eyes, feeling that the power fluctuations from the distance seemed to be dragon level, but what the ice crystal dragon said was a battle between humans. Irene was a little unbelievable. How is this possible? When will humans reach such power? The fact that only dragons can defeat dragons is a well-known fact of the human race. For the queen of the Dragonov kingdom, where humans and dragons coexist, Irene understands the power of dragons best. That's right, it's a battle between humans. I didn't feel the power of the dragon, and there was a power in it. I felt a threat, a very powerful force. In order to convince Irene, the ice crystal dragon met again and said something that shocked Irene. Threatening you, it's impossible. At this time, even if Irene didn't want to believe it, she had to believe it, but in addition to being surprised, Irene was more worried. Why did the battle near the power of the dragon break out on the border of the kingdom of Azel, and who is the master of that power, Gal? No, his strength will never reach this level. Could it be the hidden weapon of the kingdom of Azel? Anxiety spread from Irene's heart, she looked into the distance anxiously, and immediately called for a guard. Send scouts to explore the mountains in the eastern border area. I want to know what I am doing when I arrive at the kingdom of Azel. The other side. Boom! What are you saying? The magic power on Mocha broke out, and an invisible huge magic power was released in an instant, as if the whole world was stagnant for a moment. Paz in front of him did not dare to look up. Although Mocha is a general of a country, and perhaps in the eyes of others, he is just a high-ranking ruler, but in fact, his magic power is far beyond all imagination. Mocha said in a deep voice, "Go take my warrant and summon the 5 shadow wizards to support. If you can't succeed, then you don't have to come back." After hearing the order, Paz stunned and immediately took the order. Yes, General. Looking at the departing figure, Mocha slowly fell into contemplation, and was surprised by Shiraishi's strength. In the face of 1,000 mages and 5 great mages, he was still able to capture the 2 of Sombra alive. Such strength, if not for killing him. Mocha even wanted to recruit him because of his own son, but unfortunately this kind of thing is impossible. I didn't expect this villain to have such strength, it's just a pity. Not to mention the matter of killing his son, Mocha couldn't forgive him for killing 3 great mages alone, so Mocha could choose to kill him when he couldn't recruit him. Boom! The collision of power caused an imperceptible crack to suddenly appear on the ground, and then with this crack as the center, it quickly spread around, and it still covered the entire mountain in the blink of an eye. The two were connected, and a huge roar mixed with the terrifying air current and heat wave swept out. With the sound of the explosion, Gal's figure flew out instantly in the explosion, and at the same time an arm fell to the ground, obviously it had been destroyed. Obsolete. With the blow just now, he felt as if he had hit him. In just 1 second, his entire body lost consciousness, and some of it was just heart-piercing pain. It's hard to imagine how much destructive power this kind of terrifying destructive power needs to look at the young man in the dust. You're not dead. Shiraishi's figure slowly emerged from the flying dust, his delicate appearance seemed to merge with the darkness, and he smiled at Nagar. The murderous intent in the shallow smile made Dagal shudder. At this time, he no longer has any magic power, like a lamb to be slaughtered by others. Ended. Asterisk. Chapter 34, The Declaration of Destruction, 45. Everything fell, and only Shiraishi was standing, but his body was shaking constantly. You can't kill me. If you kill me, no one else will let you go. Someone is already on the way. If you let me go, I can pretend that I didn't see you. Gal's face was pale, and he looked at the young man in front of him with fear, his face was full of horror. At this time, Gal was dying, and his consciousness began to gradually become blurred. Where could he still fight back? His black hair kept turning white, this was his life slowly draining, but it wasn't death, but if Shiraishi really fell with a sword, then Gal would really be dead. It's useless. Shiraishi spat out a mouthful of blood. If he hadn't raised his armament and resisted the magic attack he had just resisted, he would have been the one who fell first. You're damned. When the Zhanlong in his hand was raised high, a force suddenly erupted behind him, emitting a dazzling light. Gal was completely desperate, and his eyes would be closed directly, ready to meet death. Stop! Hearing the familiar voice, Gal's tightly closed eyes opened again, and his eyes glanced at the light not far away again, and there was a touch of ecstasy on his face, as if seeing hope. Pause! Gal exclaimed in surprise. Shiraishi also turned to look, only to see Paz reappearing behind him. Paz saw Gal lying under Shiraishi. It was still dozens of kilometers away from the base camp of the Magus army in the Kingdom of Azur. Even for Paz, it would take a while, but he didn't expect that it would be just a back and forth. Also fell into the opponent's hands. However, in Gal's inner ecstasy, a sudden strong wind suddenly appeared in front of him, and Gal's face turned pale when he felt the strong killing intent. Immediately after, a cyan figure flashed behind him, and the powerful blade carried this muffled thunderous sound, and slashed across Gal's throat, scarlet blood splattered into the sky. Do not! Gal grabbed the hand that pierced his chest fiercely, but as his eyes darkened, his weak hands loosened and fell. Since you want to kill me, then prepare to be beheaded by me. Shiraishi glanced at Gal on the ground lightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a bloodthirsty face appeared on his face. Boom! The 5 men in white tumbled into the air and fell on the boulder in front of Shiraishi. The moment they fell, the icy energy rushed towards him. Shiraishi felt that the blood in his body could not be suppressed more and more, and he could barely reach the realm of the swordsman. Unless the swordsmanship and the domineering breakthrough of the armed color, it would be impossible to support it any longer. Shiraishi didn't stop at all. The moment the opponent fell, he ran and shot to the side. After a few leaps, he rushed towards the man in white there. The man in white was disdainful and did not use magic power, but simply released the magic shield to intercept, dealing with this kind of attack without magic power, and it was not enough to go all out. Watch out for his sword! Seeing this, Karenlas, who was lying on the ground, shouted angrily, and Shiraishi's eyes narrowed. But just as the two swords' tips collided, Shiraishi looked directly at the person's right eye, and suddenly a burst of armed color covered the blade. Forehead. What the hell? Trembling in his heart, the man in white dodged fiercely, but his chest was still slashed with a knife. Shiraishi, who was almost exhausted, couldn't help but weaken a bit, but only tore open the flesh, but did not hurt the inside. But, even so, Shiraishi turned around and rushed towards Karenras on the ground. In the impact of the force just now, he was severely injured just like Shiraishi, and Shiraishi easily approached. You talk too much. Prick. Karenlas is dead. Karnla's pause was startled, followed by infinite anger. His face was ashen and a roar resounded for 100 miles. Kill him! Everyone, be careful, the sword in this bastard's hand is a little weird. The two men in white stopped in front of Shiraishi one after another. This time, nothing was kept. A thunderbolt and a wind blade smashed towards him with an unrivaled smashing momentum. He held the Thunder Man and the wind blade abruptly, but, even if he blocked the part with the dragon slash, there was still a terrifying destructive force that severely injured Shiraishi on the spot, leaving 4 or 5 bloody wounds on his body. Do you think you can escape? Before Shiraishi turned around, a burly man suddenly appeared behind him. So fast! The huge palm covered with powerful magic force slammed into the back of his neck, and the huge power erupted immediately, as if to directly smash his neck. Brush! Zhan Long passed by. The burly and strong man saw that he was about to fall into his hands, and immediately cleaned up. Shiraishi also took the opportunity to distance himself, soaring into the sky like a falcon, tumbling in the air, and directly landed on 100 meters away. Crown top! Don't try to run! There was a sudden roar in midair, and the man in white appeared in the air, and the iron legs that swept over shot straight at Shiraishi's chest and abdomen in midair. It's not over yet. The burly man, the golden runes with magic power surging all over his body began to emerge, and an indescribable crimson flame suddenly burst into flames. A terrifying hot breath wrapped Shiraishi's whole body little by little, and scorched his body cruelly. His cheeks were a little distorted due to the pain. Boom! Damn it! Where the hell are people from? Shiraishi fought back the pain again. The strength of these people in front of them is not inferior to Gal at all, and the joint attack of the 5 people far exceeds the threat that Gal brought him. Boom! Ah, little brat, go to hell! Seeing the tragic appearance of Gal and the others, the 5 white-clothed faces were stunned, and their figures came directly to a place less than 10 feet away from Lin Yun. The fist was mixed with the sound of sonic boom, and the huge coercion directly caused ripples in the space around the fist. The fist, which was wrapped by powerful magic, rapidly enlarged in Shiraishi's constricted pupil, almost at the speed of lightning. Smashed hard at Lin Yun. Boom! The cold air came from behind. Shiraishi's face changed suddenly, and before he had time to think about anything, his figure flashed continuously, and went over several meters. But no matter how fast Shiraishi was, he couldn't avoid the attack. A huge force came from behind, and Shiraishi's face changed. With the help of this huge force, his body burst out and retreated from the attack range of several people. Holding the sword again, the silver light tilted. SHH! A dazzling sword light descended from the sky, filled with murderous aura. Asterisk. Chapter 35, The Narubite Clan, 55. Give me death. Boom. Swordsmanship cross waves. Shiraishi released the remaining power in his body, the blade struck a slash. Shiraishi quickly shook the blade. Layers of slashing waves, like raging waves, immediately showed a steady stream of waves, with Shiraishi as the center. The madness spread from the sky, bringing bursts of gusts of wind to wreak havoc. At this moment, the faces of Chasing and others also changed slightly. They did not expect that the people who were already teetering on the verge of falling could still launch such a powerful offensive, which was obviously beyond their expectations. The smoke filled the air, the wind roared, and countless rocks danced in the air blocking the part where they were advancing. When the dust and smoke dissipated, Shiraishi was nowhere to be seen. And at the moment when they were defending, an accident happened, and Shiraishi's figure appeared beside them. The 5 white clothes and paws opened their eyes wide, completely thinking that the opposite would actually attack and slash. The torn wind swept Shiraishi's body. Shiraishi forced the blood that was rushing down his throat. Ling Lai's eyes looked straight at the 5 people in front of him. He knew that if he didn't kill them, then only himself would fall in the end. Give me death. A sword power that seemed to materialize, vaguely emerged from Shiraishi's body, red eyes, containing a strong chill. The 6 people who looked at him felt a chill in their hearts, and their magic power surged to try to block Shiraishi's attack. Sword art cross/. Rumbling. With the whistling of the airflow, it gradually came out from the deep ravine, and a white light flashed from the dark clouds. The next moment, an explosion sounded suddenly, and the hurricane swept through it, causing a shocking violent force. The figures of the 6 people were instantly drowned and turned invisible, and Shiraishi was so far away that he retreated, and the vast mountain in the distance. The sun sets, and twilight falls. A bright moon is rising, bringing a starry night sky. A group of stars are scattered around the bright moon. But the physical fatigue is easy to say, the mental and life potential exhaustion caused by the continuous activation of the armed arrogance and the knowledgeable arrogance does penetrate deep into the bone marrow. Shiraishi, who was panting under the tree trunk, even wanted to sleep at the moment, but he stayed awake, because the other party might return with him. If he was really caught, Shiraishi might really end. This time the injury is really serious. Glancing at the injuries on his body, it was the heaviest injury he had ever suffered. Suppressing the pain in his body, Shiraishi's cheeks twitched. The blow was enough to cut off all his vitality. Cough cough. A congested blood flowed out of Shiraishi's mouth. Shiraishi's face became paler and his consciousness became more and more difficult to hold on, but he still held on. It was late at night. Shiraishi felt the dangerous atmosphere around him moving towards the other side, and he couldn't help sighing heavily. After several hours of rest, Shiraishi's originally pale face gradually turned red, but the injury still existed. "You must leave, otherwise the kingdom of Azer may send troops into the mountains to search." Shiraishi reluctantly supported his body, walked out of the old tree, and looked around. When he saw that he was fleeing just now, Shiraishi was already heading west, and this direction was neither Azer nor the kingdom of Dragonov, but the third world of the human race. Shiraishi recalled what the fat old man had said to him. There are 2 continents in the fairy tale world. Ishgar continent and Western continent, of which Ishgar continent is dominated by human race, coexisting with dragon race, while the Western continent is the territory of dragon race. On the continent of Ishgar, the area closest to the Western continent is called the Third World. The Third World is different from the human kingdom. This area is closest to the territory of the dragon race. There are also human activities here. The gathering of human races here is not in the form of a country, but more by tribes and races, and these tribes are scattered in on this earth. There is also the territory of the dragon clan. It can be said that this is a chaotic world. The people here have extremely high intelligence. In order to resist the dragon family, they have created magic tools that are strong enough to resist giant dragons, and survive in an extremely powerful and special way. Cough, there should be someone in this direction. Shiraishi stared into the distance, the pain intensified, and ran for a while again. The wound on his body opened again and the blood flowed out again. The sky is bright. Shiraishi has been walking for a long time, and it is estimated that it is not far from the original battlefield. Finally, Shiraishi found a trace of people. This is a tribe built on a mountain in the distance appeared before Shiraishi's eyes, the most magnificent building on the top. The roof was covered with spherical boulders, and the base of the mountain was surrounded by a wall built of boulders. The river water outside the fence flows slowly along the edge of the wall. The river water is crystal clear, the ancient stone buildings are reflected on the water, and the eyes are like a beautiful oil painting. It is even more prosperous than the city of Tagsk. The buildings are built in a way that Shiraishi has never seen before. It is not so much a tribe as a city. And to see. Seeing the dawn of hope, Shiraishi was so excited that he almost stumbled and fell. Shiraishi's physical strength was close to the limit, and he could no longer support him to continue walking. He had to stop to rest and recuperate. Who? When Shiraishi approached the gate of the fence, a tribal guard with a dark face and a strong man had already spotted him, and immediately shouted. The people around him heard the call of his companions, and immediately followed, holding a long spear at Shiraishi's general. It's surrounded. Shiraishi reluctantly opened his mouth, but his eyes saw a familiar crest behind him. He was shocked and tired, and he fell down and never got up again. A few people were left looking at each other. The people inside the city gate began to work gradually at dawn. In order to avoid obstacles, the tribal guards had no choice but to take them away. In a deep sleep, with the sound of the breath of all things, Shiraishi felt himself being held up and lifted, walking down the streets, and finally stopped in a place full of medicine. This is not my Narubite. Yes. Let's put it aside for now. I'll treat him later. He's not dead yet. Yes. Afterwards, Shiraishi was placed on a soft bed, his consciousness sank again, and any feeling dissipated, and it was night when he woke up. Where am I? Shiraishi looked at the bandages on his body, and an herbal smell came from one side. Shiraishi turned around and saw that there were rows of shelves in the corner of the house built of boulders, and there were a lot of piles on the shelves. Crockpot and herbs. Asterisk. Chapter 36, Sober, 15. A bright moon hangs high in the night, the sky is so deep, the moonlight at night shines through the window and shines on the house where Shiraishi is. In an unfamiliar environment, the aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air for a while. Shiraishi suddenly remembered something, and immediately put his hands on his waist. Where's my sword? Empty, without any presents, lifted the cup over him, ready to get up. Tear. Suddenly, Shiraishi sucked in a breath of cold air, but Shiraishi's wound burst open due to the violent movement when he got up, and a small bloodshot seeped from the bandage. Don't move, your wound has just been sutured, and it will burst when you move. An old voice sounded, and then Shiraishi realized that there was a figure in the corner of the house, and Shiraishi could see the figure in front of him with the help of the faint light. It was an old man, his weather-beaten face was full of deep wrinkles, his face was full of wrinkles, and the uneven twists and turns were like mottled marks on the wall, crawling all over his face, leaving behind the ears the traces of the two small eyes are a little cloudy. Don't move, your sword is still there, don't worry. There was a hint of softness in the old voice, as if stroking his heart, so Shiraishi couldn't help but choose to believe, nodded and lay down obediently, not moving a little bit, but his eyes stayed on the old man. He was holding Shiraishi's dragon slaying in his hand. What surprised Shiraishi the most was that after the second sword pill was inlaid, the bright and swift, weighing 1,000 jins of dragon slaying was playing with the old man's hands as if nothing was there. The old man, who was awakened, couldn't lie down either. He found a corner and lit a candle. Shiraishi saw an old and small medicine mill at his feet. From the medicine rack, the old man picked up the tray containing the herbs, put it on the ground, grabbed a handful of herbs and sprinkled it on the grinding trough, then sat down and put his hands like dead branches on the poles on both sides of the grinding wheel and started rolling. On a calm night, the grinding wheel made a coo sound in the grinding groove. I don't know how long it took, maybe it was 2 weeks, and Shiraishi felt a wave of drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn. When everything woke up, Shiraishi felt a sound in his ears, opened his eyes slowly, and saw the old man sitting by his bed late last night, fiddling with herbs in his hands. Woke up. When he spoke, the old man's hands like dead branches were already fiddling, and he said without turning his eyes. Then get up, it's time to change the medicine. With the lesson from last night, when he got up this time, Shiraishi sat up a little bit, and then the old man took off the bandage wrapped around Shiraishi and replaced the herbs that had lost their efficacy, revealing a green juice with a hint of herbal medicine. Red flesh, still a single wound, caused by Shiraishi's movement last night. You're in good health. I didn't expect that most of the wounds would heal in one night. It seems that your strength is not weak. Then he handed Shiraishi a bowl of bitter soup and let him drink it. Shiraishi took a sip and drank it and handed it back to the old man. The old man nodded and pressed his dry fingers on Shiraishi's chest. Does it hurt? Pain. It's okay to hurt, don't move too much these days, wait until it's completely healed. After the old man checked Shiraishi's wounds, he applied the herbs that had been prepared. The strong medicinal effect stimulated Shiraishi's newly healed wound, but Shiraishi endured it by his own will. Shout out when it hurts, but endure it and let your body suffer more damage. The old man gave Shiraishi a sidelong glance. The pain is already used to me, it's nothing. Shiraishi shook his head and smiled. Seeing this, the old man stopped talking, took away the herbs and bandages he had just changed, and was about to leave. Old man! Shiraishi shouted. What's wrong? The old man turned to look at Shiraishi, and seeing the calm but slightly peaceful face, what Shiraishi was about to say seemed to be stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. Thanks. Well, lie down and have a good rest. Watching the old man leave, Shiraishi shook his head again. Perhaps in the eyes of such an old man, any words of gratitude paled in front of him. When the injury is healed, let's see if there is any chance to repay the old man. Shiraishi, who was lying down, couldn't sleep at this time, and the medicinal effects continued to spread. It was like tens of thousands of ants crawling through the wound, making it feel as if life was worse than death. Shiraishi closed his eyes tightly. Any attack, the tingling sensation caused sweat to flow on his forehead. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. Shiraishi fell asleep unconsciously, and it went on like this for 3 consecutive days, and during these 3 days Shiraishi also learned where he was. Narubites. In this world, the Narubite tribe is a neutral tribe that has always been isolated from the world. On the surface, it sounds like a poor and backward tribe, but it is actually the most intelligent tribe in the entire human race. Among them, Nirvana 400 years later was created by their patriarch. Nirvana is a combination of magic and architecture a long time ago. It is a moving ancient city. This is an unparalleled magic that replaces light and darkness. It can transform the character of people who are not strong-willed, and it is one of the forbidden magics that have been sealed. Hearing this news, Shiraishi was almost taken aback. He didn't expect that he was in this wisdom tribe, and the old man who was taking care of him these days was Robin Lu, the patriarch of the Narubite tribe. No wonder Shiraishi looked familiar but didn't recognize him. Forget it, since you're here, just stay well. Shiraishi lay on the bed with a bandage, and fell asleep, and when he woke up, it was the next morning, and the old man appeared by Shiraishi's bed on time. Get up, take your medicine. Okay, old man. Shiraishi got up and untied yesterday's herbs and bandages. The old man was surprised to find that Shiraishi's wound had completely healed, and now there were only new tender flesh on the wound. Instead of applying herbs to Shiraishi, the old man took a jar of not knowing what was in it. He stretched out his fingers and scooped out a piece of liquid and smeared it on Shiraishi's body. A cool breeze spread across Shiraishi's body from the wound. Okay, now your body can recover most of it with just one more day of rest. After finishing everything, the old man sat down in front of Shiraishi. Although I don't know where you came from, but if you want to come, you are also a person in distress. If you want to stay in the Narubite tribe, you must find a job, otherwise even my patriarch has no right to let you stay on. In an era when food was extremely precious, no tribe would give out a surplus of grain to support an idler, so Shiraishi either left or chose to stay for work after his injury. I understand. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Returning to the Old Line, 25. Arrive. When the Narubite people walking ahead stopped, Shiraishi also looked up at the one ahead. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. The sound of hammers can be heard incessantly. This is the largest blacksmith shop of the Narubite tribe. There is a large plaque on the door plate. An iron word is engraved on the shiny black plaque, which means that this is a blacksmith shop. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this was a very thin plaque made of pure iron, and the sunlight emitted a faint black light. Although the patriarch Robin Lu asked you to stay, if you can't work well here, you can only be asked to leave. Shiraishi ignored the threat he said and walked into the blacksmith shop. He saw a few blacksmiths and a dozen apprentices under the leadership of an old master, and only heard the sound of ping ping pong pong, and the old master was beside him from time to time, shouting. There are 5 large stoves inside, and 5 boxes are attached to the sides of the 5 large stoves, which are bellows for blowing. There are 4 strong apprentices, pulling the bellows in a rhythmical manner. The oven is filled with coal, but the coal is processed and does not have a heavy coal odor. Generally, untreated coal will produce sulfur when burned. Smell, and Shiraishi walked in without smelling it. It is said that the iron tools made here are not damaged over the years, and rarely rust even if they are left unattended. Therefore, although the Narubites live in a bitter and cold place, there are often merchants who come here to buy agricultural tools or weapons. Master Carrot, he will leave it to you. The Narubite tribe behind Shiraishi said a word to the old master and left. At this time, the old master walked up to Shiraishi and asked, "Can you strike iron?" Meeting. Shiraishi nodded. "That's good, I already know about you. If you want to stay, you can work hard. You can stay by turning that piece of iron into a sword." Master Korat said without raising his head, pointing to the vacant seat. Understood. Shiraishi walked over, controlled the red-hot iron block with the iron clip, took it out, held the hammer and kept beating it. Clang! 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 Sparks were everywhere, and the grey and white impurities kept falling. The orderly method made many blacksmiths look sideways. Master Carrot watched Shiraishi for nearly a minute, then walked away and went about his business. Percussion, quenching. Shiraishi performed a set of skillful movements, and within a short while, a precise sword appeared in his hand, shining with a cold silver light under the light. Looking at the blade in his hand, Shiraishi smiled. Although he hadn't touched it for half a year, the blacksmith's work was deeply ingrained in his mind and could not be forgotten. Looking at the sharp sword in his hand, Shiraishi always felt that he had forgotten something. Suddenly, Shiraishi patted his head and remembered something. When Shiraishi finally put the 6-ringed coat of arms on the sword, he showed a satisfied look. "All right." "What?" After hearing Shiraishi's words, almost all the blacksmiths couldn't believe it. It took so long to forge a piece of pig iron into a sharp sword. Even Master Korat couldn't do it. "How long has it been?" "Less than a quarter of an hour." "I don't know, this kid can't lie, are all outsiders so cunning? If this is true, this speed is too terrifying. No, I have to go and see. I only need to look at him to know if he is a liar. Wait for me, I'll be with you too." For a while, the blacksmith put down his work and moved towards Shiraishi, causing a commotion. He took the sword that Shiraishi handed over and watched it carefully. But no matter from the shape, or the echo of the swordsmanship, it means that the blade made by Shiraishi has no problems at all, even. It is better than all the weapons in the blacksmith shop. I am afraid that such a level can only be achieved by the old master of Carrot, and I think of the identity of the old master of Carrot when he was young. The eyes of everyone looking at Shiraishi changed completely in an instant. In the originally noisy blacksmith shop, everything was quiet for a while, and there were only the sounds of drooling. "Monster!" "I don't know," where a voice came out and said everyone's heart, and the people who heard it couldn't help but nodded, and looked at Shiraishi even more strangely. Shiraishi also has a black line on his face. At dusk. Thanks to the wonderful performance during the day, the Narubite tribe gave him a house made of stones halfway up the mountain. There was nothing but simple furniture in it, but it was enough. But one thing happened today, the thing that concerned Shiraishi the most. When Shiraishi handed the sword to Master Carrot, his face was full of shock. However, Shiraishi always felt that his reaction was different from others, but he couldn't say it. "What's wrong? I have no choice but to put it down temporarily." But what satisfies Shiraishi the most is that there is a large open space behind the house that is not used, and on the other side of the open space is the forest, which is just suitable for Shiraishi to practice. When the people who led him left, Shiraishi finally when he had his free time, he took his sword and walked to the open space. "I haven't practiced for a while and my body is a little stiff." Shiraishi twisted his neck and stretched out to look at the system, but when Shiraishi saw the progress, he was shocked. Shiraishi was surprised to find that the experience value of the knowledge color far exceeded his first armed color domineering, and it was almost unlocked to 30%. It is estimated that he fought with the people from the kingdom of Azure. Shiraishi held his chin with one hand and whispered. The way to improve the domineering of knowledge is different from the other two. Among them, the improvement of swordsmanship requires designated swordsmanship training, while the domineering of armed requires physical training. The domineering of knowledge is the most special and does not need to accept tasks, and he continuously accumulates actual combat experience to increase the domineering level. However, this is the same as in One Piece's original work. If you want to improve your knowledge and domineering, you also need to fight your opponent and stimulate your potential in the battle. And the stronger the opponent, the more obvious the stimulation effect. Although Gal and others are not as strong as their own, they can still provide Shiraishi with a lot of experience. The strength of Gar in the Kingdom of Azel was estimated to be higher than that of Augustus, but it still did not reach the level of a dragon. During the battle with Gar, Shiraishi was besieged, but he didn't feel much pressure, but at the end of the battle, his body was nearly exhausted, and there were so many mages in the Kingdom of Azel, Shiraishi could be surrounded. It is very rare to kill 4 great mages in a large group of ordinary mages. However, Shiraishi killed so many mages of the Azel Kingdom, the Azel Kingdom must be very painful. Shiraishi's heart filled with joy when he thought of Mocha's frantic expression when he heard the news. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Cultivation, 35. Mocha, wait, when I improve my swordsmanship and domineering again, I will go back. Shiraishi said with a firm look on his face. Although he killed so many mages from the Azel Kingdom, the culprit, Mocha, was still unsolved. When Shiraishi elevates the swordsman and armament-colored domineering to the 3rd stage at the same time, it will be time to return again. Let's start practicing, time is running out. Shiraishi looked at the sun on the horizon. Ding! Side quest, do your best 1,000 times. You can get 1% experience points. Mission begins. Shiraishi took a deep breath, clenched his fists and punched forward as night slowly fell. At night, the moonlight shines. In the open space, under the illumination of the moonlight, there has been an additional figure. Sweat dripped faintly, and Shiraishi's black shirt was wet. On a tall building in the distance, an old man was watching Shiraishi from a distance, and behind him stood several figures, each of which was emitting waves of killing intent. Patriarch, this person is probably not simple. A person walked out of the shadow behind him. Ling Lai's eyes flickered constantly in the darkness. Well, but in such an era, there are a few people who are simple. Robin Lu shook his head and said, let's take a look first, pay attention to observe during this time, if he really does something wrong do it yourself. Yes, Patriarch. The shadow responded in a low voice, then disappeared into the darkness. The world was quiet again, and there was only the sound of Shiraishi's fist hitting the air. Robin Lu looked at it for a long time, then turned and walked down the tall building. Hey, the Dragon Clan has changed. I am afraid that the Narubite clan will not be spared this time. Boom! Using the last remaining vital energy in his body to punch this fist, the sound of the punch was good, but Shiraishi no longer had the strength to continue his practice, so he sat on the ground with his buttocks, panting from exhaustion. The bright sun had already shone on Shiraishi's face. It was obvious that Shiraishi had spent a night of practice in this open space, exhausting all his stamina. At this time, Bai slowly opened his eyes. If anyone noticed, they would find that his eyes were shining with light. After a long time, the light in his eyes gradually converged. Are they all gone? At dawn, Shiraishi looked up at the sky, and watched his eyes in the shadows that the sun could not reach. Shiraishi knew that Mr. Robin Lu had a good intention to let him stay, and he also took precautions. In such a chaotic era, Robin Lu's there's nothing wrong with the behavior, and that's how Shiraishi didn't take action. Shiraishi simply took a shower and changed his clothes. Shiraishi headed towards the blacksmith shop. Until he reached the level of a great swordsman, Shiraishi would not consider other things for the time being, and he did not resist the work of a blacksmith, but liked it very much. Maybe they were infected by Uncle Lore. Shiraishi's mood sank at the thought of Lore's uncle and the others, but he was about to throw it away. After all, there was still work waiting for him. Just as he stepped into the door of the blacksmith shop, a hearty voice was heard. "Come to Shiraishi, how do you feel about your new home? Have you slept well? If you haven't slept well, you can come to my house to sleep." As soon as Shiraishi raised his head, a figure entered his field of vision. He was tall and mighty, about 1.78 meters tall, his body was thick and solid, with a big waist and round shoulders. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. It is a black and thick Luerhu. Uncle Russ, the blacksmith who is second only to Master Carrot in his Narubite clan, he always speaks in a bold and strong voice, as if he is arguing with others. But in fact he is a fierce-looking person, but he is quite talkative. When Shiraishi arrived on the first day, he took special care of him. In fact, he took a fancy to Shiraishi's blacksmithing skills and techniques. Especially when he knew that Shiraishi was alone, he said that he wanted Shiraishi to be his son-in-law. Daughter to marry him. Shiraishi was stunned for a moment. How could his daughter marry a stranger on the first day they met? Such a father, Shiraishi, has only been seen on TV or in novels. He never thought that one day he would appear on his head. Forget it, Uncle Russ, Shiraishi's body can't stand your toss. A group of people next to him burst into laughter, along with the people who came to buy iron tools. Uncle Russ was instantly furious when he heard it. Fuck you. The labor and management just asked Shiraishi to go to my house to see my daughter, and it was your labor and management that slammed you out. As soon as the words fell, I saw Lass directly pick up the most from the crowd with one hand. The person who coaxed first immediately started beating, and after a while, the person who coaxed stood in front of everyone with a bruised face, and the laughter was even more lively. Looking at the scene in front of him, Shiraishi's face was covered with black lines. What is this? Is there no normal person in the blacksmith shop other than Master Carrot? However, Uncle Russ seems to be anxious to marry his daughter. At first, Shiraishi thought Uncle Russ's daughter was a hater, but later learned that the opposite was true. Don't look at Uncle Russ's rough face, even his wife looks very ordinary, but the daughter born is indeed the most beautiful beauty in the entire Nairobi tribe in other people's mouths. The only fly in the ointment is not fat enough, too thin now, it's a pity to have a face but not to grow flesh. Shiraishi heard that he was absolutely stunned, and after further inquiries, he realized that the aesthetics of the Narubites were different from those of the outside world. In their eyes, a fat girl was the most popular, so even Uncle Russ's daughter was very beautiful. But still no one cares, no one pursues, and Uncle Russ is eager to marry his daughter. And it is easy to meet a young man like Shiraishi, who not only matches his daughter in age and appearance, but more importantly, Shiraishi is a highly skilled blacksmith, so Uncle Russ will take a fancy to it. In his mind, the blacksmith industry, it was undoubtedly the most reassuring thing for him, that he had enough to eat and could take care of his family. Shiraishi suddenly became the best son-in-law. How about Shiraishi, Do you want to think about it, my daughter? Without waiting for Shiraishi to recover, Uncle Russ' rough face approached Shiraishi angrily and exclaimed how beautiful his daughter was, and described his daughter as a fairy in front of Shiraishi, but Shiraishi interrupted Shiraishi's words because of the drool he shot. Uncle Russ, don't do this. I have never seen your daughter. What do you want me to think about? Shiraishi wiped the saliva from his face and said helplessly. Asterisk. Chapter 39, Prologue, 45. However, Uncle Russ' ears did not understand Shiraishi's refusal, and his big dark palm would grab Shiraishi's arm and walk directly outside the blacksmith shop. It's easy to handle. It's easy to talk about events like this. Go to my house and watch as long as you want. Shiraishi almost fell when pulled by the big hand, but just as the two were about to step out of the blacksmith's shop, Shiraishi's savior arrived. Where are you going? Suddenly, an old and strong voice came from behind. Uncle Russ, who had just walked to the gate, froze, turned around little by little, and looked at Master Carrot and said, I'm going to go back. Before Uncle Russ finished speaking, Master Carrot shouted sharply with a trace of anger on his face. Uncle Russ shivered, then let go of Shiraishi's hand and went back to his work without making a sound. When Master Carrot appeared, the people who were still laughing stopped completely. Work. Yes. After Master Carrot shouted angrily, all the blacksmiths and apprentices began to work in full swing, but when Shiraishi turned around to go to work, Shiraishi was called by Master Carrot. What's the matter, Mr. Carrot? Mr. Carrot, the oldest blacksmith in the entire blacksmith shop, even Uncle Lass was an apprentice he taught back then. When Uncle Salas saw Master Carrot, he would be as timid as a mouse if he saw a cat. You come with me. Passing through the hot blacksmith shop, Shiraishi and Mr. Carrot came to the backyard of the blacksmith shop. This time Shiraishi will be miserable. No one who falls on Master Carrot will feel better. Oh, Shiraishi is really miserable. That's it. Shut up. Do your thing. Uncle Russ shouted angrily at the whispering apprentices, and those who were originally talking about novels suddenly fell silent. Walking into the backyard, Shiraishi looked at the surroundings, with blue stones and white tiles, and iron blocks piled up in the corners. There are also some built utensils hanging in the front office. Generally, the goods and materials in the blacksmith shop are stored here. Generally, no one will come, and I don't know what Master Carrot will bring here. Mr. Carrot asked Shiraishi to wait outside, walked into a dark room by himself, and came out after a while, holding the armor that seemed to be wrapped in cloth behind him. As Mr. Carrot lifted the cloth, Shiraishi slowly saw the patterns on the armor, and vaguely felt that he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember. When Shiraishi saw a pattern on the inside of the armor, everyone was stunned. This is... I think you've seen it. With a serious look on his face, Mr. Carrot said in a low voice. Well, I remember. How could Shiraishi not remember this pattern? This is when the fat old man told all blacksmiths to engrave this pattern on ironware. Shiraishi still retains this habit, even the sword from yesterday. It was also engraved. It is estimated that the shock is also because of the 6-ringed coat of arms on the sword, just why Master Carrot has such an armor in his hands. This is the national pattern of our Narubite tribe. Master Carrot said lightly, and even when he saw Shiraishi's pupils shrinking, he was more than sure in his heart. I think you should have met Kohaz. Only that kid would print the family's family crest in such a hidden corner. Shiraishi furrowed his brows, and probably understood that Kohaz in the mouth of Master Carrot was referring to the fat old man in his impression. How's he doing lately? After the confirmation, Master Carrot looked at Shiraishi with a slightly softer look, not the serious expression he had at first, but when he asked this question, Shiraishi's face turned ugly, and an ominous premonition rose in his mind. What's up with him? After a while, Shiraishi said with a hint of pain. He died. Mr. Carrot felt dizzy for a while, and he couldn't help but cover his forehead with his right hand and support the wall with his left hand. Master Carrot, are you all right? Shiraishi immediately stepped forward to support him, for fear that he would fall over. After a while, Master Carrot waved his hand to indicate that he was fine, and Shiraishi felt a little relieved. If it really fell down, in this environment with only 2 people, it was discovered, and Shiraishi couldn't wash it. After that, Shiraishi talked with Mr. Carrot, and learned that the person Kohaz was talking about by Mr. Carrot. 50 years ago, the two had a dispute because of incompatibility. The people around him didn't understand, and Kohaz, the fat old man, left the Narubite tribe in a fit of anger, and Master Carrot also blamed himself for most of his life. It's just that Mr. Carrot didn't expect that Kohaz would never meet again for most of his life. Hey, I shouldn't be arguing with him, it's all the fault of youth. Master Carrot shook his head in pain, full of self-blame in his heart, but people can't be resurrected from the dead. After Shiraishi's persuasion, Master Carrot also slowly recovered, but he was still full of guilt towards Kohaz. Shiraishi can't do anything about it, but he believes that Master Carrot, who has spent most of his life, should recover. Under Shiraishi's persuasion, Master Carrot stabilized, then raised his head and said to Shiraishi, "Actually, I will teach you to come out. There are still things that need your help." "Help?" Shiraishi was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What help?" "Weapon building, this is a commission from the Kingdom of Dragonov." Master Carrot said with an embarrassed expression. Shiraishi was stunned for a second. What the hell, the business of the Dragonov Kingdom is doing so well, and the business is actually done by the Narubite tribe, from east to west, from the Tower Gosk to Narubit, spanning the entire continent of Ishgar. 1 year, and 1 more year, the war between the entire human race and the dragon race will break out completely. The Narubite clan has reached an agreement with the Kingdom of Dragonov to jointly resist the Dragon Clan when the Dragon Clan invades in the future. Master Carrot looked directly at Shiraishi and said that after confirming that Shiraishi was from Kohaz, he did not hide anything from him, and this incident can be seen by paying a little attention to the actions of the dragons. The dragons have frequently appeared on the continent of Ishgar in the last year. Shiraishi also saw this. When the magma dragon sneaked up on the celestial spirit, if it wasn't for the protection of the double dragons, the celestial spirit would be destroyed, then the future will be in chaos. **. Chapter 40, The Time of 1 Year, 55. But you can also make weapons, so why do you have to give them to me? Shiraishi asked curiously. In terms of making magic tools and weapons, etc., almost no one in the human race can compare with the Narubites. This race is born with unparalleled wisdom, and Nirvana is their best proof. I'm old, and I can't swing my hammer. There is no blacksmith who can create top-level enchanted containers in the blacksmith shop. In this era, mages have different levels, but different from the classification after 400 years, there are only 2 levels of mages in this era, mages and great mages. The standard of measurement is whether the magician can escape or resist from the dragon's hands, but such a sideways glance proves the strength of the dragon. However, in this era, the level of magic tools is more obvious than the level of magicians, which is divided into 5 levels. Levels from 1 to 5 are measured by how many magic circles can be engraved on a container. The more engraved magic circles, the more powerful the magic tool itself. Of course, there are also issues such as reference to engraved magic, mutual repulsion of water and fire attributes, etc., which attribute combination is also very elegant. The engraving of 10 magic circles is a step, and crossing the integer is a further step, and when the magic circle is engraved to 20, it requires the precise control of the magic power by the magician engraver, and at this step of 30 magic circles, a third-level magic tool is called a high-level magic tool. Master Carrot explained to Shiraishi little by little, and also explained some details, but it was unnecessary, and most of them were ignored by Master Carrot. Among them, the 5th level magic tool can be seen everywhere in the world, and you can call it a magic tool if you engrave a magic circle on the weapon, but such a magic tool is often useless and can only send out 1 or 2 flame attacks. Conveniently suspend use, wait for it to slowly absorb magic power and recover. The high-level magic tool is different. Whether it is attack, defense, etc., there is a great improvement, but when it reaches a certain extreme, humans will engrave at most the 39th number. And if you want to break through the 40 magic circles, you need unparalleled control, but such people can't do it at all. If you force the engraving, will it only cause the explosion of the magic tool? Such a scene is comparable to the big magician. A full blow, such a person dares to. However, here the wisdom of human beings will be reflected. The embodiment of cleverness. At this time, Shiraishi probably understood what Mr. Carrot was going to say to himself, and immediately asked, "You mean the container? You are very smart." After Master Carrot nodded in affirmation of Shiraishi's words, he explained it again for him. Yes, when magic engraves the limit of 39 paths, humans turn their attention to the container of magic, which is the weapon and armor itself, the so-called container. For a time, Shiraishi was almost blinded by Master Carrot. He had no idea that there were so many things about the magic tool. It seemed that some things were unimaginable for Shiraishi, who had been staying in Tegusk. Speaking of the container, Mr. Carrot said with some smugness, "Most of the weapons and armors created by the Narubites are unimaginable boutiques, and engraving magic in the boutique containers can greatly improve the success rate. This is also the work of our blacksmiths, and it can accommodate 40 magic circles. The container is called a blacksmith, and blacksmiths generally exist only in our Narubite tribe, and are basically invisible in other forces. And this container is called a top-level container. I arrived before I was old, and maybe I can still build it, but now." Speaking of which, Master Carrot gave Shiraishi a sidelong glance, and Shiraishi's ominous premonition in his heart became stronger, and he immediately spoke up. "I can't do this either." Shiraishi wouldn't foolishly agree. He could already imagine that if he took up this burden, he would definitely be busy building weapons, and according to the length of the battle, Shiraishi had absolutely no time to stop. For Shiraishi, the hint of swordsmanship and kendo is his real pursuit, and the blacksmith's job is the first thing Shiraishi came into contact with. Shiraishi only regards him as his hobby, and feels that he does not regard it as himself. A lifelong passion. "I'm just a little blacksmith's reference to the container until today. I'm not a blacksmith at all. I really can't make it." Shiraishi kept refusing, and did not allow Mr. Carrot to intervene at all. Looking at Shiraishi, he looked like a young man who was touched by porcelain. He told Master Carrot that he had no money, or something. Stop, 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 stop. When Shiraishi was about to continue speaking, Master Carrot, who was already completely impatient, reached out and interrupted. "I haven't finished speaking as an old man. You said it all by yourself. Can you, a young man, not wait for me to speak clearly?" Master Carrot said to Shiraishi with a look of anger. "But I'm really just a little blacksmith, and I can't create what you call a top-level container." Seeing Shiraishi put on a pitiful expression, Master Carrot let out a sneer. "Do you think I can't see your technique? If I really can't, then I have really lived in vain for decades. Your technique." Hearing this, Shiraishi put away his expression. Well, he has never been a 30-year-old person in his 2 lifetimes, and he is still too immature in front of an old man who is almost 100 years old. "I can take it, but I must not encroach on my free time." Knowing that the dragons will start a year later, Shiraishi absolutely cannot delay at this time. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, and Feng will focus on the work of the blacksmith. If the Master of Carrot is really forcing, then Shiraishi will also can only choose to leave. Even if Master Carrot is an old acquaintance of the fat old man, even if the Narubite tribe is kind to him, he cannot distort his will. Don't worry, it won't take up too much time for your kid. Seeing Shiraishi's appearance, Mr. Korit knew that he was the kind of person who could forcefully change his will and thoughts. Mr. Korit didn't force him too much, but he was definitely the kind of person who didn't see the rabbit and didn't scatter. Eagle people. At the thought of this, Master Carrot was indignant. I only have one thing for you to build. What? Shiraishi said curiously, only to see Master Korit say word by word. The scepter of Queen Irene of the Kingdom of Dragonov. *. Chapter 41, Celestial Spirit Sorcerer Anna, 15. Scepter. Shiraishi said in surprise that he had imagined armor and spears and swords, but never thought that the scepter given to him by Master Carrot would actually be the scepter of Queen Irene. Irene Crimson Despair, the Queen of the Dragonov Kingdom, is also the developer of Dragon Slayer. It can be said that she is the most powerful female wizard in the entire era of dragon rule, but why did you give him the scepter to build? Shiraishi is very puzzled about this. Well, the old guy Robin Lu gave me the instructions, which has made me sad these days. Fortunately, you came to the door, otherwise I would have to go into battle in person. Shiraishi rolled his eyes at Mr. Korit, but if he really let Mr. Korit start to build it, he would only end up exhausted. So you found me? Master Carrot took out a sharp sword from behind him, and this sword was the one that Shiraishi had just finished yesterday. Master Carrot gently flicked the sword, and flicked the blade with his fingertips to send out a crisp sound. Echo. I have only one request, just like the sharp sword yesterday, to create the Queen's scepter, but I need better than this. After all, it is used by the Queen. I need to be the best. I will provide you with the best. The precious iron material, as for the magic engraving, is done by the Kingdom of Dragonov. Having said this, Master Carrot paused and continued towards Shiraishi. Of course I won't let you suffer, I won't occupy your time too much, as long as you put the scepter within a certain period of time. Once it is built, you can put down the work in the blacksmith shop. Hearing this, Shiraishi also showed a smile. The time of his arrival was undoubtedly the most important, and he was very satisfied with the exchange of a scepter for the training time. Make a deal. Now that an agreement has been reached, Shiraishi started to work after getting the drawings and materials of Mr. Carrot. After opening the drawings, the splendid patterns were displayed in front of Shiraishi's eyes. Shiraishi was sure that the person who drew the drawings was definitely a master. On the yellowed blueprint, the scepter itself is engraved with blood-colored patterns. If you look closely, those patterns are actually blood-colored giant dragons, and their bodies are similar to two entwined miniature dragons, only the tail of the power. But it is the engraving of this circle of dark golden mysterious runes, which makes the whole body of the Queen's scepter even more noble and gorgeous. Why do people in ancient times like to be bells and whistles? I glanced at a huge piece of dragon blood gold around me. This is the material brought by Master Carrot. According to what Master Carrot said, this gold stone was soaked in dragon blood. After a long time, the power of dragon it has been integrated into the gold nugget, and now the gold nugget seems to be soaked in the dragon blood of the holy dragon Belzerion, which itself contains extremely powerful dragon power. Now, Shiraishi needs to be rebuilt. Let's start. After Shiraishi confirmed the blueprint, he put the blueprint on the scroll, held the dragon's blood gold, and started heavy. Let Shiraishi lower his hand a little, and put it in the prepared container and put it into the largest furnace in the entire blacksmith shop. Because the power contained in the dragon's blood gold is too strong, even if the fire is prosperous, there is still no movement. For a time, the first step of Shiraishi's melting cannot be carried out. Is there any way to fix it? After thinking about it, Shiraishi had a headache for a while, but he still couldn't think of a good way to smelt the dragon's blood gold. The dragon's blood gold soaked in the dragon's blood itself contains the power of the dragon, and in this world there is nothing stronger than the dragon. Power, so Shiraishi speculated that in order to smelt dragon blood gold, it must be resolved by the power of dragons. In fact, Shiraishi can also be smelted, relying on the domineering of the armed color to remove the power of the dragon, but the consequence is that the dragon's blood gold completely loses its magic power and turns into ordinary iron material, which is not worth the loss. You said the first step is impossible. Hearing that Shiraishi was in difficulty, Master Carrot immediately dared to come, and frowned when he saw the dragon's blood gold that was motionless in the fire in front of him. Power: there is no dragon in the Narubite tribe. There's really no other way, so I can only go to the kingdom of Dragonov. Master Carrot said in a deep voice, circling around in Shiraishi speechless for a while. His final destination was the kingdom of Dragonov, but come here the time it takes to go back and forth is undoubtedly enormous, which is further from Shiraishi's original intention. Is there no other way? There is another way. Just after the two were thinking hard, Mr. Robin Lu walked in and instantly attracted their attention. Master Carrot did not show any respect because Robin Lu was the patriarch of the Narubite clan. He stepped forward and said, "That's right. You old fellow should be able to do it with your strength. How can I take you down?" "Forget it." "No, I didn't mean me." Robin Lu shook his head and refused. In fact, with his strength, he can also melt dragon blood gold. However, once he uses that power, it may bring unimaginable consequences, and even if he does it himself, I am afraid that the power repelled each other, and then let the power of the dragon in the dragon blood gold disappear, and he could only retreat. Shiraishi on the side knew the power that Master Carrot was referring to, but that power was too dangerous, and it could cause an explosion at any time if it was used easily. Master Carrot also suddenly remembered something, so he stopped asking, but still said rudely, "Old guy, then how else can you find the dragon of your relatives?" "Yes." Robin Lu nodded. "The location of the celestial spirit wizards not far from the Narubite tribe is not very far. There are 2 giant dragons living there. I think it should not be a problem to rely on their power to smelt a piece of dragon blood gold." Robin Ru casually throws out a solution. "Why do they help us?" Master Carrot asked. "Just relying on the dragon race to invade the human race. All races are not immune to death. This is unavoidable. I believe that Saintess Anna of the Celestial Spirit Magician family will understand." After confirming that the dragon's blood gold could not be melted, Shiraishi and Master Carrot could only accept Robin Lu's suggestion, but Shiraishi had to raise the domineering of the armed color before departure. Now that the domineering of the armed color has been broken through, there is no reason for Shiraishi to continue. On hold, in Shiraishi's budget, it would only take about 3 days to upgrade the armament color to the 3rd stage. Although Master Carrot and Robin Lu don't know Shiraishi's plan, they can only accept it. After all, if you want to build the Queen's Scepter, you still have to rely on Shiraishi's forging ability. ****. Chapter 42, Armed Color Domineering Advancement, Strengthen. 25. Shiraishi returned to his own hut. Before setting off for the Celestial Spirit Mage clan, Shiraishi devoted his time to the cultivation of armament and domineering. Since he wanted to cultivate domineering, Shiraishi's attitude was also extremely serious. For 3 whole days, he stayed alone in this open space to cultivate domineering, without leaving a single step. Boom! Ding! Completed the side quest 1,000 times with all your strength. Gain 1% experience points. Ding! Armament color domineering unlock, 60%. Current level, 3rd stage. Get special reward, physical enhancement. Ding! Start. Hearing the beeps echoing in his head, Shiraishi was completely blinded. Physical strengthening. But then Shiraishi said, "Start." Before Shiraishi could react, a force suddenly poured into his body. Ah! Shiraishi let out a series of screams, his body trembled violently at this moment, his shirt burst in an instant, Kyra put on his upper body, the skin on his body began to tear at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood flowed down, but he was biting hard. Grinning his teeth, he supported himself sitting on the ground, his face twisted, and there was a low roar that was suppressed to the extreme. "What is this?" In the shadows, the watcher of the Nirabi tribe looked at Shiraishi's reaction at this time, with a shocked expression on his face. From Shiraishi's current appearance, he seemed to be experiencing indescribable pain, but nothing around him was attacking him at all, and his pain was from the beginning. Where come? But the monitor even thought of the importance of Shiraishi to the Narubite clan at this time, and the monitor still chose to report the matter. The things about Shiraishi were too strange and beyond his judgment. "What, Shiraishi, is he all right?" In the medical room, Robin Lu immediately got up and asked when he heard the monitor's words. The monitor didn't know how to describe Shiraishi's state, so he could only ask Robin Lu to go. A few minutes later, Robin Lu rushed to the place where Shiraishi was, and saw the indescribable appearance of the monitor, looking at the figure who was stubbornly supporting in pain, with his dry palm slightly clenched, ready to rescue at any time. "Patriarch, do you know what's going on with him now?" The watcher asked that. Robin Lu, as the head of a clan in the Nilabit clan, must have far surpassed them, perhaps he could see something. "Metamorphosis?" The monitor questioned. "Transformation. Get out of the past and move towards a higher level of sublimation," Robin Lu said solemnly, but he was only guessing based on the current situation, and he was not sure about Shiraishi's current situation. At this time, a mysterious Shiraishi's body is constantly torn and overlapped. The pain caused by the direct process is undoubtedly huge. Even Shiraishi, who has been washed by kendo, is unbearable. If it is not firm wool, Shiraishi at this time of terror had already fainted. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The exterior renovation is over. The interior renovation begins. Not good. Shiraishi felt that the pain outside his body was slowly healing, but with the transformation in his body, and the pain became more intense, feeling this power merged into his body, Shiraishi immediately let out a piercing scream. Ah! Shiraishi's face was immediately twisted, his internal organs were almost broken into pieces, his head was also broken in half, not to mention the meridians and bones on his body, there was almost no good place. Like a real light, it pours out all around like a tide. Consciousness is gradually sinking. No. He's going to die soon. Just when Robin Lu felt bad, he shot in an instant. Extremely powerful magic power broke out on Robin Lu's body at this moment, and the monitors around him were directly shaken by the airflow generated by Robin Lu. If Shiraishi, if you are still conscious at this time, you will find that the power that Robin Lu burst out at this time is far more powerful than the sum of the 3 giant dragons at the beginning. Light and darkness are eternal. Boom! The power of light and darkness intertwined in Robin Lu's body, illuminating the entire Narubite clan, attracting the eyes of countless clansmen to look here for a while. What's going on? What happened where? This magic seems to be the Patriarch. Who forced the Patriarch to take action? Could it be that a giant dragon invaded? Shiraishi's breath became weaker and weaker, and Robin Lu released a black and white magic power towards Shiraishi without a trace. And at this moment, a cold light pierced the magic power, and Robin Lu's eyes tightened as if seeing something very strange. What's the matter? How did he do it? At this time, Robin Lu's mood is like an earth shaking. How powerful the pair of magic powers just now, Robin Lu is the most obvious, even a giant dragon can't easily interrupt, but it is such a terrifying magic power, this figure in front of him is easily cut off. What the hell does this happen? Will. A black sword fell in front of Robin Lu, holding the blood-stained hand on the hilt. I can endure, get down. A weak voice came from the figure, and Robin Lu's magic power was slowly withdrawn from his body, staring at Shiraishi. I understand, what needs help, as long as the Nerubites can do things, you will do what you want. Shiraishi understood Robin Lu's good intentions, and he sighed, but some things had to be done on his own. But with the collision of the power in the body, a blood sword was shot out, and his face instantly paled for a few points. Ding! The transformation is about to be completed, please prepare the host. Boom! Shiraishi's painful low roar echoed through the mountains until night fell. With his kind of toughness, even Robin Lu was slightly moved, but he vaguely understood something in his heart. As for Shiraishi's information, he had already learned through the kingdom of Dragonov, why he was only a teenager to force the entire kingdom, and Robin Lu had never seen it with this willpower alone. This is unimaginably powerful. Patriarch. The watcher who was Genfei by Robin Lu came back in embarrassment. Judging from the appearance of his body, it was absolutely unpleasant just now. Encircle this place and don't allow anyone to come in and interfere with him. Yes. Although it was not clear why the Patriarch made this arrangement, nor why the Patriarch wanted to protect a foreigner, the monitor did not hesitate to carry it out. However, under the almost torment-like tempering of water and fire, Shiraishi suffered a lot, but these pains were not in vain. His physical body, under the impact of power, strengthened again and again, and this power lasted for nearly half a day. The sun was slowly rising at this time, and Shiraishi expected voices to ring in his mind at the same time. Ding! The body transformation is complete. Asterisk. Chapter 43, Shock and Dragon Race, 35. Boom! Robin Lu, who was standing by the side, suddenly flicked his eyelids and looked up at the figure illuminated by the light, only to see the figure sitting cross-legged there, seemingly standing up slowly at this moment. No magic power appeared, but an invisible aura emanated from the figure's body, the shaking of the wave, and the power of the flesh permeated, making Robin Lu also moved to danger. Roar! The figure with the upper body naked, screamed fiercely in the sky. The whistling sound resounded like thunder, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. Boom! Shiraishi stomped the solace of his feet, and his figure rose violently, landing heavily on the edge of the cliff in the distance, and the boulder under his feet shattered directly. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging physical power in his body, and the light flashed between his eyes. At this moment, he could feel the strength of his physical body at this moment. Armed and domineering, I did it in the third stage. Shiraishi punched out. Boom! As the fist fell, a roaring airflow rushed up Shiraishi's fist and rolled the ground. In the next instant, the ground here shook, and the great moat below the cliff also surged, and huge waves rolled. What a powerful physique! The scene in front of him can't help but shock Robin Lu. There is no magic power that can hit such a terrifying attack only with the power of the flesh. Robin Lu has only seen such a situation on the body of a giant dragon. But standing in front of him is obviously only an ordinary human being. Why does this happen? Is this the limit that the human body should have? I think that even if you don't use dragon slaying, you should be able to fight against the giant dragon. The corners of Shiraishi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile. Right now, he was able to achieve such a level without using the domineering armament and slaying the dragon. Whether he could really slay the dragon? What kind of power is this? Just when Shiraishi was intoxicated with his own power, Robin Lu's voice floated from behind Shiraishi. Shiraishi turned to look at him and smiled and said, "A power that does not exist in this world." Immediately, Shiraishi returned to his residence, leaving Robin Lu alone. A power that doesn't exist in this world? What the hell is this? Robin Lu thought hard for a moment, then gave up with a wry smile, because some things may be innate, and Robin Lu is only envious of Shiraishi's talent. Besides, you can only stare blankly. In the blink of an eye, he had already made an appointment with the original Master Carrot to go to the Celestial Spirit Mage family, but he was surprised that Robin Lu did not go with him. Do you think he is as easy as you? Master Carrot saw Shiraishi's thoughts at a glance, and said, "That old guy is the patriarch of the Narubite tribe. Do you think he will have time to leave with us? Think about it, okay? Let's go." Shiraishi reluctantly said that since Mr. Carrot automatically became the former apprentice of the fat old man, the tone he spoke to him became more and more like an elder, but Shiraishi must be able to resist, because it was the truth. After Uncle Lore taught him the skills of blacksmithing, the deeper skills were taught by the fat old man. It can be said that Shiraishi's forging ability was taught by both Uncle Lore and the fat old man. "Do you know the way?" Shiraishi, holding the dragon blood gold, walked to the front and asked. "Don't worry, that guy has already told me the route to the Celestial Spirit Mage clan. Do you think I'll be like you?" After confirming everything, Shiraishi ignored the words of Master Carrot and walked away. "Hey! Wait for my old man! Quick yourself!" In the forest. After half a day, a breeze blew through Shiraishi's helpless face, and the fragrant air couldn't suppress his impatience. Holding the heavy gold nugget, he turned and looked back at the person who was still dragging. "Painful," she said with a low sigh. "It doesn't seem to take a little effort to reach the location of the Celestial Spirit Wizard family before dark." Hearing these words, Master Carrot glared at Shiraishi and said, "Do you think I have any physical strength as an old man now? If it wasn't for the scepter, do you think I worked hard?" Shiraishi ignored the words of Mr. Carrot, because of his procrastination. Now the night is gradually falling, and it is slowly turning dark. If you leave the light source, you will completely lose all vision. It is difficult to continue to see the situation in the forest clearly. Walking into the darkness like a blind man. But after the body is strengthened, no matter vision, hearing, or feeling weight are greatly strengthened. Now even if he closes his eyes and blocks the sound, Shiraishi can still walk in the forest at night unharmed, but because he has to consider the body of Master Carrot, Shiraishi can only stop temporarily to look for food. The forest at night is quite a terrifying place. ISE has already heard the wolf howls in the forest becoming frequent and dense. Night is also the time when those beasts start to look for their prey. The forest leading to the Celestial Spirit Wizard family can be what a great place. These wild beasts are surprisingly many. Hiccup. The fire was burning, Shiraishi felt his bulging belly comfortably, and Master Carrot was also full of oil. A barbarian bear was basically full after eating. Today's dinner is very rich, but in the future you can't just eat bear meat. No matter how delicious bear meat is, there will be times when you get tired of it. Buzz. And just when Shiraishi was about to suddenly, Shiraishi heard a sound in the distance behind him, and according to the fluctuation of the sound, it seemed to be approaching constantly. "Be careful, something seems to be there." Hearing this voice, Shiraishi stood up with his sword in his hand, and his whole body strength instantly increased. He felt a familiar voice in the voice, and this voice was exactly when he encountered the three-headed dragon. If the dragon really appeared, Shiraishi could only give up his plan to go to the Celestial Spirit Wizard family. The strength of the dragon clan in this era is too amazing. Even if the third stage of the armed arrogance is opened, Shiraishi is sure that he is still not the opponent of the giant dragon, but perhaps only when he reaches the level of the great swordsman and cooperates with the power of the armed arrogance, will he be able to. It is also possible to defeat the dragon. Seeing Shiraishi's face change, Master Carrot also stood up instantly and asked cautiously, "What did you hear?" "Not sure, but the opponent is definitely strong." Suddenly, over the entire forest, the monstrous roars of dozens of giant dragons rang out at the same time. Suddenly, an unexpected violent cracking sound resounded outside. And countless air currents in the sky impacted the earth. Asterisk. Chapter 44, Standing at the Top, Celestial Spirit King. 45. The sky cloud shook, and the endless dragon breath turned into huge fireballs, falling from the sky, and where they fell, there was a sea of fire, mountains, and vast forests, all of which were destroyed by the fireball. To ashes. This. How come there are so many dragons? What the hell happened? Master Carrot was also blindfolded. Although traces of the dragons could occasionally be found in the west of Ishgar, it was the first time that Master Carrot saw such a group of people. Something happened. Shiraishi's face was completely depressed. When the giant dragon appeared, he found the figure of the magma dragon. Combined with what the magma dragon said at the beginning, and now on the way to the celestial spirit wizard family, he met the giant dragon. Shiraishi easily draws the dragon's purpose. What's the matter? Master Carrot was stunned for a moment, and Shiraishi answered in a deep voice. The dragons may be attacking the celestial spirit wizards now. Even vaguely, Shiraishi felt that among the dragons there was a giant dragon that transcended the group of dragons. From that figure, terrifying power was exuding. Is it the Dragon King? Impossible. Master Carrot categorically denied Shiraishi's words and said, the Dragon King of the dragon family will not take action easily, and even if the Dragon King dares to make a move, they must weigh their own weight. Boy, the human race is not what you imagined. So cowardly. After hearing the words of Master Carrot, Shiraishi turned around and gave him a deep look. He understood what Master Carrot said. Although the dragons rule the world, they are not absolute. They are still hidden among the human race. The power of. We must hurry up. There is no delay, there are dozens of giant dragons in the sky at this time, and the white shadow double dragons of the celestial spirit wizard family alone cannot be stopped. At this time, if the dragon family really destroys the celestial spirit wizard family, then everything in the next 400 years will be rewritten. Although it is unclear whether there will be anyone who will prevent this from happening, Shiraishi still has to pass. Have a look. Master Carrot, you are temporarily returning to the Narubite tribe. Next, I will act alone. Don't worry, I will solve the problem of the scepter. Boom. The earthquake beneath Shiraishi's feet cracked, and Shiraishi, who carried the dragon's blood gold, could easily identify the location of the celestial spirit based on the location of the giant dragon if a dazzling white light traveled through the jungle. As Shiraishi continued to approach Shiraishi and gradually saw the situation ahead, a whole city wall was imprinted into Shiraishi's eyes. The castle that seemed to be built by starlight was completely turned into ruins under the roar of the dragons. The surviving human race had already been scared and trembling, some fled in panic, some prayed to the gods, and some collapsed and cried. The dragons in the sky spurted flames and lightning, and they were as powerful as the body of a mountain charged and slammed. One after another attack fell, and two huge figures flew up from the ruins. One of them was dazzling and holy. Pattern, another mysterious shadow appeared on his body, releasing dark magic power to block the attacks of the dragons. Shadow Dragon Skiad Ramel. White Dragon Wislogia. This is the last ultimatum from the dragons to evacuate the humans and not interfere with the dragons' actions, otherwise I will not be merciful. The magma dragon that was defeated and Bai Ying Xuanglong flew out of the dragon group and looked coldly at Bai Ying Xuanglong below. Boom! The power of the group of dragons continues to increase, the white shadow double dragons are struggling to support, and the figures are constantly retreating, but beneath them are the celestial spirit wizards, and they have no way to retreat. White Dragon, let's do it, or we may be the losers in the end. Shadow Dragon also released his magic power, but it still couldn't stop it except to weaken the offensive. The celestial spirit mage family must not perish. The magic power in the body of the white dragon erupted, and a dazzling white light shone in the sky. At this moment, the world seemed to be transformed into day, and the white dragon tried to melt everything in front of him, but even if it exploded with all the magic power out, it still can't stop it in the slightest. Then go to death. The lava at the chest of the magma dragon continued to roll, releasing dragon flames that burned everything. In addition, there were countless dragons attacking Sanjiang. At this moment, the group of dragons roared, and the terrifying power shook the sky and the earth. The beam of light broke through the sky, the dragon flames burned, and the scene was amazing. However, Beiying Xuanglong wanted to save the human beings in the ruins below, but its fighting power still caused inevitable damage to the city, and human life was still falling. Peaceful days are fine. As long as you don't use your strength, you won't cause any damage, but once a battle occurs, the dragon's power is not so easy to control. Under the terrifying dragon breath, the earth trembled violently, cracking a tenjong crack, the heaven and the earth collapsed, and the end came. Not good. The white shadow Sanjiang will not be able to hold it any longer. Unleashing the domineering arrogance and breathing of all things, Shiraishi could feel that in this battle, the white shadow Sanjiang kept backing, and the terror could not last long. As the group of dragons pressed closer, the white shadow double dragon fell only a few hundred meters from the air, and the situation became more and more precarious, just as Shiraishi was about to rush. A dazzling starlight flashed in the ruins, connecting the heavens and the earth one after another, even covering the white dragon's light for a while. Shiraishi miniatured, and the starlight connecting the sky seemed to be attracting a powerful force one after another. But when this star power descended, Shiraishi heard the sound of crying, with infinite sadness in it, and cried out in tears. King! Please protect my celestial spirit family, I am willing to dedicate all my magic power and even my life. King! Sudden! At this time, the night sky was churning like water waves, and in Shiraishi's eyes, a starlight descended, carrying the power of the starry sky towards the dragons. Boom boom boom! The dazzling starlight turned into an extremely dazzling light, severing the attacks of the dragons, and the magic power exploded endless flames, scattering the earth into a sea of fire. Celestial Spirit King! When the smoke from the flames dissipated, Shiraishi saw the starlight's figure clearly. The figure, which is equivalent to a giant dragon, exudes starlight around the body, the dark green cloak blows with the airflow generated by the explosion, the silver-white armor overflows with light, and a humanoid celestial spirit holding a knight's great sword is in the show up. When such a figure appeared and exuded a terrifying aura, the group of dragons could not help but stop their footsteps, and a voice rushed out from behind the group of dragons, staying in front of the celestial spirit king. Dragon head and tiger body, the whole body is full of dragon energy, majestic and majestic. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the world, and a powerful breath spread out. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Ultimate Swordsmanship. 55. This is the Dragon King. Shiraishi's eyes tightened instantly, and the terrifying aura emanating from that giant dragon was undoubtedly dragon level, but he didn't expect that the Dragon Clan would actually send the Dragon King to kill the dragon in order to attack the celestial spirit magician. However, although Shiraishi marveled at the appearance of the Dragon King, he was also curious about the appearance of the Celestial Spirit King. Celestial Spirit King, the strongest of the celestial spirits, celestial spirit, has a very powerful strength. In the fairy tale world, the key of the Celestial Spirit King does not actually exist. Only the powerful celestial spirit wizard who can triple the door uses compensatory summoning to destroy a key of the zodiac. To summon the Celestial Spirit King. And not just breaking a key, there must be a very strong bond between celestial spirit mages and celestial spirit. Of course, there is also a special way of existence, that is, the celestial spirit himself descends through the portal through his own magic, but seeing the situation in front of him, someone should use the compensatory summoning technique. I knew you would show up, Celestial Spirit King. The Dragon King with a dragon head and tiger body said fiercely, and at the same time released a huge dragon roar from his body. Dragon King of Calamity, I won't let you succeed. Celestial Spirit King waved the great sword in his hand, and countless stars turned into a curtain, blocking the roar. At the same time, waving the big swords of the middle siblings rushed into the dragon group. Meteor Blade. Boom! As the big sword fell, meteors scattered towards the dragon group, trying to rescue the white shadow double dragon surrounded by the dragon group, but facing the attack of the group of dragons and the Dragon King's shot, the celestial spirit king soon fell below, and the magic power emanating from the body is also declining. It really is a compensatory summoning technique. Shiraishi frowned. The reason why the celestial spirit was able to come from the celestial spirit world to the human world was because the summoner used magic power to open the door through the connection of the contract, but once the summoner's magic power, if it disappears, the celestial spirit will also disappear. Even the celestial spirit king cannot violate this rule. Boom! When the white shadow Shuanglong escaped, the dragons instantly changed their targets, and a powerful dragon force rushed towards the celestial spirit king. Boom! The starlight and the power of the dragon collided, and the celestial spirit king was at a disadvantage in an instant. It was not that the celestial spirit king was too weak, but that the summoner behind him could not support the magic power he needed to fight. In the ruins, there was a girl lying in a tight-fitting white magic woman's robe, which outlined the extremely hot curves. Below the blonde hair in a ponytail, there is a perfect face, but because of the loss of magic power, the complexion is a little pale. However, this added a hint of pitiful temptation, especially the torn collar on the chest, revealing a touch of tender white under the squeeze of the clothes. Deep ravines, as if they were about to jump out at any time, almost made Shiraishi's nose bleed. Do girls in this world dress so boldly? He was only in his 20s, and he had never seen such an attractive girl. For a time Shiraishi forgot that he was still in the middle of a war, until the girl shouted to the sky, and Shiraishi came back to his senses. Celestial Spirit King, beware! In the distance, the Calamity Dragon King's dragon claws were wrapped with magic like silt, attacking towards the Celestial Spirit King, hitting the armor of the Celestial Spirit King. Pfft! Even with the protection of this armor, the Celestial Spirit King suffered a heavy blow to his chest. He spat out a mouthful of end, but his magic power exploded. A round of sword energy cut through space and time, and slammed into the back of the Dragon King of Calamity. With a muffled sound, the back of the Calamity Dragon King was cut open with a blood trough deep within the bones. No, it must be done as soon as possible. In the forest, Shiraishi jumped out without hesitation, heading towards the ruins quickly. On the other side, the Calamity Dragon King, who was slashed by the Celestial Spirit King's sword on the back, let out a roar of pain, and turned to anger. Give me death! Snapped! The Calamity Dragon King's long tail swept away fiercely, like a mountain, sweeping the Celestial Spirit King into the air, and the Celestial Spirit King flew into the air in an instant. The roar of the Calamity Dragon King. Hum! Like a magical vibration, there was a hum in the air. Countless magic powers of heaven and earth gathered in the mouth of the Calamity Dragon King. The suppressed air made people completely breathless, and the eyes of the dragons gradually retreated. At this time, the Celestial Spirit King's magic power was powerless to fight back. When she saw that the Celestial Spirit King was injured and traumatized, the girl tried to close the door, but it was too late. The terrifying power had already descended on the Celestial Spirit King. Before calamity comes to the world, Celestial Spirit King, the girl shouted in despair and collapsed to the ground powerless. At this time, he had no extra magic power to close the door, and could only watch the Celestial Spirit King suffer. Leave it to me, he'll be fine. At this moment, a strange and gentle voice rang in the girl's ears, and then a figure appeared in her face and flashed across her face. Tears flowed in the girl's eyes, and the light of hope disappeared in her eyes. To the end. The girl saw that the back turned into a phantom, flashing constantly in the ruins, and finally stepped on the top of the high-rise building that had not collapsed in the ruins, and charged straight into the air. The girl stared at the road and said, "Don't kill people, don't." Boom! Shiraishi had also appeared in front of this attack, and the sudden appearance startled the Celestial Spirit King. He didn't understand why a figure suddenly appeared and suddenly shouted angrily. "Humans, run away! That's not a force you can contend with." On the other side, the Calamity Dragon King also found Shiraishi's figure, but with the keen sense of smell of the dragon family, he just sneered after finding that the figure was just a human being, a human who doesn't know whether to live or die. But just when all the creatures thought that the figure would be annihilated with the celestial spirit king. In the air, Shiraishi slowly closed his eyes and said softly, "Hard net." Boom. Within a 4-meter radius of Shiraishi, everything became clear, incomparably clear, and the dust particles that filled the air became clearly visible. The aura of the dragon slaying rippled and fluctuated like water, and suddenly, sword shadows filled the air, with Shiraishi at the center. Shiraishi's body directly burst out with an astonishing speed, swept forward at a rapid speed, and the surrounding air spun at an astonishing high speed, bursting with astonishing power. One after another armed color domineering entangles and slays the dragon, and a more terrifying aura blooms from the sword, and the terrifying power of terror even covers the dragon's might. The giant drum-like eyes of the Calamity Dragon King were full of shock. Why did the human beings in front of him burst out with such power? Sword art, cross sword slash. When Shiraishi opened his eyes, the dragon in his hand also swung out at the same time, and the pitch-black blade turned into a majestic cross slash. Boom! When the sword slash and the power of the dragon collide. First, a silent world descended, and then a sharp and extreme airflow ripped apart the heavens and the earth. Bursting out from the center of man and dragon, frantically ravaging all directions. Asterisk. Chapter 46, slash is close to the ceiling, 15. P.S. There are about 25 chapters in hand, which can not only be put on the shelves in one day, but also 15 more after they are put on the shelves. Therefore, the author boldly made an update rule, adding 1 chapter for every 500 flowers, 1 chapter for every 30 monthly passes, 1 chapter for every 300 evaluations, 1 chapter for every 1000 rewards, and the upper limit is 25 even. The current data is 5,475 flowers, 578 evaluation votes, 21 monthly tickets, and 200 rewards. The judges, do you want to challenge? Can you drain all the manuscripts of the author? Boom! In the blink of an eye, countless air currents smashed from all directions with violent destruction, and the gust of wind ravaged the earth, people, dragons, celestial spirit, everything in the earth and sky was submerged at this moment. Click! The sky was trembling, and a terrifying vacuum was directly formed between the air fluctuations around him, and countless vortices appeared. After a while, the airflow slowly disappeared, and the exciting wind disappeared between the sky and the earth, and the world seemed to stop at this moment. In the distance, the Dragon King of Calamity and the Celestial Spirit King fell from the sky to the ground at the same time. With the disappearance of the girl's magic, the Celestial Spirit King also turned into a little starlight and returned to the Celestial Spirit world, and the figure that stood in front of the Celestial Spirit King just now. But it has completely disappeared. Roar! The Calamity Dragon King slowly stood up and let out a roar to disperse the clouds and mists in the sky, losing the occlusion of the clouds and mists, and a piece of starlight appeared and scattered. There were bursts of mourning from the ruins, it was the sound of despair. No one can stop the Dragon Clan. Ants are born humble, and no one is the Dragon Clan's opponent. Seeing that his attack was cut off just now, the Calamity Dragon King even thought he was going to die, and imagined that he would be the first to be killed by humans, and his grief swept his entire mind. The air of the explosion will bombard the earth, but I didn't expect that I didn't die in the end, but although I didn't die, my body still suffered some injuries. However, this is also a great shame for the Dragon King. It can even predict that it will return. After the Dragon Clan, he will face the ridicule of other Dragon Kings. The eyes of the Calamity Dragon King revealed cruel eyes, and the terrifying voice resounded through the earth again, "Humans, in order to thank you for the fun you have brought me, I will let you die without any awareness." Boom! 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 The remaining magic power in the atmosphere condensed towards the dragon in the air, and the breath of the Dragon King was once again oppressed by an astonishing aura. In order to protect human beings against the impact of the air current, the white shadow double dragons in the ruins have exhausted all their magic power, and they have no fighting strength in the face of the Calamity Dragon King. Ended. The girl sat slumped and looked at the distant giant dragon. The hope in her heart was completely annihilated. Although she didn't know who that person was, the indomitable figure just now was imprinted in her heart. Perhaps fate is like this. Don't worry, I will come to accompany you soon. The girl slowly closed her eyes, preparing to face death. On the other side, the magic power of the Calamity Dragon King was also charged up, and the dragon race instantly expanded. Go to hell, humans! The roar of the Calamity Dragon King. The violent magic attacked, although there was no terror as before, but it was more than enough to kill them. After this time, even Beiying Xuanglong gave up resistance and waited for death. And just when everyone gave up, suddenly, a figure flew in the ruins in front of the girl. In everyone's eyes, the figure's eyes froze, and the pupils burst into a faint sharpness, and waved a hand. Black blade. The sword light was pitch black, slicing across the void, and a slash cut off the roar of the Calamity Dragon King. Boom! The mountains split and collapsed, but the figure in front of the Dragon King's body still stood upright, looking at the Dragon King in front of him. How can that be? Looking at the scene in front of him, the Dragon King of Calamity has completely emptied his head. Not only that, but besides it, even the girl and the white shadow double dragon were completely stunned. Is this really human, white dragon? There was a tremor in the shadow dragon's words. If it hadn't really appeared in front of him, he would never have believed that a human could actually cut off the Dragon King's attack. Bai Long was a little inarticulate, and said hesitantly, "This world is too crazy." Shiraishi stood among the ruins, staring at the Calamity Dragon King. But even though he blocked the attack, cold sweat broke out on Shiraishi's forehead, his face turned pale, and the right hand holding Zhanlong was trembling and shaky. It still seems a little reluctant. Although he has shown amazing combat power, only Shiraishi knows the truth. He uses the special ability of armed arrogance to cut off demons. If he didn't have this ability, he would not dare to face the Dragon King at all, but he took advantage of this opportunity to face the Dragon King. He still saw his abilities. He's still alive. The girl's beautiful eyes flowed, her small snow-white hands covered her mouth in surprise, looking at Shiraishi, the fire of hope in her heart lit up again, illuminating her world. This is impossible. Dragons are invincible, and humans are just ants. It is absolutely impossible to be a dragon's opponent. Roar! The Calamity Dragon King's face became more and more hideous, everything in front of him hit its eyeballs, and the existence of ants and food in the dragon's eyes actually cut off his own attack, which made him believe it. Damn it! Give me death! Boom! The Dragon King attacked again, and Shiraishi, who was forced to helpless, relied on the will in his heart and waved his sword to block it again, but as time went on, Shiraishi's strength and vigor were almost exhausted. Fall down! Pedal pedal! Shiraishi, who had lost his strength, stumbled and almost fell when he slashed. At this time, he could no longer slash any slashes, and was waiting for the attack of the Calamity Dragon King, when a figure hugged him and waited. The warmth in his chest and the softness of the tentacles made Shiraishi unable to miss it. You are? Shiraishi said in surprise, looking at the girl in the middle of China, but before Shiraishi could react, the attack of the Calamity Dragon King had already fallen. When Shiraishi used the last bit of power to release his armed domineering, a huge flame appeared in Shiraishi's body to block the attack of the Calamity Dragon King. Flame Dragon Atlas Fram. The Calamity Dragon King looked at the huge flame and said in a deep voice, "Did you also become a human slave?" Flame Dragon Atlas Fram. Shiraishi said in surprise. As a friend of the Fire Dragon King Igneel in the fairy tale world, he didn't expect it to appear here. No, I was just entrusted by an old friend to protect the Celestial Spirit Mage family, but unfortunately it is still a step too late. The huge flame fell with the voice of the Calamity Dragon King, and the huge flame turned into hell, burning all over the body. The flame is a hell flame dragon, and the flame dragon head of the giant dragon is exactly what it looked like 400 years later. With the appearance of the flame dragon, the Calamity Dragon King also took a few steps back. Although his strength is much higher than that of the flame dragon, there is not much magic left after the war, and there is a strange human existence. Winning is simply difficult. Moreover, it has been rumored in the Dragon Clan that the Flame Dragon is a close friend of the Fire Dragon King. If you wound it and force the Fire Dragon King to chase and kill it, your situation will definitely be very dangerous. I won't stop here. The Calamity Dragon King flew into the sky with a tornado, along with other giant dragons such as the Magma Dragon. In the storm just now, they lost their combat power like the White Shadow Shuanglong, otherwise the Calamity Dragon King, how could it be so easy to let them go? Asterisk. Chapter 47, One Person, One Sword, 25. P.S. There are about 25 chapters in hand, which can not only be put on the shelves in one day, but also 15 more after they are put on the shelves. Therefore, the author boldly made an update rule, adding one chapter for every 500 flowers, one chapter for every 30 monthly passes, one chapter for every 300 evaluations, one chapter for every 1000 rewards, and the upper limit is 25 even. The current data is 5,475 flowers, 578 evaluation votes, 21 monthly tickets, and 200 rewards. The judges, do you want to challenge? Can you drain all the manuscripts of the author? When the figure of the dragon family left the range of vision, Shiraishi also let go of his hanging heart. I said, can you let go first? I'm about to be strangled by you. Shiraishi said with some pain that although he was not directly attacked by the Dragon King, the aftermath of the explosion alone was enough to make him eat a pot. Although his body can still support the column now, but the girl in front of him is holding his chest, and he is almost out of breath. If it was changed to normal, he would definitely be happy, but he was about to suffocate. While Shiraishi was talking, the girl looked up at Shiraishi. Since there was no obstacle, Shiraishi, who was talking with his head down, happened to see the snow-white abyss clearly. Shiraishi's will was almost shaken and he couldn't hold down the gun. Are you okay? The girl saw Shiraishi's eyes a little blurry, shaking Shiraishi's arms anxiously, while looking at the shaking girl's murder weapon. Shiraishi couldn't hold on anymore, and collapsed directly into the girl's arms, and the two fell together on the ground. The girl was stunned for a moment, her face was pale and she looked at Shiraishi, who was not moving, lying on top of him, tears streaming down her cheeks. How can this be? You won't die. At this moment, Shiraishi's weak voice reached the girl's ears softly. If you don't get up, I might really die. After a while, in the ruins, the clansmen of the Celestial Spirit Mage clan were coming and going to rebuild after the disaster, but many of the people who came and went set their sights on the two figures in the ruins. On Shiraishi's side, the girl sat with a blushing face and helped Shiraishi treat the wound, but when the girl was about to deal with the injury on Shiraishi's chest, the masculine breath from that strong chest made the already blushing face even more delicate. Cough cough. Shiraishi tried hard to force his eyes to stop looking down at the abyss, calmed the fluctuations in his heart, and asked the girl softly, "What's your name?" "Anna, Anna Heartfilia. How about you?" the girl said, blushing. Of course, in fact, Shiraishi had already seen that she was the Saintess Anna of the Celestial Spirit Sorceress family, and the reason why she said something was just to ease the embarrassing atmosphere between the two. Shiraishi. Shiraishi smiled slightly, looking at Anna as if she had remembered something serious, and continued, "Actually, I'm not here just to rescue you, but there is one more thing that needs your help." Before Shiraishi could speak, Anna blushed and lowered her head. "No matter what you ask, I will agree." Of course, the premise is that what I can do is in return for your saving our celestial spirit wizard family. Bai looked at the red cloud on Anna's face and was slightly taken aback. She wondered if Anna's words were ambiguous, or if Shiraishi's thoughts were not pure. When Anna said those words, Shiraishi couldn't help thinking a little. Really? You can ask for anything. Shiraishi had a wicked smile on his face, and those slightly aggressive words entered Anna's ears. If I can do it. Seeing Shiraishi's fiery eyes, Anna lowered her head, as if to bury it in her chest. Although she was a little shy, she lowered her head slightly. There were 2 points of joy in his eyes. Cough cough cough. Are you two flirting enough? Happy times are always short-lived. While Shiraishi was enjoying the teasing of Anna, suddenly, a voice came from behind, scaring Anna to get up and leave immediately. Fortunately, it's better if you don't show up, then I can take Anna with me for a while, Shiraishi said with a little pity, and then 2 big ugly faces appeared in Shiraishi's field of vision, of course not to say how many ugly, but Shiraishi hated them for destroying their own good things, and put a label on them. After hearing Shiraishi's words, among the celestial spirit wizards, many of Anna's admirers and admirers secretly gritted their teeth. If they hadn't estimated Shiraishi's terrifying combat power, they would have wanted to go up to fight him to the death. Bai Long was amused all of a sudden, and the shadow dragon sat cross-legged and said with a smile. You mean we got in your way? Shiraishi nodded his consciousness clearly, and he knew very well that many male tribesmen of celestial spirit mages were already furious. Very interesting little guy. Shadow Dragon looked at it and said with a smile. It felt a special feeling from Shiraishi, which is completely unfeelable by other humans. Basically, Anna, who is closest to them, also never appeared. At this moment, the big fireball in the distance, the flame dragon Atlas Fram spoke. Who are you and why did you appear in the celestial spirit wizard family? The flame dragon looked at Shiraishi with a deep meaning and completed what Igneel explained, but the flame dragon himself did not make a move, and the evil dragon king had already left. Although it is clear that the evil dragon king is concerned about himself and his friend Igneel, the flame dragon also understands that the evil dragon king is not only concerned about them, but also the human being in front of him. The battle just now was undertaken by the celestial spirit king before he came, but when the celestial spirit king fell, it was indeed the human being in front of him who took over again. Hardly resisting the attack of the dragon king, even the flame dragon itself cannot do it. This is a chasm that the level gap cannot cross, but how did this human do it? I was entrusted by the Narubite clan to seek the help of the celestial spirit mage clan. While speaking, Shiraishi took out a dazzling dragon from the forest behind him that radiated the power of a dragon while emitting a dazzling light. Blood gold. When Shiraishi rushed out to resist the attack of the evil dragon king just now, Shiraishi took the lead to hide the dragon's blood gold in the corner of the forest. It's a gold nugget soaked in the blood of the dragon king. Shiraishi nodded, changed his hippie smile, and said solemnly. I need to use your power to melt it and make it into a scepter. Saying this, Shiraishi turned his attention to the flame dragon. Originally, he chose the white shadow double dragon, but the effect could not be comparable to the fire attribute. Flame dragon. In fact, Shiraishi doesn't have much confidence in the request made by Mr. Carrot. After all, he has never made a scepter, and the difficulty of the scepter, whether in details or in forging techniques, is undoubtedly higher than that of other mages. The container is much taller. If it is a human, then there will be mistakes, so Shiraishi still chooses to build this scepter with the greatest possibility. The power of the dragon can dissolve the dragon's blood gold. And the scorching flame can burn away the impurities in the gold nugget. Your own forging method may be able to do it. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Ruins After the War, 35. P.S. There are about 25 chapters in hand, which can not only be put on the shelves in one day, but also 15 more after they are put on the shelves. Therefore, the author boldly made an update rule, adding 1 chapter for every 500 flowers, 1 chapter for every 30 monthly passes, 1 chapter for every 300 evaluations, 1 chapter for every 1000 rewards, and the upper limit is 25 even. The current data is 5,475 flowers, 578 evaluation votes, 21 monthly tickets, and 200 rewards. The judges: do you want to challenge? Can you drain all the manuscripts of the author? In the devastated ruins of the night. Give. Shiraishi took the bread that Anna handed over, put it to his mouth and took a bite. Although it tasted a little bitter, Shiraishi still showed a smile. Originally, Anna was a little worried when she handed the bread to Shiraishi. Before the disaster, the celestial spirit wizards were not as embarrassed as they are now, but a disaster took their relatives' lives and also burned their savings. Food. Anna's bread in front of her was stopped by scorched grains found in the ruins. This is why Shiraishi had a strange smell when eating it. When Anna saw Shiraishi's smile, she put down that little bit in her heart, and the smile on her side when she sat next to him was particularly charming. He said softly, "Thank you." Shiraishi shook his head, it's nothing compared to 2 years ago. Back then, when he didn't meet Uncle Lore and the excitation system, Shiraishi was like a refugee in this world, wandering in this world. Those days were the most painful time for Shiraishi, sleeping in the air, accompanied by hunger and distress, and he was not free from the misery until the day he met Uncle Lore. However, there are still many people in this world, and not everyone is as lucky as him to find their own Uncle Lore. The days of misery continue. After eating the bread with a hint of bitterness in his hand, Shiraishi slowly stood up and looked around. There were countless wrecks in the collapsed ruins, which were the relatives of the survivors. Human beings may be a strange creature. When people are quiet, grief cannot help crawling into their hearts. Woo-hoo-hoo. A cry came into Shiraishi's ears, and he followed the sound, but saw a shocking picture. Dead. In the distant pool of blood, a little girl knelt down before a grave and cried bitterly. The miserable voice resounded in the sky, it was the voice of despair. Do you want a daughter? Please don't leave me, please. No matter how others persuaded, the pain in the girl's heart still did not exist, and such a scene in the ruins was not just one scene, a war with countless innocent lives. This is the first time Shiraishi has seen the picture of the dragons destroying the human homeland. People are calling, why do they hurt them, what did they do wrong, they just live in peace. Shiraishi's body was trembling, and everything in front of him hurt him. The girl's desperate face, as if it was the original self, was deeply imprinted in his mind, and he also felt the pain of losing a loved one. And all this is only because the human race is too weak. Quietly, Anna stood by Shiraishi's side, held his hand, and said softly, "In the grave is the little girl's only father. In the disaster just now, he left this world in order to send his daughter out of the fire." Seeing the little girl, Anna was equally sad, but so what? In the face of the most powerful dragon race, even if the most powerful celestial spirit was summoned, it was still unable to stop the dragon race's attack. It was still shrouded, and it didn't disappear at all. Everything will end. Shiraishi closed her eyes and said calmly. Anna silently turned her head to look at the resolute face, and smiled slightly, "Is this a promise to me?" After a moment of silence, the girl waited for what she wanted. Shiraishi opened his eyes gently, the light in his eyes became more and more shining, and the young face gently agreed, but a simple word fell in the girl's ears like the world's most precious gift. The next day, Shiraishi reluctantly bid farewell to Anna, and set foot with the flame dragon to the village of the sun, the village of the giants. After Shiraishi made the request, the flame dragon still had a little doubt, but seeing that Shiraishi rescued the celestial spirit mage family at a time of crisis, coupled with the intercession of the white shadow double dragon, the flame dragon still agreed to Shiraishi's request. After determining the help Shiraishi needed, the flame dragon returned to his residence, the village of the sun, with white and it needed to rely on the help of the altar, otherwise it would not have much confidence to resolve the power of the Dragon King. Due to the long distance, Shiraishi asked the flame dragon to fly with him, but it refused flatly. "No, it's not that I don't promise you, I am surrounded by the flames of hell, which is a temperature that the human body can't bear at all. You can only get close to me." But the flame dragon wants to continue talking. At that time, a surprising scene appeared. I saw that Shiraishi stepped on the flame dragon's body when it was talking, and when the hot flame touched Shiraishi, Shiraishi was still safe. The flame dragon was instantly startled, and immediately asked Shiraishi, "How did you do it? You must know that in this world, there is almost no thing that wants to withstand the fire of the dragon, but why does Shiraishi seem to have no magic power? It can be done easily, as well as the slash that cut off the roar of the Dragon King before." The flame dragon couldn't help but feel a little curious about this strange human being. Secret. Looking at the picture of Shiraishi who couldn't say anything, the flame dragon, who had no answer to the inquiry, stopped helplessly, and continued to fly towards the sun village with him. Traveling through the sky above the forests, the flame dragon fell on the distant mountains, walking on the edge of the cliffs of the mountains and looking down. In the sky, it is a building that looks extremely small in the distance, but it is so huge at this time. Rough and simple houses are located at the foot of the mountain. Each house is more than 20 meters high, and the tallest one even reaches more than 100 meters. On the wide roads of the streets, there are constantly giants coming and going, and the bodies are far beyond ordinary people. Even if the great mages arrive, they may not be able to obtain benefits. Is this the village where ancient giants lived? Shiraishi was deeply impacted by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that this legendary race really existed in this world. "Well, this is the village I created, these giants are my children, and I am their patron saint." Flame Dragon showed a smile. When the Flame Dragon walked to the altar of the mountain and sat down, the dazzling light illuminated the whole world, and the giants who came and went felt this warm light, and couldn't help but stop and kneel toward the Flame Dragon on one knee. Seeing the shocked Shiraishi, the huge flame sent out a consciousness, communicating with Shiraishi. "I have already told the giant that no one will interfere with your actions. As for the forging, I will leave it to you." "I understand." Shiraishi nodded, and although he was surprised by the sight in front of him, he didn't forget what he saw when he came here. Asterisk. Chapter 49, Dragon Clan Civil Unrest, 45. P.S. There are about 25 chapters in hand, which can not only be put on the shelves in one day, but also 15 more after they are put on the shelves. Therefore, the author boldly made an update rule, adding one chapter for every 500 flowers, one chapter for every 30 monthly passes, one chapter for every 300 evaluations, one chapter for every 1000 rewards, and the upper limit is 25 even. The current data is 5,475 flowers, 578 evaluation votes, 21 monthly tickets, and 200 rewards. The judges, do you want to challenge? Can you drain all the manuscripts of the author? Looking at the dragon's flames with flaming eyeballs, Shiraishi took out the dragon's blood gold from behind and threw it into the fire. Submerged in the container that Shiraishi had prepared for a long time. Then, he took out his left hand wrapped around the armed color domineering, and at the same time took out a hammer brought from the Narubite tribe. In the tinkling voice, Shiraishi looked at the gradually forming scepter, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With the appearance of the scepter, the hidden dragon power is also slowly dissipating. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shiraishi immediately covered his entire body with a domineering look of armament. After isolating the power of the Dragon King, the hammer in Shiraishi's hand shot down again. With each blow, the power of the Dragon King became stronger. The power of the Dragon King is wrapped around the scepter, as if it is a natural king. The powerful giant looks at the mountain and feels dizzy. Even the flame dragon feels the breath of the Dragon King at this time. Fortunately, it is. This is only part of the Dragon King's power, if all, it can't withstand the Dragon King's coercion at all. Boom. 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 With the forging of Shiraishi, most of the scepter has been completed, and the power of the Dragon King contained in it has been stimulated. Clang. The forging ends when Shiraishi hits the final blow. Now as long as the scepter automatically flew to Yefan's side, it stopped quietly in front of Yefan. Shiraishi could even feel the terrifying aura on the scepter, the sky-like aura that made people tremble. Holding the scepter in his hand, Shiraishi had the illusion that the whole world was under his control. Soon terrifying power. The flame dragon stared at the scepter in front of him, and the power of the Dragon King was intertwined, and the power of that breath alone exceeded most of the dragons. And it is this power, which glows little by little in Shiraishi's hands. Shiraishi makes a stroke, and the endless Dragon King's power explodes, and the terrifying dragon's power instantly penetrates a mountain. Under the shocked gaze of the flame dragon, Shiraishi's mouth showed a faint smile. Western continent. The carrier dragon group returned to the Dragon King of Calamity of the Dragon Clan, and landed in the center of the Holy Land of the Dragon Clan, and the strong voice echoed throughout the Dragon Clan. Igneel. It's just that you don't participate in the war to destroy human beings. Why did you send the flame dragon to hinder my actions against the celestial spirit wizard family? Don't you understand the seriousness of the matter? Between the peaks, countless giant dragons flew out and stared blankly at everything in front of them. What do I need to explain to you when I do things? Among the Dragon Clan, the echoes swayed, and the surging power of the Dragon King was like a wave of waves swept away directly towards the disaster Dragon King in front. Many people with weaker strength were almost blown open by the shock, and the Dragon King of Calamity who just asked the question shook his body. The terrifying force hit the Dragon King of Calamity, and there was blood all over his eyes, nose, and mouth. Outflow. You who have just been promoted to Dragon King are too arrogant. The Fire Dragon King Igneel took a step forward, his eyes swept across the Wanlong clan in front of him, his expression was flat, as if nothing had happened just now. In the Dragon Clan, the existence of the Dragon King level has such a gap in strength. Like the Fire Dragon King Igneel, a powerful Dragon King who has existed for a long time, is undoubtedly standing on the top of the Dragon Clan, and is not something that can be matched by the Calamity Dragon King who has just become the Dragon King. Okay, let's not talk about the past, now the Fire Dragon King must give us an explanation. A voice came from a distance, a gust of wind whistled past, Igneel suddenly raised his head, and saw a huge blue figure swept over his head. Later, he came to the side of the Calamity Dragon King and helped the Calamity Dragon King to block Igneel's dragon might. Igneel's fireball-like dragon eyes stared at the blue figure. The sudden appearance of the Ice Dragon King made the atmosphere of the whole scene suddenly become a little strange. The surrounding dragons looked at the Dragon Kings facing each other, and most of the dragons were in a state of ignorance. No one thought that such a scene would happen because of the human race, and now there has been an internal battle between the dragon race. Ice Dragon King, it's not your turn to intervene in this matter. Igneel roared coldly, it knew the purpose of the Ice Dragon King. From the moment they were born, if the two were like fire and water, they regarded each other as mortal enemies. Could there be such an opportunity, the Ice Dragon King would naturally not miss it. We feel that there are certain things that should be discussed, Igneel, the Dragon King. At the same time as Igneel spoke, more than a dozen voices sounded again, from all directions in the crowd. One voice represented a Dragon King, and each Dragon King represented the world's top combat power. Igneel, you should know better than me about the situation of the human race. It's about to end. If you persist, it will not change the ending that the human race will be exterminated by the dragon race. The Calamity Dragon King threw off the dragon blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Igneel with a fierce look. At this time, so many Dragon Kings were standing by him, so why should it be afraid of it? The human race is not as simple as you think. You are just forcing the dragon race to perish. Listen to my advice and give up the attack on the human race. Is there no place for you in the vast land of the western continent? Looking at the Dragon King of Calamity standing about 10 meters ahead, Igneel changed his tone and said solemnly, "Have you forgotten about the Black Mage?" Hearing the words Black Mage, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of many Dragon Kings. Half a year ago, on a high mountain in the Third World, a Dragon King of the Dragon Clan met the Black Mage. The Black Mage left unharmed, but the Dragon King, who was stained with endless death energy, immediately cut off a dragon claw to block the spread of death energy before it spread to the whole body. But this just happened to prove the horror of the Black Wizard. Seeing that the Dragon King who was in his early years flinched at this moment, Igneel gave them a cold look and sneered. The dragons were limited by their inherent arrogance and power, and the powerful power made them lose their senses. In the eyes of all giant dragons, humans can only serve as food and playthings for dragons, and how can they have the same power as giant dragons? But the appearance of the Black Mage is undoubtedly a slap in the face of the dragon family. The two sides were at a stalemate for a while, and after a long while, the other party finally made a concession. "Well, if you want to fight with you, you will lose a certain amount of combat power. After the human beings and the Black Mage will be solved, this account will wait until let's talk about the dragon race completely ruling the world." Chapter 50, The Darkness Rejected by the World, 55. P.S. There are about 25 chapters in hand, which can not only be put on the shelves in one day, but also 15 more after they are put on the shelves. Therefore, the author boldly made an update rule, adding 1 chapter for every 500 flowers, 1 chapter for every 30 monthly passes, 1 chapter for every 300 evaluations, 1 chapter for every 1000 rewards, and the upper limit is 25 even. Outside the dragon family. On the vast and boundless sea, there is a huge ancient tree on an isolated island. There is a meandering creek flowing in the middle of the island. The creek flows slowly and the water is crystal clear. The sun shines through the cracks of the ancient leaves, and the sun shines in the beams, illuminating the creek. Kukua. A black-haired boy was lying on the edge of the stream drinking water with his head down, and at this moment, the evil tiger hiding behind him rushed out of the jungle and rushed towards the black-haired boy. Roar! With a big mouth, he bit towards the black-haired boy's head, and when the sharp minions were only half a meter away from the black-haired boy. Boom! A black-haired boy's body was stimulated by the power of a dark shadow. The evil tiger stopped in mid-air, the strong body contracted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into a skeleton, and then turned into a pile of powder. The black-haired boy wiped the water droplets from the corners of his mouth, looked at the powder behind him, and smiled helplessly. The world is still rejecting me. Igneel walked out of the forest, looked at the powder not far from Ziref, and said coldly, "Ziref, stop, you can't make mistakes again and again." Ziref looked up at Igneel, his body uncontrollably emitting a black magic power. The surrounding plants and trees were drying up, and the creatures were dying, without a trace of life. "It's too late, I can't see the way back. Natsu has been born, I'm waiting for the day when he's strong enough to kill me." When Ziref said Natsu, there was a rare softness. Natsu dragged Neil. Looking at Ziref's appearance, Igneel's face became deeper and deeper, and he was also full of self-blame. More than 10 years ago, the dragon race destroyed the home of its human friend in a war, and it couldn't stop watching his old friend slowly die. At that time he gave himself his 2 children, but now Natsu is dead, and Ziref, the older brother, suffers a contradictory curse in order to save him, but he can only watch him go into darkness. "Igneel, it's not your fault. I didn't take good care of Natsu. If I hadn't been addicted to magic, Natsu wouldn't have died." "Hey!" Igneel sighed silently, looked at Ziref and said, "Then you have something to look for me now. I know, if there is no important thing, you will never come here to look for me." Ziref smiled slightly, raised his hand, stretched out his finger, pointed to the coastline at the edge of the forest. Watching Ziref's gesture, Igneel released his magic power and looked ahead. I saw a baby lying on a lone-leafed boat on the golden sandy beach, and that little finger was sucking on his mouth. That is. Shocked, Igneel withdrew his magic and looked at Ziref. Yes, I brought him. When I created it, I came to find you as soon as possible. He is not suitable to be with me, and being with me will only harm him. Ziref smiled, but Igneel looked at him with helplessness, the pain of being separated from his family. I understand, I will take good care of him, even if I die, I will not let him have any accidents again. After listening to Igneel's words, Ziref laughed. He didn't know if his smile was real or fake, but it didn't matter anymore. Maybe all he has to do now is wait. Watching Ziref's departure, another dragon descended beside Igneel. Is this the rumored black mage? The whole body seemed to be made of steel, the steel wings were retracted, and the hard eyes also looked at the figure. The adoptive father of Gajeel Red Fox, Iron Dragon Metallicana. Hey! Igneel was also a little dazed at this time, but looking at the baby lying in his dragon's claws, his heart was firm again. Ishgar, the Third World. After getting the scepter, Shiraishi set off to return to the Narubite clan, but what annoyed Shiraishi the most was the flame dragon, who stopped moving after sending him. At this time, the distance between him and the Narubite tribe is estimated to be thousands of miles. Without the help of the flame dragon, it is estimated that this journey will take several days. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at the forest in the distance, Shiraishi closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and jumped out, and when Shiraishi left, the eyes in the flames opened again. Looking at the distant the back figure who went away was thinking about this. Following the direction he remembered, he ran all the way to the direction of the Narubite tribe. After several days and nights, he finally saw the familiar 6-ring sign. With wings, it's easy. An hour's flight is worth several days of travel. Shiraishi rubbed his legs and smiled wryly. If he had been strengthened by the system, he would have been exhausted on the way. Shiraishi shook it and walked into the gate of the Narubite tribe. After passing through the busy streets and saying hello to the neighbors who were familiar but unfamiliar, he returned to his house with ease. But before Shiraishi put down what was in his hand, there was a rush of footsteps at the door, and then the door was pushed open with a bang. After seeing the visitor clearly, Shiraishi said helplessly, "Master Carrot, can you be gentle? The door is broken, will you accompany me?" As soon as the words fell, I saw the white-haired old man Carrot, rushing in front of Shiraishi. His face was ashen, and the eyes that seemed to kill, made Shiraishi a little hairy. "What's the matter, am I talking on my face?" Although Shiraishi tried to change the subject, the old and mature old man Carrot scolded Shiraishi with an explosion. "Okay, you little bastard, leave me alone in the forest without a word, except for some beast to appear. Isn't my old life going to take it somewhere?" Shiraishi watched Master Carrot spit out the fragrance, and at this time, Master Carrot was just like the fat old man, just as funny. Shiraishi held back his smile, and seeing Shiraishi's appearance, Master Carrot suddenly realized something, and hurriedly asked, "How is it? Has it been done?" After Shiraishi stayed, Master Carrot still listened to Shiraishi's words and returned to the Narubite tribe. When he saw Shiraishi's face just now, he immediately forgot about it. Successful, of course. Shiraishi smiled smugly, and then took out the long-awaited scepter that Master Carrot had in his luggage. Boom! When the Queen's scepter appeared, powerful magic burst out, and the entire Narubite tribe trembled. Asterisk.